हाँ जी, यस यस, आ रही आ रही। क्या 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 मतलब थ्रो करना है ना होस्ट के ऊपर या शो ओपनर के ऊपर? शो ओपनर बोलो ना, शो ओपनर के ऊपर थ्रो करना है। ठीक है, डन डन, ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
Only thing I think about in the morning, only
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का क्रॉफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन में, जो अपने सपनों को हकीकत बनाने के लिए आई है 48 टीम्स, जिसमें से 24 टीम्स लोअर ब्रैकेट में कल के दिन में हमने उनका गेम प्ले देखा, जिसमें से 12 टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो चुकी हैं। यानी 12 टीम्स बची हैं जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में से अब क्वार्टर फाइनल्स जा चुकी हैं। लेकिन आज से शुरू होने वाला है अपर ब्रैकेट का मुकाबला, यानी इंडिया की बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग टीम्स आज खेलने वाली हैं बीजीएमआई के इस मैदान में। मेरा नाम स्पीरो है, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं रावण। हम गेम की बारीकियों को एनालाइज करने के लिए यहाँ पे आए हैं। बट रावण, कल के लिए अगर हम कुछ शब्द कहना चाहे तो शायद यही होगा कि कई टीम्स का सपना टूटा है, लेकिन कई टीम्स ने अपना सपना सजाया है, जैसे कि ऑटोबॉट्स।
जी हाँ, टेबल टॉप करके मानो यहाँ से सीधा आगे बढ़े, वो मोमेंटम के साथ बढ़े, लेकिन नीचे जब नजर डाले तो वो कुछ टीम्स 8 मिलियन बिल्कुल कट ऑफ को क्रॉस करके वो हमारे साथ जुड़े। बट आज के दिन पे भी कमाल का कंपटीशन रहेगा। बट उससे पहले चलते हैं फॉर्मेट वीडियो की तरफ, क्योंकि उसके बिना कहानी थोड़ी सी अधूरी रहने वाली है। राउंड 1 फिलहाल यहाँ पे चल रहा है। कल तक हमने लोअर ब्रैकेट देखा, जैसा स्पीरो ने बताया कि 12 टीम्स को आगे जाने का मौका मिला और 12 टीम जा चुकी है अपने घर की ओर। कमाल का वहां पे कंपटीशन था, जहां पे 3 ग्रुप थे, 24 टीम, राउंड रॉबिन में उनके मैचेस हुए और एक कंपटीशन कमाल करा वहां पे।
जी हाँ, और 12 टीम्स जैसा कि हमने बात करी वो एलिमिनेट हो गई और जो सपना सजा के आए थे वो सपना टूटता हुआ भी नजर आया। लेकिन उसके बाद अब अपर ब्रैकेट की बारी है, जो आज से शुरू होगा और 4 दिन तक चलेगा। 24 टीम्स हमारे पास हैं, जिनको 3 ग्रुप्स में विभाजित किया जाएगा और फिर एक राउंड रॉबिन का सिलसिला वहां से चलेगा। टॉप 12 टीम्स जाएंगी सेमीफाइनल्स में और बाकी 12 टीम्स जाएंगी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में, यानी कि इस जगह से कोई भी टीम एलिमिनेट नहीं हो रही।
लेकिन एलिमिनेशन की बारी आएगी आगे के उन लम्हों में। 26 से 29 तक ये पूरा कारवा आगे बढ़ता हुआ देखने को मिलेगा। एक बार फिर से राउंड रॉबिन में 24 टीम हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और जो सेमीफाइनल की हमने बात की वो सीधा टॉप 12 टीम सेमीफाइनल पे जाएंगे और रेस्ट एलिमिनेशन उनको वहां पे सामना करना पड़ेगा। फिर जाने वाले हैं सेमीफाइनल की तरफ, वहां पे भी 24 टीम राउंड रॉबिन में अपने मैचेस खेलने वाले और एलिमिनेशन का कारवा यहां भी हमें देखने को मिलेगा।
सेमीफाइनल्स में एक्चुअली अच्छी चीज यही है कि एलिमिनेट कोई नहीं हो रहा। टॉप 8 टीम्स ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जा रही हैं और बाकी टीम्स को मौका मिलेगा सर्वाइवल स्टेज पे जाने का, एंड ये काफी एक अमेजिंग चीज रहेगी। मतलब अगर आप अपर ब्रैकेट में एनीवेज हैं तो आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा मौके हैं कि आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंच पाओ, लेकिन फिर सेमीफाइनल्स के बाद अब आ रही है सर्वाइवल स्टेज की। 2 दिन का खेल है, 8 और 9 अक्टूबर को खेला जाएगा। 16 टीम्स हमारे पास में है। टॉप 8 टीम सीधा जाएंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में और बाकी टीम्स एलिमिनेट होती नजर आएंगी। आप इमोशंस देख ही सकते हैं इन सारे दृश्यों में कि प्लेयर्स कितने तैयार हैं इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। 3 दिन का खेल, 10, 11, 12 अक्टूबर, एंड वी हैव दैट अमेजिंग प्राइज पूल, 1 करोड़ का प्राइज पूल। और उसमें से भी अगर आप जीतते हैं तो 30 लाख विनर को मिलने वाला है। चलते हैं एक बार नजर डालते हैं प्राइज पूल की तरफ। ग्लोबल स्टेज इंतजार कर रहा है, फाइनल्स में वो 18 मैचेस होने वाले हैं। नंबर 1 अगर आप आते हो तो ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप में आप जाने का मौका मिलेगा। बट चलिए चलते हैं प्राइज पूल की तरफ।
जी हाँ, जिस तरीके से आपने बताया टोटल प्राइस पूल 1 करोड़ रुपए का हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है, जिसमें पहले स्थान पे आप आओगे तो 30 लाख रुपए, दूसरे स्थान वाली टीम को 15 लाख और जो तीसरे स्थान पे आएंगे वो भी 10 लाख रुपए लेके जाने वाले हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो 16वें स्थान तक भी टीम रहेगी, कुछ ना कुछ रिवॉर्ड अपने साथ, लेकिन टॉप 8 मिनिमम ये सारी टीम चाहेगी कि रिवॉर्ड के साथ वो रास्ता अपने लिए आगे बनाए।
जी हाँ, उसके आगे आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी ज्यादा मिलने वाली है अगर आप टॉप 8 में आते हैं तो। लेकिन आप देख ही सकते हैं कि धनराशि का कुछ ना कुछ हिस्सा तो आपको मिलेगा अगर आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स पहुंच रहे हो तो। बट सबसे जरूरी है इंडिविजुअल अवार्ड्स। बेस्ट आईजीएल को मिलेंगे 75,000 रुपए, सबसे बढ़िया क्लच निकालने को मिलेंगे 50,000, एमवीपी को मिलेंगे 1 लाख रुपए, फैन फेवरेट प्लेयर को मिलेंगे 50,000 और एमवीपी ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट को मिलेंगे 2 लाख रुपए। मतलब जीतने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, हारने के लिए भी बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन इन सारे प्राइज को पाने के लिए पॉइंट्स निकालने बहुत जरूरी हैं। तो चलते हैं यहाँ पे पॉइंट्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की तरफ और देखते हैं किस तरीके से पॉइंट्स आप निकाल सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, पहले स्थान सीधा 10 पॉइंट और सबकी कोशिश रहेगी कि जितना ज्यादा सेकंड ईयर निकाले उतना ज्यादा मोमेंटम, उतना ज्यादा फायदा। लेकिन दूसरे तीसरे स्थान में भी आने में अच्छे खासे रिवॉर्ड, 6 पॉइंट, 5 पॉइंट और इसी क्रम में 7वें 8वें स्थान तक आप आए तो मिनिमम 1 पॉइंट आप लेके जाओगे। लेकिन उसके बाद पाएंगे तो फिर प्लेसमेंट के तो अंक नहीं मिलेंगे, लेकिन हर फिनिश के 1 अंक आपको जरूर मिलने वाले। चलिए आज के उन टीम्स के तरफ भी यहाँ पे नजर लेके चलते हैं जो कि अपर ब्रैकेट के साथ हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले। तो ग्रुप ए एफएस, निंजा, K9, मार्कस गेमिंग और इस तरीके का जो कंपटीशन है मुझे लगता है कि मजेदार हो सकता है।
देखिए लोअर ब्रैकेट में बहुत मजा आया, बट अपर ब्रैकेट में जो टीम्स है वो भारत की बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग टीम्स है। इस पूरे साल में उन्होंने कमाल किया है, तभी उनको यहाँ पे अपर ब्रैकेट में मौका मिला है खेलने का। एफएस की बात करें, पहले जब हमने देखा था NoNx के साथ ये सारे प्लेयर्स खेल रहे थे, दे प्लेड इनक्रेडिबली वेल। निंजा's टॉप क्लास टीम। बट चलिए ग्रुप बी की तरफ चलते हैं। BotArmyEsports है, लॉस हरमानोस, कभी हार नहीं मानी इस टीम ने, हमेशा लड़ते नजर आए। लिखिता esports, 4TR वो भी है बिल्कुल तैयार। NoNx है यहाँ पे, न्यू लुकिंग NoNx, गॉड्स ओमेन, गॉड्स रेन एंड ओरंगुटान। ओरंगुटान की भी एक जर्नी कमाल रही है ऑफिशियल्स में, एंड वो यहाँ पे भी बेहतर करना चाहेंगे। और उसके बाद आता है द ग्रुप ऑफ केओस, ग्रुप सी, जहाँ पे बहुत तगड़ी टीम्स है।
जी हाँ, वीएस के साथ टीम सोल, गॉडलाइक, टीम आर्यन और उसके साथ साथ TrueRippers, सिंसिनाटी किड्स एफसी और मेडल की टीम भी यहाँ पे जुड़ने वाली है। ग्रुप सी में हाँ वो एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ वो एग्रेशन भी हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। रिसेंट कुछ इवेंट में हमने देखा मेडल esports जो फायर पावर लेके आ रहे हैं अपने प्ले स्टाइल में, मानो इनको रोकना मुश्किल हो जाता है इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस में, और चाहेंगे कि उसी फॉर्म को वो मेंटेन करके रखे। लेकिन अगर रिसेंट कुछ इवेंट की अगर हम बात ही कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ पे कई सारी टीम्स ऐसे भी है जिनके लिए हमने एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत हाई रखे थे, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस उतना बेहतर नहीं रहा। चाहे आप टीम आर्यन की बात कर ले या और भी कुछ नाम जो हमारे साथ जुड़े, एफएस भी कुछ खास करके गए नहीं थे। होपफुली यहाँ पे वो गलती ना दोहराए।
देखिए ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में जब आप आते हैं ना खेलने के लिए, मन में एक अलग उमंग होती है, एक उत्साह होता है कि आप यहाँ पे कमाल करेंगे। और आज तो पहला दिन है। ग्रुप बी की अगर बात करें तो उनके तो लगातार 6 मैचेस हैं आज के दिन में, तो उनकी टीम्स को तो थोड़ा सा अलग तरीके से प्लानिंग बनानी पड़ेगी, बिकॉज दे हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मैचेस। मोमेंटम अगर चला भी जाता है तो वापस पाने का उनके पास थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा समय रहेगा। बट ग्रुप ए और ग्रुप सी जिनके पास 3-3 मैचेस हैं, उनको देखना पड़ेगा कि वो कौन सी अप्रोच के साथ खेल रहे हैं। लोअर ब्रैकेट से कंपेयर में अगर आप अपर ब्रैकेट को देखते हैं तो यहाँ पे टीम्स के पास ना एक कुशन है कंफर्ट का कि यहाँ से आप बाहर नहीं हो रहे। अगर हारते हैं तब भी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स जाते हैं, बट 2 माइंड्स में आप नहीं खेल सकते। यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल, बिकॉज अगर आप यहाँ से सेमीफाइनल्स तक नहीं पहुंच रहे फिर रास्ता आपके लिए भी थोड़ा सा कठिन हो जाएगा।
वो एलिमिनेशन का डर एक वक्त में तो आएगा ना, इससे बेहतर है कि इनिशियल राउंड में ही आप यहाँ से आगे निकल जाए, आपके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर होने वाला है। और उसी के लिए यहाँ पे ये सारी टीम पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। इनके सामने तो वो एक एग्जाम्पल भी सेट होता हुआ हमने देखा लोअर ब्रैकेट में कि 3 मैचेस का किस तरीके से आप इस्तेमाल करें, 6 मैचेस का आप किस तरीके से इस्तेमाल करें, और तभी जाके ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में आप शाइन करते हुए हमें देखने को मिलोगे।
देखिए शो सेट है, हर कोई तैयार है, प्लेयर्स अपनी सीट्स पे जा चुके हैं। आई थिंक अब ज्यादा इंतजार दर्शकों को कराते नहीं है, चलते हैं सीधा शो ओपनर की तरफ और देखते हैं कि आज अपर ब्रैकेट में जीत होगी किसकी।
एक नया दिन, एक नई शुरुआत, नए चेहरे और नई उम्मीदों के साथ ये है BGMI शोडाउन 2025। हर दिन के साथ इंटेंसिटी बढ़ती जा रही है और आज के दिन लिखी जाएगी इस टूर्नामेंट की एक और नई कहानी। अभी तक के सफर में हमने देखा लोअर ब्रैकेट के राउंड की टीम्स का सफर, जहां पे 24 टीमों ने अपना सब कुछ दांव पे लगाया था। 12 टीम्स को आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिला अगले पड़ाव तक और 12 टीम्स को हमने कहा अलविदा और खत्म हुए उनके सपने। आज इस दिन इस मंच पे स्पॉटलाइट है अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स के ऊपर। इस समय स्टेज के ऊपर मौजूद है देश की सबसे बेहतरीन, सबसे ज्यादा पावर पैक टीम्स और इनमें से 12 टीम्स को मौका मिलेगा सीधा सेमीफाइनल्स पहुंचने का और जो 12 पीछे रह जाएंगी वो गिरेंगी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स तक और वहां से उनकी एक और सर्वाइवल की जंग शुरू होगी टू सी हु गेट्स टू सर्वाइव इन दिस शोडाउन। लेकिन चलिए, जैसा बताया इन टीम्स के बारे में, यहाँ पे हमको देखने को मिलेगी स्किल्स, सर्वाइवल और सब कुछ एक एक्सप्लोसिव राउंड में। चलते हैं हमारे एनालिस्ट के पास और सेट करते हैं आज की एक्सपेक्टेशंस।
थैंक यू सो मच जॉनी। एक्सपेक्टेशंस की बात करें तो मैं तो बस ये कहूंगा कि एक्सपेक्टेशंस अभी नहीं रखते हैं किसी के साथ, बिकॉज हर एक टीम यहाँ पे अपर ब्रैकेट में परफॉर्म करके आई है एंड दे आर गुड इनफ कि यहाँ से वो सीधा सेमीफाइनल्स में जा पाए। बट अगेन रावण, आई पर्सनली फील कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ टीम्स जिसके अंदर कुछ ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं, बदलाव भी हुए हैं, पोटेंशियल जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा है। बट एट द सेम टाइम लोअर ब्रैकेट का सिलसिला कल के दिन में खत्म हुआ और वहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स उभर के आए जिन्होंने अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया है।
जी हाँ, स्टार्टिंग के डेज पे जिस तरीके से मैचेस स्टार्ट हुए थे, रेवनेक्स पार्क, ट्रेस गॉड, उसके बाद गोटन का हमने वो परफॉर्मेंस देखा, विरॉन भी काफ़ी अच्छे फॉर्म में थे। तो क्यों ना एक बार उन प्लेयर्स की तरफ भी नज़र लेके चलते हैं जिन्होंने एक्चुअल में लोअर ब्रैकेट में बहुत अच्छा वो परफॉर्मेंस यहाँ पे करके दिखाया था। मज़ेदार था कॉम्पिटिशन उस पूरे लोअर ब्रैकेट में, लेकिन नजरें डालते हैं उन मूवमेंट्स की तरफ जहाँ पे ट्रॉय द मिलियंस, यस वो आखिरी टीम बनी उस क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए 12वें स्थान में हमें ये देखने को मिले, लेकिन स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस था।
जी हाँ, काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया। स्कैरी जॉर्ड वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स से फाइनली चलते हुए नजर आए। रिएक्शन स्पीड की बात करते हैं तो इनका कोई सामी नहीं देखने को मिला। राइडर ई स्पोर्ट्स की कोशिशें लाजवाब साबित हुई, स्पेशली सैयद जिस तरह से उन्होंने यहाँ पे 1v3 करके दिखाया। रेवरटेक्स पार्क को बिल्कुल हैरान कर दिया था इन्होंने। बट वही व्हाइट वॉकर्स, कल की कहानी है, अगर किसी एक प्लेयर की जुबानी आप यहाँ पे कहना चाहें कि यही है वो प्लेयर जिसने अपनी टीम के लिए सबसे ज्यादा फायदा दिखाया, आई थिंक वो व्हाइट वॉकर्स के अर्जुन ही थे। सैयद ने उसके बाद भी काफी स्टेप अप किया, बट राइडर इतना काफी रहा नहीं उनके लिए। व्हाइट वॉकर्स, मीनवाइल, वेजिटो, अर्जुन, ये हर एक प्लेयर ने अपनी क्षमता पूरी तरीके से दिखाई। टीम तमिलास कोशिशें पूरी उनकी तरफ से भी देखने को मिली, बट वो कोशिशें अंतिम में आते आते थोड़ी सी कम रह गई।
उस कट ऑफ को नहीं क्रॉस कर पाए। एक्सपेक्टेशन टीम तमिलास के स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस थोड़े से डिसेंट गए थे, वो एवरेजेस उतने अच्छे तरीके से मेंटेन नहीं किए। जेनेक्स एफएम भी यहाँ तक जैसा भी खेले, लेकिन आगे बढ़ने की जब बारी आई तो वो भी एलिमिनेशन का सामना उन्हें करना पड़ा। वेजिटो मानो मिस्टीरियस के ऊपर हावी है, लेकिन मिस्टीरियस ने अपना काम बहुत बेहतर कर लिया था इनिशियल कुछ मैचेस में, जिन्हें कुछ खास फर्क पड़ा नहीं। बट चलिए, ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग वो भी हमारे आंखों के सामने आने वाला है। कट ऑफ के ऊपर एक बार विस्तार से बात करेंगे, बट जो डोमिनेट करके गए थे, जो बैलेंस बना के गए थे ऑटोबॉट्स, इन्हें रोकना तो नामुमकिन हो गया था।
एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कंसिस्टेंसी, राइट, एक ही टीम का नाम बार बार सामने आता है, वो है ऑटोबॉट्स ई स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि हर मैच में वो कंसिस्टेंट थे। मेरे को तो ऐसा कोई याद भी नहीं आ रहा कि कोई मैच उनका खराब भी गया हो। हर मैच में 4-5 पॉइंट्स वो लेके मिनिमम जा ही रहे थे। मिस्टीरियस 4 दे आल्सो प्लेड वेल। उन्होंने कितने शानदार चिकन डिनर्स निकाले हैं। 16 मैचेस में से 3 चिकन डिनर निकाल के गई है वो टीम। और अब आप उनका बैलेंस भी देखें ना, तो फिनिश पॉइंट्स के साथ साथ पोजीशन पॉइंट्स भी काफी भर भर के निकाले उन्होंने। नेबुला ई स्पोर्ट्स, दे वर परफेक्ट। सिनवे ई स्पोर्ट्स पहले ही दिन में उन्होंने अपना काम कर दिया था। पहले 2 दिन में पता चल गया था कि वो क्वालिफाई होने ही वाले हैं। ट्रॉय तमिलियन आखिरी में जब वो छलांग लगाई, वो काफी शानदार साबित हुई। 93 पॉइंट्स के साथ उन्होंने भी क्वालिफिकेशन का काम पूरा किया। बट सैडनेस तब फैली जब पता चला टीम तमिलास, ग्रेविटी ई स्पोर्ट्स, जेनेक्स एफएम ई स्पोर्ट्स, टीम वर्सेटाइल, वो यहाँ पे सफल नहीं हो पाए और उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ती नजर आई, क्योंकि अब इस टूर्नामेंट से वो सफर उनका खत्म हो चुका है।
सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि इनिशियल मैचेस आप किस तरीके से लेके जा रही है। वही 12 टीमें जिनके पहले के कुछ मैचेस अच्छे गए थे। फिनिक्स ने भी स्टार्टिंग में वो डोमिनेंस दिखाया था, जिसके कारण जब गिरावट भी हुई तो वो टॉप 12 से हमें बाहर होते हुए देखने को मिले नहीं थे। लेकिन ओवरऑल आखिरी उस पेज की तरफ नजर डालते हैं जहाँ पे राइडर, ये वो टीम जो कि इनिशियल राउंड में इन्हें हमने बहुत कम देखा है कि वो स्ट्रगल करते हैं, बट 17वें स्थान पे देखने को मिले। 2OP टॉप डॉग की वापसी हुई थी एज अ आईजीएल। उन्होंने स्टार्ट जिस तरीके से लिया था, इजी क्वालिफिकेशन लग रहा था। अगर आप मुझसे पूछे सरप्राइज कहां पे हुआ, 2OP के आखिरी के मैचेस में, जहां पे टॉप डॉग खुद ही बोल रहे थे कि एज अ आईजीएल मैंने बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर ले लिया। जो स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस हम खेल रहे थे, आखिर में उस तरीके के मैचेस नहीं दिखा पाए, और वही ये कारण रहा कि हम उस टॉप 12 में अपने आप को लेके नहीं आ पाए।
देखिए, प्रेशर एक ऐसी चीज है ना जो ज्यादा आती तब है जब आपके पास ऐसे राउंड्स होते हैं जिसमें से आप बाहर हो सकते हैं। अब अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम के पास मुझे लगता है कि उस प्रेशर का एक पॉजिटिव साइड है कि आप में से कोई भी बाहर नहीं हो रहा। बट यार रावण, अगर मैं आपको बोलूं कि एक बहुत लंबा रास्ता है फाइनल्स तक, जहां पे रुकावटें बहुत आएंगी, क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में खेलना पड़ेगा जहां पे आप एलिमिनेट हो सकते हैं, तो शायद आप यही चुनेंगे कि यहां से सीधा सेमीफाइनल, सेमीफाइनल से सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल से मे बी टॉप 8 या फिर ट्रॉफी आप लेके जाएं। तो अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स को ये एडवांटेज जरूर मिलता हुआ नजर आया है। लेकिन टीम्स बहुत अच्छी हैं, ग्रुप्स बहुत सॉलिड बने हैं। मुझे लगता है कि जो राइवलरीज अब बनेंगी, जो टॉप क्लैशेस शायद आज के दिन में हो, दैट वुड बी अमेजिंग।
मजेदार होगा आज का पूरा कंपटीशन। जिस तरीके से हम बात भी कर रहे थे कि 3 मैचेस में किस तरीके के आपको प्ले स्टाइल रखने हैं, 6 मैचेस में क्या एवरेजेस आपको लेके जाना है, इसका एग्जांपल ऑलरेडी लोअर ब्रैकेट की टीम ने सेट कर दिया है। क्या यहां से वही शुरुआत कर पाएंगे अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम? इसके लिए सीधा चलते हैं कास्टर की तरफ, क्योंकि मैचेस बहुत जल्दी स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं।
To our 2 amazing analysts on the desk as well. Welcome to the English channel, and my name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Salty as we take you through the English commentaries for today. This is going to be the upper brackets of BMSD 2025, and it's been 4 days. Today is going to be day number 5 on live, but most importantly, we saw a couple of unexpected exits yesterday here. VXT in particular. Thoughts on that?
To be honest, Necro asked me the same question yesterday. It pains my heart already. Don't make it pain anymore because those are my friends. I really want them to qualify, but it seems like BGMI and the gods, they are not really merciful at any point in time. You don't play the best of your games, you will not be able to make it through, and the intention was not there coming in from them.
Well, all things considered here, today is all about the upper brackets. And to start things off here, we are going to be playing on Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok for both well, both Group A and B is going to be playing all 3 games in this respective matches here. So Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, it's nothing super crazy here. It's a pretty standard format between all the entirety of the map. But the plot twist here is that Group B is not just going to be playing the first 3 maps. They're also going to be playing the next 3 maps, which is going up against Group C instead. So that means match 4, 5, 6, it is going to be Group BC, BC, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. So that means here in the upper brackets, it is on day 1, Group B's most, I would say, hellish journey here for today.
And this is something which we discussed during the low brackets as well, I see. Whichever group plays their 6 matches the first day of broadcast, I feel like it is a very difficult journey. I mean, again, you need time to warm up, you need time to actually get yourself used to the lobby and stuff. Playing 6 matches on a row, I feel like it is a lot, especially when you just arrive to the tournament, just arrive to the venue. But let's just talk about the teams who are participating. Group A in front of us, FS, NINZA, K9, Marcos Gaming, EVOX, Reckoning Esports, 8-Bit, and Genesis. A lot of big names to actually look after, but Genesis will be the name who I feel can smack the hardest. I see. What are your thoughts?
You know, when we talk about Genesis Esports, this is a roster that has made 2 LAN appearances. However, the roster changes has kind of mixed up a little bit here, so this is not the same old Genesis from before. But before that, let's talk about Group B as well. This is on screen here. We have BotArmyEsports, we have Los Hermanos, Likitha Esports, 4TR Official, NoNx Esports, God's Omen, God's Reign, and of course, last but not least, Orangutan. This is going to be a very, very important one here in the upper brackets, especially for Orangutan. This is a team that, well, has been grinding over the years, finally lifting a trophy. Not an official one, though.
Yeah.
Not an official one.
Not unofficial.
But I'm hoping to see them do well this time.
You know, I think finally OG is actually given off the chokers tag from their shoulders. They are no more the chokers. People have seen them perform. They've been consistent in multiple LAN events. And now in this tournament, they come in as top contenders. I don't think a lot of teams actually do have that tag of top contenders.
Yeah, I think that is very, very much true as well here. I think personally, if we were to base on official records on BMPS as well as BGIS in particular, I feel like God's Omen is also a team that you have to watch out for. But considering the shuffle going through for God's Omen as well, we have some of the star players, in this case Stone BGMI, currently in Marcos Gaming. For those of you who do not know who Marcos Gaming is, I would say Marcos Gaming currently is the old God's Omen.
Yeah, technically. It is very confusing for a lot of our viewers who are waiting and watching back at home and understanding which team name and which players associated with it. But, you know, as soon as the upper brackets start and you see you know, try and understand what the format is and how the players are playing, I guess you will understand. But talking about the format, this is the upper brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody gets eliminated from the tournament, and that is the best boon that they're going to be having.
Exactly. Bottom 12 actually goes towards the quarterfinals. The top 12 will directly advance into the semifinals. So no one is eliminated. So it's all about seedings right here, right now in the upper brackets. And without further ado, we're going to be kicking things off in the first game right now in the map of Erangel. Let us begin.
Upper brackets, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel gets locked and loaded. We are up in the skies yet again, and now this seems like a flight path which shouldn't really trouble majority of the teams right now. A lot hovering toward the center of the map itself. It starts off from Ferry Pier and moves on towards Stauber right now. Have a look at this. Majority of the teams who are going to be waiting to find their drop locations, if they're going to be drop collisions, it seems like as of yet there won't really be initial skirmishes. We know, as a matter of fact, God's Reign, they always love to be on towards the military base. Around them will also, I believe, Team Orangutan might just drop down. There will be a couple of outliers, ladies and gentlemen. EVOX also taking their split drop around that Ferry Pier region. I see. It seems like the upper bracket teams have actually done their research work well. But what are your thoughts? What are your expectations from the first game of the upper bracket?
Personally, I'm expecting more drop clashes right from the get-go here. But again, you know, doing their homework is very, very important, right? We saw how Rider Esports took a little bit of tumble. Phoenix almost not qualifying coming from lower brackets here because of drop clash, but you know, it's best not to clash as much as possible in the early stage of the game unless you're really, really confident in your team fight potential. Sometimes being safe is going to be very, very important. But all things considered here, first circle pretty much showing themselves in towards the Godka region. We are expecting this zone to be somewhere in towards the west side of the circle itself here. So that means Godka openings are going to be very, very difficult to play. You know, having vehicles is going to be very important. Likitha Esports is really right in the middle, which is fantastic. Mount Everest is pretty much up for grabs, but I'm really surprised that Los Hermanos is going to be playing around the quarry area alongside where Meta NINZA is. For those of you who do not know, Meta NINZA is the old 4 Miracle Esports.
Yeah. And I'm
the same ones that almost snatched the trophy of BMPS 2025 against RENX TMG. That was just very, very unfortunate for them. But, you know, I'm looking forward to see how the runner-ups are doing here this time, because this is their second attempt of potentially representing the country for the Global Championships.
And this time it seems like they're much well prepared. Dragon OP, I think it's going to be his third stint as an IGL. He's matured himself as a player. He's still that devastating of an assaulter that he always was. But now with better teammates around him, I think he will be able to figure out what exactly will his team want. For now though, ladies and gentlemen, we move on towards the regions of Rizoko, where you can see our favorites, Team Orangutan, Aru, and the rest of his boys, WizGod, AKOP, as well as Atanki. This has been a lineup that has been so consistent lately, especially after Aru took over the realms of things. I see it seems like Orangutan, they're always so consistent. They find their ways inside the circle. They always find a way to just let these two assaulters, AKOP and WizGod, just let loose. Well, and now it just feels like they will have to avoid those initial skirmishes, find a way inside the circle, maybe will get the chicken in the first place itself.
I think it's not that bad coming from Orangutan, if you put it that way. Like, I like you putting in a lot of analysis into this, but it is still very, very slow. It's first circle, it's a pretty standard circle. Like, each and every single team that has played for the past few months, especially looking at this circle, they have somewhat of experience on how to deal with it here. But here's the plot twist here. The difference here now is that 8-bit this time, a champion coming from BGMI this year, losing out S-Power in BMPS, but this time returning into the fray here. Do you think this is their time to shine again?
I hope so, man. I just really hope so. S-Power has been one of those players who's actually been jumping around quite a lot. But then I understand that, because I think, you know, coming in from a sports background, I've seen a lot of these players, they do it. It is their tendency, especially the ones who are so good. S-Power, I believe he's one of the top assaulters in the country, and when you are in demand, there will be a lot of IGLs who are looking after you. Potentially Somraj, he's always had his best performance under Somraj, so why not return back to its home team? So 8-bit looking really strong, but will they be able to deliver in this tournament will be a big question.
I actually have a lot of expectations towards the championship lineup of BGI as coming into this game here, especially this time, right? Like, everybody has been hoping, especially when it comes to emotions-wise, during the BMPS 2025, everybody was like, oh, there can only be one team that represents for the GCs and etc. Yada yada. It was a tough pill to swallow. If you think about it, right? Now, we're on second attempt again. I think nobody wants to miss out. Everybody's pretty serious so far. And it's interesting to report to you guys as well. Things are not just tense in-game, it is tense outside as well. Like, especially when the upper brackets came in. Because everybody here that came over to the Tesseract Arena for low brackets, day one was like, oh, you know, it's a little unfamiliar. You know, people are having a little bit of fun. Day 2, day 3.
Yeah.
Day 4, by the end of day 4, we saw a couple of sad faces. Well, at least 12 teams worth of sad faces. But when the upper brackets came in, this morning itself, things were very, very tense. Very, very tense. Everybody was very quiet, you know, everybody was very focused. Nobody is spilling any, what's that word again? Salty? Masala.
Masala.
Yeah.
I think the intensity of the lobby is different. The aura is different.
Usually I've got the insider news all the time, but this is the first time I've got absolutely nothing.
I think the players have actually done a very good job in actually hiding all the information this time. I think they understand all these casters. They're just coming in as farmers. They get in all the information and just walk away and yap all of that on broadcast. So they're like, nah, we're not giving them any this time. But you talk about this team, FS Esports. Back in the day, they were NoNx, and they were also very close to actually winning BMPS this time. Roman and the rest of his boys, Levi, Lovish, Godex. What are your thoughts about this team? Levi being the MVP, of course.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how FSC was going to be delivering this time here. Can they make that consistent run here is going to be my biggest question. But here is another question as well here. Genesis Esports, now they're bringing in Viper as their 5th player, but now playing as a starting 4. So this is going to be a very, very interesting as well. When it comes to their roster as well. Genesis Esports, a team with a lot of firepower potential. Will they be able to make some sort of play is going to be the question. But now, talking about first strike here, I think he gets the first one, and that is going to be FS that loses one player. The Godx, pretty much the first one to get taken out of the game.
Mid-rotation clash, Team Orangutan looking to scout on these opportunities that they come by. Vehicles left, right and center. AKOP in the helm of all of these fights. He wants to connect all these shots, but majority of them are going to miss. But they still get that one finish point. I think he will scour about, but Aru needs to find a safe haven for Orangutan and the rest of the players.
Oh boy, sprays continues. Orangutan finds another one as well. AKOP finds the connection. Shube pretty much done and dusted just like that. Orangutan finds a couple of very, very nice stragglers here. Reckoning Esports will also pay the price by losing one player. And just like that, 2 very, very quick finishes and points in the hands of Orangutan. It seems like they are definitely a top contender for a reason.
Absolutely. And this is something which I like about Orangutan. The fact that they can adapt on the fly is their biggest boon. This man never really takes a lot of stress, but look at this Team FS Esports in the midst of God's Omen. Being completely surrounded. Roman, I don't think he has a lot of ideas. Shots being taken, both of these vehicles being tanking those damages. Elusive from the back lines. It was a great attempt, to be honest.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very tricky situation, but what was that? Hello, hello? You blink it and you miss it just like that, Levi? An MVP just falls like that.
I think he's lost his gyroscope over there. He's lost control over his gyroscope, just looking up and down. But nonetheless, he did not lose control of the spray over there. That shot on Levi was
He sprayed
brilliant.
it so hard to a point that the gyroscope broke, man. That was a sick spray. That was just unexpected there. Seems like Levi will be taken out, but at the same time, God's Omen also going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here, a little bit of predicament. As we do expect a couple of company being joining in as well as K9 looking to try and get a couple confirmations themselves. Max is going to be confirmed. Justin comes in, snaps the finish points, and he will back out instead. So we are seeing a lot of hit and runs around the map of Gatka as well, considering the zone is slowly shifting in that vicinity. So open fields hunting is going to be up for grabs in every single pinnacle point of direction.
You know, the traverse from the western to the eastern part of the map has always been problematic for all of these teams. But look at this fight going on here. It is Team K9 Esports who just won a recently concluded tournament. Beast being in beast form right now, finds connection over there. But it seems like 40 yards, they are being broken open. Beast gets taken down. Not just one player who survives. It's going to be Slug. Wants to escape from this fight so that he keeps his teammates and his teammates' hopes alive. And it seems like he will manage to successfully do that. But what a fight it was. 40 yards. Don't really expect him to win in a 4v4 against K9, but well done, boys.
Nice defense coming from 40-yard official, but at the same time, K9. This is not a great start for K9 Esports at all. Not a fantastic start. This is a team that has had high performances, I would say high finish performances, especially in the early stages of tournaments. And also recently lifting a trophy in an unofficial as well. For them to actually be starting things off like that, that is not a great sign for them. But fortunately for them, nobody's going to be eliminated. So, you know, they can still kind of take things slow. Being in the top 12 is where we want to be for better seeding. That is going to be in the semifinals. Bottom 12 means you are going to be playing in the quarterfinals against the top 12 that qualified yesterday from the lower brackets. But all things considered here, let's test the waters for a little bit here. We do see OG in the map having a very decent spread on the east side. Aru going to be playing in the east quadrant on a couple of compounds themselves. So they are going to try and choke the east side of the map to try and farm off some finishes. That is going to be standard OG practices. But in smack middle, they do have MG. And that is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation there.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what they're thinking about playing the middle control. But FS Esports, not a great start as well. Lovish and Roman, and now even Roman, he's taking some serious heavy fire.
The reverse gear isn't really working out.
Oh
The
no,
vehicle has been smoked off. Genesis Esports on the prowl right now. Viper, of course. Look at the smile on the face. Yes, that man never really smiles when he comes inside of the game. He's a demon.
yeah, venomous as well. But all things considered as well, Hunter's pretty much down. Viper does not want to let go of the pressure there. Lovish and Roman, no choice but to hunker down inside those compounds here. Has to play pretend, makeshift play pretend that there is a 4-man squad inside, despite being only 2 men and only 1 vehicle. Because they just lost Roman's vehicle here. Meanwhile, Chopstick Subers here, we do have this thing going up against Marcos Gaming. Jared got first to get knocked, but they have to play defense. NINZA not in great position at all. They need to pick Beard Baba up, but the nades are coming in from MG. They found Reaper, K9, Slug. Where did that nade come from? Slug! He goes in, cleans them all out. K9 plays spoilers here. The last man standing goes in, takes the fight, and here comes another one as well. And that is gonna be BotArmyEsports joining the fray. 8-bit also coming in. Marcos Gaming coming in for a couple of shots in. It is just absolute pandemonium.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a feather in our ears do make sense. And the sense is that we will have to begin with this game yet again. Don't really worry, because this is just the start of the upper brackets. And if your favorite team just got eliminated, if you were a fan of K9 Esports, you've got something to be happy about, because they will live to fight another day. This is a tale that has to be said, IC. I see. I look at IC and I know what this man is feeling, because he was into the game. He was already inside that fight. But it's understandably so. These things do happen, man.
Well, all things considered here, we have a very, very important announcement to tell you guys, and that is the game has been officially rehosted. That's you know, it makes a lot of sense, right? The moment we saw that very, very insane spray to a point that it broke his gyroscope.
So I was very skeptical about the situation. I was like, why is he looking up and down? So there can only be 2 options, right? Either his gyroscope just absolutely broke, which is very
unlikely.
Unlikely, right? Because the devices that we're playing on is absolutely top-notch. So that is not going to happen. The other thing is there will be network issues, and we did get the same message. I was like, all right, fine, we're going to fix it up, and we're going to rehost this game.
I saw a couple of indications already, but come on.
You want to ignore that, really, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, see some really good games. You know, suddenly I saw 8-bit crashing on towards MG. I was like, sorry, whoa, everybody just went hoo-ha. I think that's the reason why they just wanted to close up the game as quickly as they can and just remake the game. Yeah.
Understandably so, but we did get an idea of where exactly the teams are going to be positioning. And one thing is for certain, we talked about OG being top contenders. They're playing like the top contenders.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure there is going to be a lot of intense discussions as well.
What do you mean by intense?
Well, intense angers as well.
Angers.
Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna leave it at there. I'm just gonna leave it at there. Considering the fact that there has been a lot of well, you know what? We'll keep the masala to ourselves. You know, we will tell you guys later.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah,
are you sure you want to leave our viewers hanging?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we will have to fix all our issues and come back. And I guess you guys will have to wait a little bit longer. But don't really worry, because we will come back with the game of Erangel just after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
तो अभी मेरे साथ मौजूद है ट्रूरइपर स्पोर्ट्स के अक्षु मैं आपको असॉल्टर बोलूँ या आईजीएल?
अभी तो आईजीएल ही बोल दो, आईजीएलिंग ही कर रहा हूँ मैं फिलहाल के लिए।
तो अब हम ये मान के चले कि क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में भी आप आईजीएलिंग करेंगे?
हाँ, मैं तो आईजीएलिंग ही करूँगा।
पर ये इतना बड़ा रोल चेंज क्यों? क्योंकि लास्ट डे कुछ ही पॉइंट्स आपको चाहिए थे, बट स्टिल ऐसा कंसिडरेबल पॉइंट्स थे। लास्ट मैच तक बातचीत को लेकर के जाना पड़ा। रणवीर जैसे इतने एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल को बिठा के, आप जिन्होंने कभी पहले किसी मेजर टूर्नामेंट में आईजीएलिंग नहीं की है, ये इतना बड़ा गैम्बल क्यों खेला गया?
क्योंकि वो थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं था अपने आईजीएलिंग के लेके, तो हमने सोचा कि हम 4 असॉल्टर खेल लेते, डोमिनेट करके खेलेंगे। तो हमारा प्लान ये था कि हम 4 खेलेंगे फिर तो हमारे बेटर रिजल्ट मिल सकते हैं।
और वो बेटर रिजल्ट आए भी, आप क्वार्टर फाइनल तक पहुंच भी चुके हैं। बट वो लास्ट मैच के बारे में कुछ बताओ यार, क्योंकि टॉय टवेलियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स यूजुअली हम देखते नहीं कि इतना ज़्यादा ट्रिगर कंट्रोल दिखाते हैं, लेकिन लास्ट मैच में हमने देखा कि जब तक वो पहला प्लेसमेंट का पॉइंट नहीं आया, कोई फाइट नहीं ली, सिर्फ आराम आराम से खेल रहे थे। क्या चल रहा था उस टाइम टीम में?
मैच हमने तो सोचा था कि मतलब रिस्क नहीं लेंगे वाले मैच में, तो हमने सेफली जाना समझा बेटर है। तो हम गए, आराम से जोन वन लिया, और फिर जैसे ही पता चला हम क्वालिफाइड हो सकते हैं तो हमने सोचा कि चलो अच्छी बात है।
और उस मैच में क्वालिफाई होने के लिए आपको सिर्फ एक ही पॉइंट की आवश्यकता थी। आपके जो कंपटीशन में टीम थी वो थोड़ा पहले एलिमिनेट हो गई थी, वो पता था आपने फिनिश स्पीड, वो पता था
में हम पढ़ रहे थे, इसलिए अपन सेफ खेल के आराम से जोन वन लेके खेले।
पर अक्षु यार देखो, बहुत सिंपल सी बात है, क्वार्टर फाइनल्स इज ऑन द लाइन, ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप का स्लॉट इज ऑन द लाइन। रणवीर के बिना क्या आप कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी आर्चरिंग को लेकर के कि आप अपनी टीम को पहुंचा सकते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक?
मैं अकेला नहीं, मेरी पूरी टीम ही कॉन्फिडेंट है कि मेरे अंडर सब खेलेंगे अच्छे से।
बिल्कुल, पर लेकिन अब क्वार्टर फाइनल कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी बताइए, क्योंकि अभी इतना बड़ा रोल चेंज, आपको लगता है कि ये एक ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज है कि अगले 4 दिन का ऑफ आपको मिल रहा है?
हाँ, जो भी है स्ट्रेटेजी वगैरह वो हमें कोच वगैरह सिखा देंगे, तो हम उस हिसाब से उनके प्लान के हिसाब से स्टिक करके खेलेंगे।
चलिए बिल्कुल, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल।
जरूर स्टार्ट हुआ था, लेकिन उसे एक बार फिर से हम रीहोस्ट करने वाले हैं। बट कुछ ना कुछ हिंट तो मिल चुका है उन ड्रॉप को लेके, उन रोटेशन को लेके। अब थोड़ा ज्यादा केयरफुल हमें होता हुआ देखने को मिलेगा मेटा निंजा और K9 स्पेशली।
या बहुत ही सारी अलग अलग चीजें हुई हैं, जितना भी छोटा सा मैच यहाँ पे हुआ, बट सच बात तो यही है कि इनमें से कुछ भी काउंट नहीं होगा। और अब जो अगला मैच शुरू होगा दोबारा से एरांगल का, उसमें मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत कुछ अलग भी देखने को मिल सकता है। सबसे पहली बात कि प्लेन पाथ अलग होने वाला है, ड्रॉप लोकेशंस में भी इतने ज्यादा चेंजेस ना हो, बट अर्ली फाइट्स को अवॉइड करना एक बेहतर ऑप्शन रहेगा टीम्स के लिए। बट एक तरह से ये भी सोच सकते हैं ना रावण कि यहाँ पे ना किसी को खतरा नहीं है, आप बाहर नहीं हो सकते। डोंट यू थिंक ज्यादा रिस्क भी ले सकती है टीम्स यहाँ पे?
मैंने देखा है इस तरीके के मैचेस जहाँ पे उन्हें वो दूसरा मौका मिलता है। वो डर जरूर यहाँ पे, जैसा आपने बताया, नहीं रहता है, लेकिन वो फायदा आपको ज्यादा यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है, जिसमें आप अगर यहाँ से सीधा जंप करेंगे सेमीफाइनल में, कोशिश तो यही रहने वाली है, क्योंकि अगर आप क्वार्टर फाइनल की तरफ गए तो फिर बातचीत उस एलिमिनेशन की तरफ जा सकती है। तो बेहतर यही है कि डोमिनेशन दिखाइए और जितना जल्दी आप उस कट ऑफ को क्रॉस करिए, क्योंकि एक क्लियर पिक्चर है, लगभग 9500 आप ये नंबर को क्रॉस करिए और इत्मीनान से बाकी के मैचेस एंजॉय करिए, ड्रॉप क्लैश करिए, बाकी के लिए वो मुश्किलें खड़ी करिए। लेकिन वो जी हमारे आंखों के सामने बातचीत चल रही है उस पहले मैच से पहले, और चलेंगे। लेकिन देखिए एक लकी चार्म है, जब से लेके साथ चलते हैं कि मजेदार परफॉर्मेंस जाता है इनका।
देखिए लकी चार्म्स जो टीम्स रख रही है ना, उनको फायदा भी हो रहा है। आप वशिष्ठ ई-स्पोर्ट्स को देखिए, उन्होंने ऐसे 5 टैंक बना के रखे हुए थे वहां पे, वो भी काफी क्रेजी था। नेबुला ने भी यहाँ पे एक लकी चार्म अपना रखा हुआ था, और ओरांगुटान के पास भी लकी चार्म है। मेरे को लगता है अब सारी टीम्स को ना कुछ प्लशीज लेके आना चाहिए और रखने चाहिए लकी चार्म के रूप में, बट उसके पीछे कोई मीनिंग भी होना चाहिए। गॉड्स रेन मीनवाइल शुरुआत अच्छी हुई थी इनकी भी, देखना चाहूंगा क्या वैसे ही लय पकड़ पाएंगे, क्योंकि मोमेंटम, वो फॉर्म बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, नियो का योगदान इस टीम में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। बट डेल्टा पीजी, जस्टिन, नियो, एवरीवन इज रेडी। उनके साथ में उनके कप्तान डेस्ट्रो, द डिस्ट्रॉयर, द ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट जिनको बोलते हैं, बट काफी लंबा समय होगा, अब तो ट्रॉफी चाहिए इनको भी।
वो भूख तो जरूर बढ़ चुकी होगी, और इस बार ट्रॉफी के साथ साथ और भी बहुत कुछ है, तो उसके लिए भी बातचीत जरूर हो रही होगी। लेकिन 8 बिट सोमराज ने अपने हेयर स्टाइल को बदला। स्पीरो, कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
देखिए मेरे को तो बहुत अच्छा लगा उनका ये नया जो स्टाइल है। आप साइड से भी दिखा रहे हैं, आपको स्पेशली दिखा रहे हैं, साइड प्रोफाइल भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पे कि कैसे वो लग रहे हैं, खुश लग रहे हैं। एक सबसे बढ़िया चीज़ है कि खुश लग रहे हैं वो काफ़ी। इस पावर भी उनके साथ, एक्वानॉक्स को देख के काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है। इंजरी के बाद, सर्जरी के बाद वो वापसी कर रहे हैं, एंड ये भी ना एक टेस्ट होता है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए। वहीं दूसरी तरफ प्लेयर्स हर कोई बस तैयार है, मैच में एंट्री करना चाहते हैं। कुछ टेबल टेनिस के मैचेस भी हम खेल रहे थे इन सारे प्लेयर्स के साथ। गॉड्स ओमन सच में बेहतर प्रदर्शन की अपेक्षा लेके आए हैं वो इस मुकाबले में,
और शुरुआत भी उसी तरीके से वो करना चाहेंगे। बट यहाँ देखिए जेनेसिस, जैप काफी अच्छे फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं। न्यू एडिशन भी हमें देखने को मिला है, हंटर, इनको तो कोई इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत है नहीं। जब ये चलना स्टार्ट करते हैं तो मुश्किलें खड़ी करके जाए अपोनेंट में। साथ ही साथ ग्रेविटी अभी बिल्कुल एक ध्यान मुद्रा में, उन्हें पता है कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस है, स्टार्टिंग में ही जितने पॉइंट्स निकाल ले उतना बेहतर। बट इस टीम के लिए मैं थोड़ा ज्यादा चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। नॉनएक्स रिसेंट कुछ इवेंट में कोई भी नहीं प्रिडिक्ट कर रहा था, कोई भी नहीं मान रहा था कि उस टॉप 5 उस पोडियम के आसपास भी आ पाएंगे, बट आखिर के दिन में जो इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया गया, वो जो जंप लिया गया था नॉनएक्स की तरफ से, मैं बस पहले मैच के लिए इसलिए भी एक्साइटेड हूँ बहुत ज़्यादा कि नॉनएक्स का क्या वही रूप स्टार्टिंग से हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है या मिड गेम पे देखने को मिलेगा, वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा। बट यंग खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल एक्साइटेड।
जी हाँ, एक्साइटेड हैं, शुभ को मौका मिला है और कुछ ही समय पहले इनका आगमन हुआ है इस टीम में। The honest is everyone is ready and रेकनिंग की अगर बात करें, एक पूरी तरह से नई लुक टीम के साथ ही आई है। इट्स लुकिंग लाइक अ टीम जिनके अंदर कैपेबिलिटी बहुत है, बट अगर आप सच में देखें तो इन प्लेयर्स को अपने आप को प्रूव करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज पिछले कुछ टूर्नामेंट से इन प्लेयर्स का खुद का इंडिविजुअल फॉर्म इतना अच्छा नहीं चल रहा जिसको गलत साबित करना पड़ेगा। और वहीं अगर आप रेकनिंग को जेनेसिस से कंपेयर करें तो जेनेसिस ज्यादा रेकनिंग लग रही है रेकनिंग से भी, तो ये भी एक बदलाव देखने को मिलता है। बट 4GR जी-गॉड के आने के साथ ये टीम और बेहतर बनती गई है। इनका प्रदर्शन भी काफी अच्छा हालिया में हुए एक थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट के अंदर, लेकिन ये एक असली टेस्ट है जी-गॉड का भी और 4TR का भी।
जी हाँ, इनका एडिशन भी बड़े प्यारे तरीके से उत्कर्ष को हटाया गया और उसकी जगह जी-गॉड की एंट्री हुई और इन्होंने अच्छे तरीके से वो स्टार्ट दिलाया अपनी टीम को। बट यहाँ पे एक्चुअल टेस्ट जैसा आपने बताया, एफएस भी अच्छे तरीके से तैयार है और देखिए लास्ट टाइम इनके आंखों में हमने वो आंसू देखा था, इस बार वो ना हो इसके लिए पहले मैच से ही वो डोमिनेंस रखे, क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेशन रोमन बहुत ज्यादा है इनसे।
देखिए रोमन लैंड पर जब आते हैं बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, बट इट्स नॉट अबाउट रोमन अलोन, राइट? उनकी पूरी टीम के साथ वो कैसा करेंगे उस पर सब कुछ निर्भर करता है। लीवाई वो एक प्लेयर हैं जिन्होंने BMPS के अंदर लाजवाब प्रदर्शन करा था। मैं देखना चाहूंगा कि ऑफिशियल में वैसा ही कुछ रेप्लिकेट वो यहाँ पे कर पाएंगे। आप प्लेयर्स को देखिए, प्रैक्टिस उनकी देखिए, ग्राइंड उनका देखिए, रिएक्शन स्पीड, हर कुछ मैटर करता है। एंड आई कैन ऑलरेडी सी दैट प्लेयर्स आर रेडी। कई प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी जो गेम के अंदर जा चुके हैं, लॉबी में वो लॉबी के अंदर की प्रैक्टिस चालू कर चुके हैं। इधर आप K9 को देखिए, स्लग एक ऐसा खिलाड़ी जो हमेशा तैयार रहता है फाइट्स के लिए, एक ऐसी टीम जिनको लड़ना बहुत पसंद है और मस्ती तो चलती रहती है यार, क्या बात है रावण।
लेकिन इनके तरफ कोई मस्ती नहीं, बिल्कुल सीरियस। द हम्बल आइजल ओमेगा स्टार्टिंग से चाहेंगे कि अपने मैच में वो स्टार्ट रखे और बिल्कुल अंत तक जाए। रिसेंट आप देखिए एक इवेंट जीते भी हैं, ट्रॉफी वहाँ से ज़रूर जीते, खुश, मोटिवेशन सब कुछ लेके इस बड़ी स्टेज में आए कि उसे एक बार फिर से दोहरा के जा पाए। और इसकी शुरुआत बहुत जल्दी होने वाली है क्योंकि पहला मुकाबला एक बार फिर से स्टार्ट होने वाला है। एक बार फिर से उस फ्लाइट पाथ को देखेंगे, देखने वाली बात रहेगी K9 डोमिनेट करेंगे या कोई और, ये तो वक्त ही बताया गया। बट सीधा फिलहाल चलते हैं कास्टर्स की तरफ क्योंकि पहला मुकाबला एरांगल पूरे तरीके से तैयार है।
Well. We have our analysis coming in from Rawan as well as Spiro, give you guys some very insights here. But guess what I found out? Guess what I found out?
What did you?
Z-God is also playing in 4TR official.
My man is Internet Explorer, ladies and gentlemen. He's still way back in 2007. Nonetheless, I see it's still fine. Let's see if 4TR can actually perform in this one. Los Hermanos. I love this team, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
It's packed with a lot of muscle. I just hope they can actually pack that same punch inside of the game as well.
Yeah, I love his swag as well, considering that this is going to be a very interesting game here. But let's see. Only time will tell because this is one of the most stacked lobbies here in the bracket in the entire country. So, one of the best are gathered here. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game.
Well, for the second time in a row, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying high on the map of Erangel, and this time the Big Bird, it's going up in a different direction. At least it starts off from near Lipovka or somewhere towards Mansion, and it kind of heads to our final destination, a military base. This is going to be an interesting flight path because it is so deviated away from the map. I just guessed the circle lands on the opposite end of it, just causing a lot of problems for all our players. Icy, what are your thoughts on the flight path, man? This is interesting.
You know, for all things considered, it's still, well, I would say at least we know that there is not a lot of drop clashes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We gave you guys a little bit snippet as well with the rehost, but now, hopefully things are going to be for the better. This time, nothing super crazy is going to be happening here. All things considered, I feel like Meta NINZA, definitely one of those teams that is going to be very happy that they do get a little bit of a saving grace. Same goes for Marcos Gaming as well. Same goes for K9. K9 is the biggest. Got to be the happiest of them all.
I think the bounce on K9 was brilliant, but nonetheless, it does not really matter. They are in front of our screens.
Slug literally just sent Meta NINZA back to the lobby just now.
Yeah.
Man. That was just, oof, wow.
with the pump action shotgun, but look at this right now. Out in the middle of nowhere, Omega once again. It seems like a little bit of risk was there with Likitha Esports, but he manages to escape. And very surprisingly, Likitha Esports, they don't chase him with the buggy. Instead, they run away.
Yeah, they just don't want to waste time, I guess. They don't have guns and everything. Which makes a lot of sense here. Omega did not have one as well, but, you know, they might be close by to a couple of teammates there, so it makes a lot of sense why they just don't want to take those unnecessary risks.
When it comes to warfare, does it really matter if you have guns or if you have roses? All it matters is you just have the fighting spirit.
That sounds like that sounds like it came out of a song from Eye of a Tiger, but at the same time, I know it's not that. It's Guns N' Roses, but that is... I don't know if... I don't know, man. Like, if Johnny was here, he could get a better reference.
Yeah, but it's fine. Look at the circle now. It is completely centered around Rozhok. You've got regions of Severny, Stolber, shooting range. Majority of the northern periphery is going to be included, which means that teams who have dropped in near Stolber, that is going to be Likitha Esports, they will quite easily rotate inside. But now look at this, Genesis Esports. Wait a second, this is not what we expected. Right off the get-go, they chased down Marcus Gaming and Gyrocall has been brought down. Genesis Esports, they are looking for blood and they are getting it already, I see.
That is very, very quick takedown. So Genesis Esports definitely showing no mercy as well. They're definitely playing towards their strengths here. We've got one of the most mechanically gifted players inside this team, and they are gonna abuse it. And just like that, they find one very quick, easy finish. But at the same time, this circle, they have to be very quick as well, knowing for a fact that this circle is still a little bit unpredictable. Is this gonna be a Northern Hemisphere circle, or is this gonna be a Rozhok school circle? Question here, but Genesis Esports, oh, Hunters finds once more, and that's gonna be Wizard getting taken down here, just like that. Marcos Gaming, they lose 2 right off the bat here.
What a wraparound coming in from Genesis Esports. I see this is something which is completely unexpected from them, but they did this twice in a row, to be honest. In the first game as well, we saw Genesis Esports just absolutely chasing down the opposition. Now they've got Marcos Gaming in their clutches, and then they're not gonna let them pass by, to be honest. 2 players, they know they've got the information of where exactly they are. Just need to isolate these players. Stone BGMI all by himself, just on the ground. I feel bad for that lad, to be honest. Noddy does have the UMP on himself as well, as slowly and steadily Genesis and their players do crawl up. A little bit of pump action shotgun is required. Needs to connect those shots in the first attempt, but if he fails to do so, I guess he's going to be a casket any moment. Nicely, what are your thoughts? Do you see a clutch coming through?
Yeah, it might happen, but it's going to be very difficult as well. If it's a shot, if it's an S12K, maybe. DBS, maybe as well, but with that, I highly doubt so as well. He's got to make it every single shot count as well. You see the pixel, he needs that angle, he finds one. It might be impossible as well. No, he needs the second one to try and equalize the scores here. Couple nades has been there, he's going for the reset. Can he climb over to try and punish Zap here? But there's just so many people. He's gonna go for the wraparound. He goes for a flank again, but no, he doesn't find the angle. He's just playing with him, this cheeky little angle, but eventually Zap clips him from the corners as well. Stone BGMI pushes up! Stone BGMI, the savior! Marcos Gaming says, Genesis, you guys have messed up big time!
This is insanity! Ladies and gentlemen, that was parkour move and a half in between Stone BGMI and his teammate Noddy. They just pulled off a partnership that is absolutely brilliant right now. Viper has been left stranded, and Genesis Esports had no idea what they were doing way back. Though, have a look at this. There is Team Reckoning Esports on the prowl, and they might actually come in to try and scour those finishes. But for Viper, I think this is the moment he can outshine. No, from the backlines. He gets cleaned up. Kaliuk from NoNx. They feast on those finishes. Genesis Esports get eliminated from being the most aggressive to almost being the quickest to send back to the lobby. But it seems like a third party arrives in NoNx this time. They want to chime on those finishes against Marcos, and I don't think Marcos can defend yet another fight.
Oh no, not a great start here for Genesis Esports. Oh, what a clutch from Stone, and now NoNx Esports looking to reap the rewards here. Formerly known as the old TWOV, now they themselves are getting shot from afar. Los Hermanos are poking them as well. They have every single team is here a little bit too early. What are they doing here so early? It's only stage 1 of the zone, guys. My, oh my.
This is the aura of the upper brackets, I see. And there's something which I absolutely love. The thirst for blood, the quench to actually seek revenge and to try and get yourself to the top. This is what representing your country means to them. This time, Los Hermanos from the backlines, of course. They've been trying to inflict damage on NoNx. They have failed considerably, but that also allows Marcos Gaming a little bit of time to try and keep themselves alive. Can they escape from that fight is my question, because I don't think they have any chance at battle against NoNx.
Yeah, even NoNx as well. Their third party was perfect, but after losing Viper because of this, everything is at a stalemate just because of Los Hermanos' poking strategy. And just like that, everybody's just afraid to move right now, and there's nothing much they can do. Look at this, they're pretty hurt. Kanha's got a level 1 helmet who's almost one-shotted. Almost one-shottable, just because of the fact that it's almost broken. And once that's happened, he's pretty much done for. So they need to find a way to restock as well. It's going to be very, very difficult. And Marcos Gaming is in a situation where we're surrounded. We want to move, but we just can't do anything. This is the most awkward situations they are going to be.
Yeah.
And it's going to hurt them for the end game. 100%.
It's almost like a deadlock, I see. You can't escape it.
Yeah, Los Hermanos has just done them dirty this time. They're in a situation where anxiety, fear, it's all creeping up on them slowly but surely, and it's costing them so much time, and there's nothing much they can do about it.
On the other side, team 8-bit.
Oh, Shadow,
Oh,
what is
wait,
this?
what? He actually pushes up for Los Hermanos. It seems like they are in for the party. They're in for the fight. Nades being cooked up right up front. There is going to be a little bit of ricochet happening. None of this action will lead to a knock. But Los Hermanos, are they disengaging from this fight? No way, they're actually...
There's no reason to engage, man. You've done the job. You know,
they still need those points, do they?
They need points, but it's still stage 1.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. This is warfare, I see. It does not matter if it's stage 1 or stage 5.
All right.
They're still going to go about it.
Yeah, but stage 1 zone pretty much revealing that it is going to shift on towards Rozok, so that means they have to get the heck out of there. Meanwhile, NoNx, they are still inside the zone, but they still do not have a lot of information on towards where Los Hermanos were. But as you can see on the horizon, the clips of the map as well, a lot of teams has already completely dodged the fight itself. Everybody is heading towards Rozok, while NoNx is still stuck in that question mark where, guys, are there people looking at us or not? Well, too bad. They have been completely cycled from this fight.
In the midst of everything, I see Marcos Gaming Stone BGMI is still alive on that compound. He's not moving a muscle. He's not making any sound cues. He's still alive over there without a single hinge of it. But nonetheless, we'll move on further. Likitha Esports in front of our screens. And Inferno, this is going to be an interesting fight because at Rozok, there are multiple teams that are surrounding him. Look at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen. 4 teams, 4 colors at least. You've got Team 8-bit, you've got, if I'm not mistaken, Team FS Esports as well, and a couple of other names. They can be anyone, but a lot of threat definitely for the likes of Likitha Esports, Meta NINZA as well, on towards the left-hand side of things. Water City has also been contested. Every single small little compound has been occupied, and they're already fighting for it. This is the intensity that I was talking about. Look at this, not a single inch of space being given away, see.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of what Meta NINZA is doing, but at the same time, they want to get control of the western breach here just to minimize rotations here. Expecting if the circle shifts north or south, they are going to be A-okay, but as of yet, NoNx, they are going to resume their fight with their original plan to try and clean out MG. Just because everybody has left, that means they're finally being able to strike. But that also means they are going to be late to the next phase of zone. But here he comes. Nodi finds the angles as well. He's trying to make no steps here to try and catch them off guard. And it seems like they still think it's kind of safe, but just for safety connection here, they are going to check this with those nades. Guess what? Knock in Stone BGMI all by himself.
That was not a good plan, to be honest, to try and not move and not make noise. Of course, information had been passed that you guys were there, but of course you couldn't really do anything much. Marcos Gaming, they bite the dust, but that is completely fine. 3 points, that is what they've scoured out. Viper has been taking down NoNx. They still managed to actually come out with a positive trade, but now look at this. This is a very awkward fight.
okay.
A little bit of collisions going on here and there. K9 Esports, they are on the prowl. Meanwhile, the defenses have actually been broken down. Reckoning Esports. This is the youngster who is actually breaking things open. Shooting bullets. Slug has been brought down. This man is not stopping. And of course, the vehicle crashes. Otherwise, I believe it would have been K9 who would have actually gate crashed their way out of this map. What a lad, man.
They're still going on the hunt. They're not letting them off the hook as well. They may have been safe just now, but not this time. Here comes the entire force of Reckoning Esports. They take 3 for absolutely nothing. And Slug is the last man standing once again. And this time he's going to try and save Ninja Boy, but I don't think he has what it takes because Flock is pretty much reset the fight. He wants to get those confirmations. And he's going to be on the hunt here. Meanwhile, OG inside rolls off for the longest of time in their home turf so far. Now expecting some sort of resistance as NINZA is going to be coming to have a little bit of greetings for them.
Look at the positioning of Orangutan and their players. AKOP and WizGod in opposite territories. Nades coming in from either side. This is beautiful stuff.
What
from
the
nade? AKOP gets 2. In fact, 3 of the players, it seems like, have been knocked out. Beard Baba still trying to bring back the ruins of his fallen comrades, but it's not going to be easy as Reaper also dies out. And Team Orangutan, they aren't stopping. AKOP isn't stopping either. He knows he's got those nades up. He just needs to place them right on the money. Just one player left alive. The shotgun is locked and loaded, and WizGod never really misses, does he?
What a tactical finish coming from Orangutan as well. Well-placed position to sandwich them in between the houses. Drops all those nades, gets those connection, gets 4 easy frags just like that. Meanwhile, EVOX is going to be taking the water tower themselves to get some sort of high ground, but they are met with some sort of resistance here. They have to go in for those resets for this fight. Meanwhile, Orangutan, they've heard all these commotions, but it's still not their time yet. All they have to do is just wait things out. Circle does not... Well, they are still inside the zone, but there is a lot of enemies around them for now. They do have to play this a little bit safer for now.
They will have to. They don't have an option, but right up front, they've got BMSD Esports. And one of their players were actually knocked out. Look at that up top on the Rozok Hill, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Team EVOX, who are also not in a very safe territory, to be honest. BMWI, it's been a long time we've seen this man be at the top. Now currently surrounding himself with smoke and haze so that he can cloud his presence, but it's not really working out as of yet.
Oh boy, a lot of things are happening across the map as well. Even God's Reign, they themselves have been lying low. I'm very surprised that God's Reign is playing very passively this game. They have been looking for position points instead of going for on those hunts. But look at the widespread they have. They have a 2-1-1 split around school and the eastern side of school as well. They know for a fact that everywhere from the southeast corner is kind of clear, so that gives them a lot of information to work with. While Reckoning Esports, they've hunted down K9. They've got 3 finish points, but they don't have a lot of space to push in. They need to find a way to get inside the zone, and now this next zone shift is going to push. Oh, it is going to be pushed in towards the outskirts of Rozok. So Rozok still in play. We are going to be seeing some sort of urban warfare here. And on screen, we do see Dion going for a couple of sprays. Unfortunately, he could not find those connections.
I'm yet to understand what is this Reckoning Esports. It seems like they're extremely thirsty for blood. They're going after every single team that there exists around them. And the surprising part is Shub is just absolutely destroying people around him, which is brilliant. But now, this was a fight which was long awaited. Ladies and gentlemen, Los Hermanos versus NoNx at this point. Nades being activated. Levi this time trying to connect a couple of those ones. Anonymous inside of the compound. NoNx still managed to survive, but there is no support coming in from Kana. As nades do come chiming in. The horse arrives as well, but it seems like he's going to knock himself. That is devastating. That is not happening. That is not how you're going down. But at least from the backlines, Kana does deliver a little bit of a blow as Los Hermanos, they do not survive this Battlegrounds Kate. I see it seems like through this cloud of smoke, there will be difficulty in finding out where exactly your target is. But if Anonymous Now, if he would have actually been able to maneuver around that smoke, find those players individually, could have actually been a 1v4, but that was too difficult of a task.
Yeah, great defense coming from Los Hermanos as well. Misplays coming from Kalioji was immediately capitalized as well. Shadow tried his best to actually trade a couple players themselves, but eventually there's only so much he can do. So Los Hermanos doing a fantastic job. They still hold on to their compound. They will be the conquerors of the East-Fort now. And as you can see on screen here, we do have 40R official. 4-man healthy, sees Dion out and open as well. A couple of nades being dropped over. Dion forced to reposition, but the zone is slowly moving in. He needs to get out. Iron of God continues to throw a couple of nades through as well. Dion dropping down pretty low. Might bleed out the zone here as Dion patches himself up in the midst of the smoke. Iron of God just making sure that he does not get out of this alive. Seems like he finally removes himself. Here comes the spray, but he will lose that trade. So Iron of God gets a very, very easy pick here. As he disengages from this fight, Dion is done for.
40Rs absolutely being predators of the lobby, scavenging the entire northern fringe of the circle itself, not letting these outliers live. Scouring finishes after another. This time, one of their targets was Bot Army. A couple of those players have been chopped off into their Z-God. This man spots out those players from the distance on towards Rozok. It was a pretty long distance engagement, but a shot's being taken against FS Esports. Majority of them will not connect, but where do they go from here on is the main question, because they will have to cross on that river. And I see, we know as a matter of fact how occupied Rozok is. It is not going to be an easy task to cross on such a big water body.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. Next circle shift is going to decide as well whether or not are we going to see an urban warfare or are we going to see an open fields here. But like it or not, as of now, 8-bit, they do have control of this northern section of Rozok. It's great to control teams on the north side, but aside from that, as you see, 4TR is pretty much in a predicament just because Equinox is just keeping them in bay. And even FS is able to clean out BotArmyEsports, which is great. But EVOX X on top of those mountains there, they will be the biggest threat in this next phase of the zone. Every single team will have their eyes on towards them, and the circle shifts in towards Rozok. So that means EVOX X is having a fantastic time in this game.
So far, so good, to be honest. I really want to find out if Team Orangutan can actually hold on to their position, and how do they deal with the threat that has been posed by EVOX so far.
Yeah, and so far they have been laying low for quite some time. But Slug, oh no, I was just about to say, how did Slug survive? And a very, very well placed nade from Vizgard will get the confirmations here. That is some insane spatial awareness.
Exactly what I was trying to say. Like, how do Team Orangutan always figure out what those players are? You saw the nades coming in against that previous team right from two different angles. That was brilliant.
Vizgard, that is some insane spatial awareness. That is insane.
Well, talk about insane. Team Orangutan, they are holding a very big stronghold right now. Aru looking to actually prevent these teams from actually rotating in a lovely position from this lad, but he's going to let that man slide away. Levi is, of course, going to find that knock. Morty has been brought down. 4TR already struggling to cross on over, and this is exactly what I was talking about, IC.
Boy, God's Rain finally makes their entry point, but they are getting shut down by God's Omen here from Stool. And Neo will be the first to fall. Justin also next to one as well here. Delta also being shut down as Kalan from the side of Los Hermanos stops them at his bay. They just could not find an entry point at all. God's Rain losing every single fight here. And only Destro remains. He's nowhere near inside the zone. Going left, being shot. Going right, being shot. There's just no room for God's Rain to enter now.
And that will happen because, of course, all of these late entrants, they do not have any space to live. All the ones who are rotating early have captured positions and territories and real estate inside of Rozok, and they're the only ones who've been alive and kicking. You look at FS Esports, doing phenomenally well. All four players standing tall, holding on to those compounds right at the edge of that Rozok territory. Now will, or rather might be able to spot those players from 40R. From the distance, as soon as these players do decide to drop off. Did Uzi from Red Dot isn't really going to reach that
I feel bad for Levi. Like, he can see all these angles, but the Uzi is not doing a lot of effective damage, right? Like, he's tapping 2-3 bullets just to... Okay, never mind.
He actually gets it!
Okay, bro, I'm sorry. I take that back. I take that back.
That man is BMPS MVP. How dare you doubt him, Icy? That is brilliantly done. But can he confirm those finishes is the question. But he there's something that actually bothers him from the backlines. I think he spotted Aru as well, who might just have been knocked. Roman trying to go up, scouring a couple of loots and the boxes, it seems like has put himself in a very massive disadvantage.
The comms from Levi was just doubting him as well. Because of this, now Roman has went to check it just to keep him in peace and mind. But now he's put in a position where things are going to get a little bit awkward as well. Fortunately for them, Aru, who's on the other side, was actually taken down from the zone here, so they are going to be A-okay. They need to find some time to actually reset themselves here coming from FS Esports. They are going to be A-okay. But now the question here is, where will this next circle shift here? Because everyone is expecting it was Rosal, but no, it is going to shift outside of Rosal, in between schools here. And again, OG has full control of the southern Rosal region, and EVOX X on top of the mountain is still the biggest threat out of everybody inside his zone.
You know, watch the transfers of all these teams coming in from the northern fringe of the circle. That is what I'm waiting for. Orangutan will be able to gatekeep every single one of them. Likitha Esports, they currently left unharmed, but FS Esports, they are feeling the brunt of it, because from the backlines, it is going to be Los Hermanos constantly peppering in those bullets. They've got 7 eliminations already, and they've been doing it for a while now, I see. They're not letting the other teams breathe. Meanwhile, it is going to be Team 8-Bit who are charging in, moving in towards the Rozok Hill, and at top, we know already it is going to be EVOX, but the split is massive, which means there will be thinner defenses. One of those players has been caught up as Power, potential MVP for the tournament. A lot of people, a lot of fans do consider him as the best in the country. Will he be able to deliver?
8-Bit has realized this. They've played this zone before. They know what they need to do as well. They need to shut down EVOX X in order to take this chicken dinner away. And they have to play this very carefully as well. As Power, he's looking for those angles. He needs to get an opening knock. And the moment they get the knock, that is the sound to say we are taking this mountain away here. And as you can see, they're grouping out coming from the east side. They do have a lot of time to work with, but they need to find those openers here. It's going to be very, very difficult here. EVOX X, they're not pressuring the rest of the wall, but 8-Bit is definitely pressuring them here. Meanwhile, OG is still conquering the south side of Rosal. They are going to be expecting some sort of company, but Wizgard and AKOP again, they're just shutting down any sort of resistance here. This is my hometown. This is my way to win. And while this is happening as well, 8-Bit, they ran in towards EVOX.
They ran in towards EVOX, and it seems like they ran in towards a roadblock as well. Somraj is the only one who's been left alive as Radiant and as Power. Both of them are going to fall. Somraj needs to find a way to escape from this fight, because all his teammates are left in the red. They are bleeding. They for sure are going down as well. But EVOX, how long will they be holding this position? How long will they be holding the mountain? Behold, the gods as God's Omen arrive. 3 eliminations already for this ladder. The high ground is in their control, but can they control the circle is the question. As so many teams, they're still yet to enter the circle. I see this is going to be a final fight and a half, and I'm loving it.
Perfect third parties coming from God's Omen as well. They utilize that slight distraction between both 8-Bit and them, EVOX just now, and because of that they were able to snatch the mountain away. But the problem here is as well is that God's Omen does not realize that 8-Bit is also hurt. They just took the mountain, they took the control, but this allows 8-Bit to go in for the reset, and this is, oh my goodness, this might be a blunder for God's Omen, because they do not know that this is a small little kryptonite that eventually will hurt them, because the moment 8-Bit gets those reset, God's Omen will not expect this pounce at all.
And look at this raid coming in from Radiant. This time the nades are cooked up already. You mentioned this perfectly. Team 8-Bit got themselves a little bit of time to actually reset. Now all 4 players are back alive. Who would have thought 3 players were down and out, and still all 4 players, they're strong. This is the PGI's champions that we are talking about, and it's not going to be easy as God's Omen. They're still looking to hold on to that position. They've got the hovercraft as well, but look at that, even OG is trying to climb up, and now this is going to be a triple threat fight. Who do you think is going to win it,
This is just mistakes from God's Omen. They just did not realize that their weak spot was the guys from the west. And now 8-Bit, they're going to snatch it away from them here. Now Lucifer, he's got the hovercraft. He can try and make some sort of play here, but it's going to be very, very difficult here. Max is still down. He needs some sort of backup. He's using the hovercraft as distraction, but there's only so much he can do. But that's it for the Ties and Mountains here. But OG inside Rozok has been just making sure every single team from the north side gets completely shut down. And they're doing a fantastic job. They've got 8 finishes in the back. And teams in the north, only FS and Likitha Esports remain.
OG has been so tactical in their approach, to be honest. It just remains to be seen whether or not they make the climb up top or how do they contest 8-bit or God's Omen. Up front, of course, Shogun is going to find the better of S-Power, knocking him down. Man advantage for God's Omen. Lucifer also trying to set up a flank for himself. The hovercraft is really doing so much damage, doing the distraction, doing the heavy lifting, and this time the pound does come in. Team 8-bit, they are overwhelmed, and in a flash, in a moment, they get wiped off. God's Omen, they hold on to that mountain like absolute gods, and now all that remains to be seen, can they hold on to this map itself? Orangutan, of course, little bit of pixel to give them an opportunity. They're gonna pounce. We saw the shots coming through, but from the back lines, here comes FS Esports, and they want to seize the opportunity. Nades do come flying in as they do not connect, but they're making a statement here, and the statement is that we want the high ground.
Oh my goodness, like the moment they heard commotions, they are looking to try and take them away. God's Omen has no choice but to concede the high ground, and now they have to play defense instead, while OG is still, well, giving a little bit of soft pressure to the guys in mountains here, but they still need to clean out everybody from the Rosal vicinity here. So each team has their own objectives and agendas before they close out the game. But FS Esports definitely wants the chicken dinner in this game as well. They've been playing so carefully for the longest time, and now Smoker, he gets scouted out. WizGod knows he's there. He's going to look for those confirmations. And they come through, and that's it. OG gets 9 finishes, and now we are down towards the final 4 team in this first game of the upper brackets. What am I watching here?
Do we have any calculations on how many grenade eliminations Orangutan have been having in this match itself? Because I don't think it's...
I think it's 5. Minimum of 5.
Minimum 5. I think it's way more than that, but then we'll actually do the calculation. We'll do the math later on. But Orangutan, 4 players are not yet alive, but with 3, they have been absolutely causing devastation inside of this circle. And look at that, the explosive bow.
Okay.
Now he wants to actually pull up a souk here. Will he be able to connect those shots is the question. As God's Omen, they are being picked and peppered.
You know, this is... like... The bow has been there for quite some time, and this is the first time I've seen it being used until this late stage of the game.
I mean,
like, I know who you're referring to,
yeah,
you know, I know who you're referring to, but, you know, that's a different scene, man.
It's a funny tactic, to be honest, to actually use.
No, it works. It's perfect. It's perfect.
I find it very funny, to be honest, but now look at this. Another
nade.
Another
Okay,
nade.
that's 6.
And I think majority of them have been coming in from WizGod as well. This guy is an absolute genius. He knows where exactly the players are stationed. Somebody just check his device, but he's still playing on land. How do I even question him? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't question Orangutan. 10 eliminations on board already, but the question remains, who gets the chicken dinner in this one as a top 3 being Orangutan, God's Omen, and FS Esports? And I believe FS, their positioning has to be the best out of all. I see. What do you think?
Yeah, this is going to be great, but at the same time, it's this 3-way stalemate. It's going to be very, very difficult here. FS Esports, their biggest threat is currently God's Omen, and OG's biggest threat is both of them, for sure. So the only way OG wins this is that both of them actually do not focus on OG, and then they find a way to actually push in. But while this is happening, you can see from Roman's perspective, they're making sure that OG does not get those kind of opportunities here. So you can see FS, they're very aware of trying to make sure that the other 2 teams do not pit themselves against them. And they are trying to set them up in a way where it is advantageous for them, but based on how the terrain loadout is, God's Omen has no choice but to push FS.
What an improvement coming in from Shogun, setting himself up for success. Nades after nades as the artillery strikes, the clouds explode, ladies and gentlemen, as FS Esports, for them, everything seems to be falling apart. Levi, the MVP, wants to switch things up, finds a confirmation against Max, but he's gonna fall as well. FS Esports, it seems like slowly but surely, they are losing their ground as Roman is still alive, but can he hold on to the hopes? But all of these fight, it allows Team Orangutan to actually step up, and look at those nades coming through. WizGod still finds 2 connection. This man is an absolute animal, especially in this map of Erangel. Roman barely surviving by a sliver of HP, but still gets those knocks. He finds the finishes as well, and now he is moving in further. Last moment, and Orangutan wins that fight. God's Omen. Wow, what a fight it was. What an attempt from Roman.
Now it's going to be a 3 versus 3 here. They are trying to pick up Max as well. AKOP needs to land those nades. OG finally found the opening to push up, but it's all up to AKOP. Oh no, they have actually lost 2 as well. This is going to be a 2 versus 3 now, but AKOP finds the knock on towards Max. Again, he finds the confirmation, 2 versus 3. They're grouping up close here. Nice! Nice frag coming in from OG, looking for a second, but AKOP, he misses the shot, could not close out the game, and it's up to God's Omen that takes the chicken dinner. OG so close yet so far, but it's gotta be God's Omen that takes the first game here of the upper brackets of BMSD 2025. I did not expect this. This has gotta be the best game out of all 5 days so far. I'm sorry, lower brackets, but that is the game.
That was a game, to be honest. I loved it. And you know what? I don't feel bad for any team because this was an attempt and a half from FS. This was an attempt and a half from Orangutan. This was such a beautiful attempt from God's Omen as well. You saw that attempt from Roman. That man was surviving, and I guess what 1 HP. He still got 2 knocks over there, flipped around. I almost thought he's gonna clutch out the entirety of the team.
This is the upper brackets for a reason.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the lightweights, but this is where you're talking about the heavyweights playing against each other for positions. My, oh my, that was not what I was expecting at all.
Whew, I love it. Finally, we are getting some action that we always wanted to. But wait a second. Let's hold on to our horses for a minute. We saw so many nade finishes coming in from Orangutan, WizGod. Do we have any count on that?
Okay,
I think
so
that was at least
I
6.
think the MVP should be either AKOP or WizGod, but that's gonna be very, very close. But if we talk about overall best gameplay so far, FS did really well. God's Omen did really well. OG did really well as well.
8-bit tried their best.
8-bit did pretty okay. Like
Yeah.
their formation is great, but I don't think they've gotten enough points in the game.
I don't think they were, I mean, they of course were playing it for the points, but they were not successful in getting those points. I feel like that reset was lovely coming in from 8-bit, but after that, the moves that actually followed after that reset did not really make any sense. But credit has to be given to God's Omen for the way they held on to that position for a while. I feel like they've been holding on to that mountain since forever, and the way they have been controlling it piece by piece, it's been brilliant. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, since the game was so sweaty, we'll have to watch the replay once again and watch how everything turns out. Beast, absolute destruction over there. Levi did try his best, but WizGod and his nade placements have been just so good. I feel bad for FS Esports for just being in front of Orangutan in this day.
Yeah, FS was just playing out absolutely out of their mind, right? This is the old NoNx that we remember them off here as well. Onliners or not, they are ready to play. This is a team that you do not want to mess around with, man. But God's Omen, a little bit of a surprise factor for me here because this is not the old God's Omen that we kind of expected as well here. Considering how, well, the old God's Omen is kind of a mixture of now the Marcos Gaming in particular, but Marcos Gaming got kind of messed up a little bit here, but you know what? With that game here, I'm curious to see what the host thinks about as he have a little bit chat here with the players on stage.
तो उसमें भी हैशटैग मतलब जो फर्स्ट मैच था उसमें भी चिकन निकाला था पर वही है फर्स्ट गेम हमारा लक फेवर करता है थोड़ा सा मतलब हम एच टू एच खेले फिर कोई भी गेम मतलब कोई भी फाइट्स थ्रो नहीं की एकदम प्रॉपर एग्जीक्यूट किया फिर चिकन आया
ये फाइट्स की एग्जीक्यूशन पे जाते हैं किंग ऑफ द हिल सिचुएशन फेस कर रहे थे वो रोज ऑक हिल के ऊपर प्रेशर आया 8-बिट से एफएस से एंड में ओजी ये एक बारी ब्रेक डाउन दो
मतलब पहले तो ऐसा था कि हम लोग पीछे खेलेंगे थोड़ा सा करके फिर जैसे ही 8-बिट का ओपनिंग मैंने नॉक निकाल दिया ऊपर आया था स्मोक के अंदर मार दिया मैंने तो फिर उनको वाइप कर दिया सीधा जाके फिर लास्ट में वही था एफएस था और एक ओजी था उनको भी मार दिया फिर बस लास्ट फाइट पे चलता है नेड आया एक बंदा आई थिंक ब्लू से नॉक हुआ था हाँ एक ब्लू जोन से नॉक हो गया तो हील हो गया आया था जस्ट पता नहीं मेरे को इतना फोकस नहीं किया था फिर लास्ट मेरा 1v2 बचा था ओजी के साथ फिर मार दिया
लास्ट 1v2 इट वाज इंटेंस आपने एक बड़ा चंक लूज किया अपनी एचपी का उसके बाद जो स्पैम हुए पीछे से कॉल्स आते हैं ऐसे टाइम पे टीममेट्स के या सब छोड़ देते हैं कि भाई देख ले
कि मेरे को ऐसा था कि उस टाइम प्रेशर बनाओ वाला कॉल आ रहा था तो मैं स्पेल के लिए फिर सीधा घुस गया फिर वही था बस
और आपके पुराने भाई बंधु जो है वो बिल्कुल बाजू में बैठे हैं उनको कुछ बोलोगे
उनका तो पता नहीं क्या ही बोले उनके बारे में
गुड लक बोल
गुड लक ऑल द बेस्ट
चलो गुड विन कमिंग फ्रॉम गॉड्स ओमन the gods that are turning into a bad omen for everyone else right now but that was game number 1 congratulations boys and well with that हम लोग चलेंगे एक छोटे से ब्रेक की तरफ ब्रेक के बाद वापस आएंगे with match number 2 Miramar don't go anywhere
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
Could not have asked for a more explosive start, ladies and gentlemen. What a beginning to the upper brackets did we have at KIE BMSD 2025. My name is Salty. Joining alongside with me is going to be Maisie on the analyst desk. But that first map of Erangel, I want to know your thoughts, because I did not expect Omen to hold on to that Rozok Hill for a while. Beautifully done. FS Esports played really well. And also, last question, how many nade finishes did VSGOD get in that game?
देखिए नेट फिनिशेस तो बहुत बढ़िया रहे और उसके साथ साथ जो स्मोक्स का यूज किया गया है वो भी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था। और सबसे बढ़िया मुझे बात ये लगी Omen की कि 8 बिट को एलिमिनेट करने के बाद वो थोड़े टाइम के लिए डाउन रेंज पर चले गए, पेशेंस के साथ खेला, इत्मीनान से इंतजार किया है और उसके बाद वो वापस एफएस के ऊपर चार्ज करने के लिए आए। वो सबसे बढ़िया बात रही थी। पर हमारी ऑडियंस वो बिल्कुल इंतजार ना करें, क्योंकि गेम के अंदर अगर आप जाते हैं और 10 यूसी में ये जो खूबसूरत सेट है अगर आप इसे निकालना चाहते हैं तो आपको मिल सकता है। बस आपका लक अगर आपका साथ देगा तो 10 यूसी में आप ये सेट अपना कर सकते हैं।
देखिए luck, of course, will it be in your favor or no? It is definitely a big question, but one thing is for certain. One of the teams out there, they are trying to be really courageous. I'm talking about Team 8-bit over there. We almost felt when Somraj was the only person alive, the rest of his 3 players were knocked out. We did not really think that they're going to be surviving, but they got themselves a reset. All 4 players came back, but nothing really worked in their favor. A little bit of winner-winner chicken in their stats in front of us. Omen in front of us. A lot of finishes in their favor, especially Beast with 6. What are your thoughts, Maisie?
देखिए 20 अच्छे फिनिशेस लेकर गए, वो तो बहुत कमाल की बात है। पर मैं शोगन को देख रहा था, क्योंकि जब 8 बिट के साथ फाइट हो रही थी तो शोगन थे वो जो गाड़ी लेकर आए, दूर से पहला नॉक भी उन्होंने ही दिया था। फिर मैक्स थे वहां पर संभालने के लिए। हालांकि एंड में उनको मौका नहीं मिला कि कुछ कर पाते, क्योंकि जोन से वो प्लेयर डैमेज लेकर डाउन हो गया। पर बीस्ट हैं जो एमवीपी बनेंगे 6 फिनिशेस के साथ। टॉप 5 की तरफ चलते हैं, वहां पर बाकी जो 4 प्लेयर हैं उनको देखेंगे। AKOP उन्होंने तो रोजॉक में बिल्कुल धमाल मचा दिया, 5 फिनिशेस 1002 का डैमेज डील किया है। विस्गॉड ग्रेनेड के साथ भी बढ़िया फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं, वेपन के साथ भी बढ़िया फ्रैग्स आए, 5 के साथ 787 का और लिवाए हैं। देखिए BMPS के MVP हैं और यहाँ MVP ना बने थोड़ा अधूरा सा लगता है।
Definitely, it does feel half-hearted, but ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the point standings. And right up top, of course, it is going to be Omen. A brilliant start to their upper bracket journey. 12 finishes, 10 position points, 22 points in total. Beautifully done by OG as well. 18 points for them. FS Esports with 14. Los Hermanos. Surprisingly, I think they were the ones who were staying in the backlines, but they still have 11 total points, 7 eliminations. It's not bad at all. RGE 5 points. We move on to the next page. 4TR, BotArmy, Marcos Gaming, Genesis. All of these teams were the ones who were trying to be aggressive early on, but just got extremely wiped out.
मैं गॉड्स रेन को देख रहा हूँ। इतना सर्वाइवल करने के बाद आप सोचिए उसी प्लेस से Omen को हमने इतना ऊपर जाते हुए देखा, 22.2 लेकर गए। पर गॉड्स रेन ये सर्वाइवल जो गेम खेला उसका ज्यादा फायदा नहीं मिला। शून्य पर वो गए, K9 वो सबसे पहले भिड़ गए। और रेकनिंग को आप सोचिए ना कि इतना सब कुछ करके वो 5 जो फिनिश था वो लेकर गए, पर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको नहीं मिला। पर ठीक है, एक अच्छा शुरुआत। और वो जो एवरेज की हम बात कर रहे हैं कि 5 या 6 पॉइंट का अगर आप एवरेज लेकर चलते हैं तो भी 12 मैचेस में आप थोड़ा करीब जा तो सकते हैं। अभी हमने 93 का कट ऑफ देखा है लोअर ब्रैकेट में, एंड अपर ब्रैकेट में मैं मानता हूं कि थोड़ा सा कम हो सकता है वो कट ऑफ।
I think it is going to be a little more cutthroat. I agree with you because we saw the middle pack from the lower brackets being really well, जिसकी वजह से cut off थोड़ा high हो गया. But you know, if you talk about a little bit about what happened in this game once again, I want to bring back your attention to what happened with NoNx Esports, because right up front they were fighting against the lads. I believe it was Marcos Gaming. Stone BGMI pulled off some amazing parkour moves, and then Naughty was the one who was actually outside the window, and Stone BGMI came in from the back. Is like, hi, hello, what's up? And beautifully done. But do you think for NoNx Esports all that early game aggression is not paying off?
देखिए वो करने का तरीका उनका सही था, बस उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि नॉडी वहां पर लेज पर बिल्कुल बैठे होंगे। कोई भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करता, क्योंकि थोड़ी देर पहले ही उन्होंने पैरों की आवाज सुनी थी कि भाई वही जो इलाका है उधर ही तो वो प्लेयर छुपा हुआ है। वो ऊपर गए, उनको लगा कि वो शायद कूद के बाहर चले गए होंगे, पर नहीं, वो लेज पर चिपके पड़े हुए थे। वो जो पहला नॉक निकाला नॉडी ने, वहां से सिचुएशन थोड़ी सी पलट गई। रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट होने वाला था, अगर मैं गलत जरूरत नहीं, तो शायद एक आध सेकंड का समय बचा होगा वो रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट होने में। नॉडी दूसरे एंगल से वो पीक करके आ गए और वहां पर वो रिवाइवल छूट गया। तो सॉरी क्या हो
मुझे मजा आ रहा है, मुझे गेम देख में इतना एक्साइट हो चुका हूं ना वो गेम देख के, एंड स्पेशली वो मूव देख के आई वाज लाइक वेरी हैप्पी कि ऐसी चीजें होनी चाहिए और ज्यादा।
मुझे अचानक से लगा मैंने कुछ बढ़िया सा जोक मार दिया जो मुझे खुद समझ में नहीं आया।
बढ़िया जोक आप नहीं मारते।
देखिए पर सॉल्टी मैं ये जरूर कह सकता हूँ कि नॉडी ने अपनी टीम को बचाया है। सुपरमैन और बाकी सारे जो प्लेयर हैं, इनफैक्ट स्टोन बीजीएमआई जो वहां पर थे, वो बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गए। पंप शॉटगन, हमेशा हम S12 के और डीबीएस की बात करते हैं, आज हमने पंप शॉटगन को भी काम करते हुए देख लिया।
देखिए पंप शॉटगन का एक और इस्तेमाल हमने देखा था, बट खैर वो तो छोड़िए। विथ द फर्स्ट गेम आउट ऑफ द ग्लांस ऑलरेडी, आई फील लाइक नेक्स्ट अप द मैप ऑफ मिरामार देयर विल बी मल्टीपल टीम्स लुकिंग टू कम बैक। वी सॉ गुड glimpses coming in from Reckoning Esports as well, especially the spray downs coming in from Shub from the vehicle itself. I thought that that team had a lot of potential, especially after the departure of both Hunters as well as Viper, but I still think this team can actually do wonders.
100% उसमें शुभ हैं जो कि बहुत ज्यादा यंग खिलाड़ी हैं, और जब भी हम यंग प्लेयर को देखते हैं तो उनके मूवमेंट बहुत फास्ट होते हैं, रिफ्लेक्सेस उनके बहुत फास्ट होते हैं। जेविन है जो बहुत समय से टीम का अब हिस्सा बन चुके हैं, डियोनिसिस को हमने देखा बहुत समय से वो टीम का हिस्सा है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता रेकनिंग के लिए उतना कुछ खास इशू होने वाला है, क्योंकि फाइट तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से जीती थी। पर अभी भी वो डिसीजन मेकिंग में आप थोड़ी बात कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जोन के बाहर रुक कर वो फाइट लेने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। वहां पर हमने बॉट आर्मी को देखा कि वो गेट कीप करके बस इंतजार कर रहे थे कि ब्रिज से किसी को क्रॉस नहीं होने देना, उस चक्कर में वो भी नहीं बच पाए। टीम रेकनिंग उनका भी वो जो सफर था वो आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया, पर हाँ उसका फायदा एलएचएस को बहुत ज्यादा मिला है। उसका फायदा आप कह सकते हैं कि लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स को थोड़ा बहुत मिला है। 4TR उन्होंने भी कोशिश करी थी,
4TR ने भी यूज किया था अपना जो गेट कीपिंग स्ट्रेटजी है, बट वन ऑफ दोस प्लेयर्स आई वांट टू एक्चुअली टॉक अबाउट हैज टू बी आरू, बिकॉज यू टॉक्ड अबाउट हाउ टीम्स वर ट्राइंग टू stop all of the teams coming in from the northern hemisphere through that Rozok bridge. Aru positioned himself really well while the rest of the three players were playing beautifully. AKOP and Vizgot have been amazing. I feel like Orangutan, they're just keeping up the form that they always had at the start of the year and potentially one of the top contenders for yet another tournament once again.
जहाँ पर ये वो फाइट थी जिसके बारे में अभी हमने इतनी चर्चाएं करी। क्या खूबसूरत नॉक्स निकाले गए थे, हंटर्स ने ही वो 2 नॉक्स निकाले थे, पर ये नॉडी ने पूरा खेल जो था ना वो खराब कर दिया। और यहाँ पर स्टोन बीजेमआई ने पहला शॉट अपना मिस किया था, पर उसके बाद दूसरा शॉट उन्होंने मिस नहीं किया, और जैप वो तो खैर काफी ज्यादा दूर थे। यहाँ पर मुझे समझ नहीं आया, K9 की गाड़ी खड़ी हुई थी और रेकनिंग ने पीछे से टक्कर मारी उस गाड़ी के ऊपर, और वहां फिर वो गाड़ी आगे चली गई और रेकनिंग के जो प्लेयर्स थे उनको मौका मिला कि वो एलिमिनेट कर पाते। पर लिवाई ने उजी का भी बढ़िया इस्तेमाल किया है, पर मैं एविल के स्प्रेस की बात कर रहा था इंजीनियर से। क्या प्रिसाइज एम उनका है, एक्यूरेसी बहुत कमाल की है, कंट्रोल बहुत बढ़िया है। बस गॉड के ग्रेनेड्स हमने आज के दिन पे शानदार चलते हुए देखे, और उसके बाद बीस्ट उन्होंने कहा भाई जब फ्रैग्स मिल ही रहे हैं क्यों ना बटोरा जाए। फिर रोमन थे, जाते जाते एक एक्स्ट्रा फ्रैग दिलाकर गए अपनी टीम को।
This moment, Roman, especially when he actually went in for that 1v2, I almost felt like my voice had cracked, because I was not expecting him to actually flick around the 90 degrees being at 1 HP, but this man was so brilliant. And look at the reaction coming in from OJ, because I almost felt, everybody felt that it was their chicken. But nonetheless, it was a great attempt. What are we looking at? Team Orangutan almost dominating every single match tonight, or do you think there can be some other team, for example like a Los Hermanos?
देखिए सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले दोनों ही टीम का बहुत बढ़िया है, चाहे आप लॉस हर्मानोस की बात करें या फिर ओरांगुटान की बात करें। मैं दोनों को एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं कि आज के दिन पर टॉप 5 एटलीस्ट पहुंच जाएं।
Surely, I think this is exactly where we both have our ideology set. But ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next map of Miramar. Over to you, casters.
Well, the scale has definitely rised up a little bit here for the BMSD 2025 upper brackets here. Things are getting a little bit unexpected here, but every single team is bringing their A game here. My name's ICBB12. Joining with me is going to be Necro. Wow, that is... After seeing game 1, and for a second, I thought that in the upper brackets, Group C is the group of quote-unquote destruction. But this is Group A and B, and that was a land final worthy game.
I mean,
was
did you
watching.
forget 2025? This has been the year of the young bloods. And once again, we kick things off with God's Omen getting that chicken dinner. Who would have thought? A team out of nowhere that comes in, scoops up a chicken dinner, now has a great momentum to play with. God's Omen is doing fantastic in the overall standings. But if you move that conversation now towards a team like OG as well, and in the recent tournaments, OG has been in a top-notch form. Recently crowned as the champion as well in one of the third-party tournaments. OG is definitely looking good too.
Yeah, OG looks really, really strong as well. Like in terms of their tactical positioning as well, the decision making, and how they played the macro gameplay and Rozok was just phenomenal. I really like what I was seeing as well. 8-bit seems like they are struggling a little bit in terms of the decision making, but I do see a little bit of remnants on how this old 8-bit roster is back in action as well. So they are a top contender. I'm hoping that things, you know, didn't hurt their morale overall too bad here, considering that, you know, their rush early on against God's Omen wasn't that great. But aside from that, they made the right calls. They made the right plays. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. Genesis Esports has to get a complete reset of that first game for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. These are some of the names that we had a lot of expectations from, right? Even K9 Esports, we had a lot of expectations from them. K9 Esports have been crowned as the recent third-party tournament champions too. So they've got a red-hot form moving inside of the showdown, and you expect a lot more from them. Game one's done, it's completely fine. K9 Esports can anytime reset and be back in that momentum. But without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the match 2 of the day. Now going to be in the skies, this time on the deserty lands of Miramar, starting all the way from Impala towards the opposite side, which is El Pozo. This plane flat path heavily tilted towards the northern side. If the teams do want to move in towards Valle del Mar or even La Trilera, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
This is going to be a tricky situation as well here. When we talk about Miramar, it's always about all the long-range fights, it's all about those macro decisions as well. But seeing how much macro decisions that has been made in terms of rotation from Game 1 in this particular stack here for Group A and B, I would say, well, undeniably, this is the sweatiest stack in this entire tournament itself, BMSD in general as well. So I want to see how things are going to be looking like, where things are not out of the textbook. So as of now, AB, everybody has done their homework on Erangel, but in Miramar, is it going to be the same? Because right now, can Group B, teams from Group B in particular, can they handle the pressure? Because they've got a very, very, very long day here. And I'm specifically calling out here BotArmyEsports, Los Hermanos, Likitha Esports, 4TR Official, NoNx Esports, God's Omen, Godstrain, and Orangutan. This is a stamina game for them.
True that. Playing all the 6 games in the first day itself is definitely something that might get you caught off guard. But generally speaking, for banners like 4TR, NoNx, God's Omen, they've been put in these type of scenarios over and over again. They're battle tested. They know what exactly they need to do. And for God's Reign, well, no matter what you say, it's less. It's a champion lineup. They know what they need to do to try and surpass the competition without any problems. For OG, they've already kicked things off with a fantastic note, getting solid points on the table. OG's looking pretty comfortable. But so far, looking at this zone, it's quite a standard zone as well. We've got NoNx in this max center, God's Omen right next to the players of NoNx as well. NINZA dropping on towards Montenuevo. And speaking of some of the most sweatiest teams in this lobby, NINZA is going to be one of those. But hold on to that thought. We've got a drop clash off the rip. BotArmyEsports against this one man of God's Omen. And this is going to be a little bit awkward. Lucifer, he's got his hands on the Scorpion and eventually shreds through the man in the front. That's going to be critiqued down from BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, great start here coming from God's Omen. They will be topping the numbers once more here to try and rack up as many points as they can. But that's God's Omen for you. This is a great start for them. Shogun, Max, Beast, as well as Lucifer. And interesting enough, Max, isn't this the same Max that was previously from FS Esports?
He was in Reckoning Esports recently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, left Reckoning Esports, now over here in God's Omen.
No, wasn't he also in FS as well? At one point?
Let's be honest, right? These players have been inside of the pro circuit for such a long time. They keep on switching the banners as well. So yeah,
I like
probably
how
was part of FS Esports as well.
I like how you're being so nice about this.
I mean, hey, there are a lot of players like S-Power as well, but it's just a different thing that S-Power is someone that is there in the limelight.
I do not know how to respond to that.
Just trying to find the perfect combinations that work for you. That's what the players are testing for. But yeah, Max, he used to be part of Reckoning Esports recently. And now over here, he's doing a fantastic job with the players of God's Omen. Speaking of some of the teams that we expect to perform, as I mentioned, as I was having a conversation about the players of NINZA, in my opinion, this is one of the sweatiest teams out there in the lobby. All they do, the moment the stage 2 hits, they just head on towards the center of the zone and just keep on camping towards that compound. That's all they do.
Yeah, we shall see. Previously known as 4Miracle Esports during their BMPS runs, but for now, they are known as Meta NINZA. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here for them here. Before the rehost, things wasn't looking good for them, and after the rehost, things wasn't looking good for them as well. So now in the map of Miramar, hopefully things are for the better. But the goal here for each and all 24 teams here is to get a feel for the environment and get adjusted to. And no one's going to be eliminated, right? So being in the top 12 means you are going to be directly advancing to the semifinals. In the bottom 12 means you have to play through the quarterfinals to fight for a chance in towards the semifinals again. So
Through that.
I would say this kind of reminds me of how BGIS 2025 earlier this year, where OG was able to have like a very smooth sailing all the way to the grand finals, and then just could not snatch the trophy away from 8-bit.
For OG, it's been a completely different story, right? Especially when it comes to the officials. OG always tend to choke, and it's not just about the officials. In general, they have been choking even inside of third-party tournaments. But we've got FS Esports on the screen. And speaking of this tournament, we know in the recent official, this team was also known as NoNx, now completely transferred on towards the players of FS Esports. And this team does have a lot of potential.
Yeah, and now for the current NoNx is the OTWOB, who unfortunately could not qualify yesterday.
And to be honest, this NoNx is also quite deadly. I'm not going to lie.
I agree. I really like this NoNx as well. Always a fan of them.
Yeah, they've got a lot of firepower, and they can inflict a lot of pain and hurt towards the lobby anytime. They're known as the Comeback Kings, by the way.
Well, I was actually happy that they actually made it to a LAN, but they just could not do well, unfortunately. Now, with a LAN environment, hopefully they will adapt to the environment a little bit better. Things will be okay. But K9 Esports now, having a very, very rough start here, especially here in the upper brackets in day 1. Before the rehost, wasn't looking good. After the rehost, wasn't looking good. Now, hopefully they will get their revenge here, because Nodi is dropping down pretty low, but they cannot find their confirmation. That is just unlucky for K9 here, as now Omega, he himself is in a lot of fire.
Yeah, he indeed is. The man's trapped in the upper floor, getting pounced on by the players of Marcos Gaming, the close by. This is going to be a tough fight for Omega to try and overcome. Let's see what he's going to do. At this point in time for Omega, all he can do is just sit down and wait for the cavalry to approach, and that's what happens. K9 Esports, they've got Omega's back. Ninja Boy, Beast, right next to each other, pushing in tandem. But even the utilities from Marcos Gaming, they're going to put a bit of that haul towards the cavalry. Ninja Boy wants to close on up as well. But for K9 Esports, they're just put in such an awkward spot. And Marcos Gaming, they realize the fact that the cavalry's already over here. They just start to back away. They would not want to be part of the fight anymore. Marcos Gaming just wants to find an escape route, but look at Slug. His off angle, that can definitely catch the players of Marcos Gaming off guard.
Yeah, he needs to as well. He definitely needs to actually punish this as well. MG, they're backing out completely. This is the map of San Martin as well, so this is the first major drop clash we've seen in this past 2 games. And K9 versus MG. Seems like both, if they don't wrap this fight quickly enough, things are not going to be looking good as well. Slug does have the buggy. He can look to right and re-rotate to get a different off angle to try and punish this. But now with Ninja Boy picking up a nade, looking to try and clear off those second floor, but there's just no one on the second floor at all.
Yeah, it's not going to find any connection. Omega still in quite a rough spot. K9 Esports in general, they know how to deal with these type of scenarios. And recently they have been quite calculative with every single approach they make inside of the game.
Yeah, I think K9's biggest mistake was just letting MG regroup. And now it's forced themselves in a stalemate where they only have 2 options. Hard commit or just completely retreat here. It seems like Ninja Boy is going to back off. Slug does have a fine off angle here. Slug manages to wrap around this, hoping to try and cut off their exit strategy. As Slug now, well, he's faking a couple of gunshots. Not exactly sure what he's trying to do here.
I'm not exactly sure, too. Slug just taking those random shots. Now he's going to head on towards that building. Probably try and form an off angle, I guess. That's what the game plan is. NoNx, a team with a lot of firepower. Mind you, Los Hermanos, this is another one of those teams with a lot of potential. Their firefights have been immaculate. Colin, especially the main playmaker for this entire team, he has been contributing to quite a bit. Looking at the next zone pop up, it's going to be favoring the players of Likitha Esports and even God's Omen. You've also got NINZA around the centric part. For K9 Esports too, around the off-centric area. It's going to be an interesting battle between K9 Esports and Marcos Gaming when it does actually happen.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very slow game here. Circle is about to close in. It is going to push up onto the north side of San Martin. So for K9 Esports, they have no reason to actually push through. Meanwhile, Orangutan, however, they are going to be rotating in from the southwest corner. They got to be expecting some sort of resistance here. I think iQOO did catch a glimpse on where 4TR is on the sides, but they just aren't exactly sure about how things are going through in all this vicinity. So Orangutan, a team that does have a couple of top contenders here, but on the finish feed, God's Reign, what is going on? NoNx is completely shutting down God's Reign.
Yeah, NoNx on the receiving side of the spectrum. What's going on here? They lost out on one man, completely confirmed, but look at the players of God's Reign, absolutely manhandled. But even NoNx is now getting third-partied. What just happened over here around this fray? Even for a while, I personally thought NoNx is on the receiving end. But then, within a blink of an eye, you see the players of God's Reign getting eliminated from the game. But NoNx now, here comes the third party, and they need to deal with the entirety of EVOX too. This is going to be a tough fight. EVOX, they make it up close and personal. They know NoNx is hurt at all-time low. And EVOX wants to make it. And they just want to make this entire squad of NoNx vanish. 3 players in that same compound. Utilities tossed out as well. Just want to make their lives miserable.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. Beautiful nade from Viper, but a counter nade from BMWI to shut him down. But now NoNx is only up to Kali UG, but another nade comes through from EVOX. It's going to be PMWI. This cleans them all out. NoNx bows out on 15th place alongside with God's Reign on 16th place.
Disgusting stuff from EVOX. PMWI IGL in the past, he used to be the IGL of Rising Inferno. And now over here with his teammate, which is Owen, inside of EVOX. Yeah, the first game was not the ideal start they wanted to have, but still the second game, it's off to a decent start. 3 points in the total tally. It's just a game too, so they can't afford to have such mistakes.
Yeah.
Still the warm-up games, they're getting used to the lobby. But looking at what 8-Bit's doing. Oh, Dionysus is going to be knocked out. This is going to be way worse. But as power, he does find the knock in the confirmation too. 8-Bit solid stuff. The second man as well gets knocked out. As Power's like a turret on top of the mountain, constantly taking those shots, and he's not missing.
Oh, Reckoning Esports, they got so greedy. They thought it was open as well, and just like that, 8-Bit was able to capitalize on this and find not just one, but 2 players of Reckoning Esports here. Just like that, 8-Bit says, hello, points. Thank you very much, Reckoning.
It's been such a slow game in Miramar. Yeah, we did see a squad wipe on towards NoNx and God's Reign, but after that, and even before that, not a lot of fights.
Yeah,
finally, now we do see a few fights as the teams are trying to make a desperate attempt to make it towards a better spot inside of the circle. Likitha Esports, yeah, they're in quite the awkward spot, but they can do better.
Now, I'm surprised Likitha Esports actually let 4TR just completely slide through like that. Like, shots were fired, but no connection so far, and just like that, 4TR is able to make it inside the zone.
But
That's
they
so
unfortunately
awkward.
find themselves against the players of Marcos Gaming.
Oh, another team comes through.
Yep, there we go. 4TR's getting obliterated.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Okay, never mind. Finish feed. Wait, what's happening here? 4TR, they're so split off. 3 guys managed to make it through. INF God is left behind. And the other guy is inside power grids. Oh my goodness, 4TR. This is not a good time to be separated like that right now.
Disconnected. No proper comms between the players. They just wanted to make a mad dash towards a better spot inside of the circle. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan that was, but even Pain is life fades away now.
Oh no.
And now you've just got INF God alive.
Oh no.
One single man can't really do a lot for the entirety of 4TR. And look at K9 Esports. The fight happens once again. Beast, his position's uncompromised. The utility's way too up close and personal. It does chip a lot of damage out, but no knocks yet. Under the nade, tossed on the upper floor. Marcos Gaming looking safe as of now, but they've got no clue where the utilities are coming from. And look at Beast. He's not striking yet. And still the opponent, he's got no clue where Beast was positioned. And that's going to be one free elimination point.
Does Marcos not realize that K9 has left the building, and just like that, they are baiting them inside the house, and just now MG, they have to back off. They need to clean out Beast. They've just lost one player for absolutely nothing. And now K9, they've got them completely bamboozled here.
Yeah, and a man disadvantage, Marcos Gaming is. And as you mentioned, the best possible thing is going to be to back away from this entire fight. But K9 Esports, they've got him surrounded. So let's see what sort of game plan K9 Esports is going to come up with. But once again, in these type of moments, you can really start questioning a team's presence of mind.
Oh my goodness. MG really thought that K9 was inside this house the entire time. But Beast was just waiting outside, keeping tabs on them. So it's just so unfortunate here that MG just got completely outplayed by K9 from that play. But all things considered here, let's take a look at the other spectrum of the map. FS Esports trying to make an entry point here from the north side. The Circle X shifts down towards Picado, the north side of Picado. So that means San Martin is not safe, and they're all outside the zone, and they need to push through in the next phase of the zone right now.
You cannot be around the edges now. And if you're around the edges, you need to be aggressive. Look at OG heading towards Picado. They've realized one thing. The zone's now moving down south, and OG wants to book it towards Picado, get their hands on a decent bit of compounds. At least one chunk of that city.
Oh, MG. Levi's got the dirty angle there as well. FS Esports, they are going to try and third party this here. Massive Nate comes in, connects on Wizard as well. And MG, they're getting completely played by every single team in this lobby here. Gyro got last man standing. FS claims them as well. But can Gyrogod actually pull the play here? FS, they came in for 2 finishes and says, you know what, it's just not worth it to clean them out. They gotta break it in the zone.
They seem miserable. And I'm pretty sure they just want someone to put them out of their misery at this point. First got outplayed by the players of K9 Esports, then you saw FS Esports just collide towards this compound and eliminate 2 more players. It's quite unfortunate for Marcos Gaming to get toyed like this. But now you've also got the players of OG making that pounce against that one last man of 4TR. INF God, he was left out by the remaining 3 players of 4TR, and now he's all by himself. So he takes those first shots, and he's not able to find any sort of connection. The first knock is still found, though. He wants to isolate the duels right towards the staircase. Does get a fresh magazine.
No way, the pen
will be penned to death. WizGod, you evil man!
The pen, like WizGod was already hinting at the whole corridor. He unsheathed his pen, stood there and looked and stared at INF God the moment he heard the reload. WizGod, you are absolutely crazy. You are crazy, WizGod.
These are not normal scrims, man. This is the showdown. A slot for the Global Championships on the line, and you pull these type of shenanigans. Bro. That is disgusting.
Dude,
but you love to see it.
His spatial awareness is just unheard of. Game 1, his nades was just pinpointing every single enemy, and now he's got like, you know what? I know what exactly his HP is. Goes in, walks in, pans him, and gets the finish. I'm like, okay, bro. WizGod, chill, bro. It's the upper brackets.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you know you've got the man advantage and the man's isolated in the corner. Could not do anything, could not even fight back. And WizGod knew he's going for a fresh magazine too. He was going for the reload. So WizGod knew right now is the time. And he struck perfectly well. K9 Esports, even they're going to try to reposition. For K9 Esports, Omen is also going to be a possible threat. But let's see how they deal with them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit of a track record here on how things has kind of settled down here so far. 8-bit also being eliminated from this game. NoNx as well, 4TR official. Genesis also getting taken out rather early here. That is a shocker.
Yeah.
That's
at least the good thing is that 8-bit got 5 finish points before getting eliminated.
Okay.
It's better than nothing, right? In the first game, they had a decent bit of points as well, now getting 5 points too. So 8-bit in the span of first 2 games, not doing too bad. Keeping themselves around the mediocre pack, which is completely fine. K9 Esports, 3 players next to each other. Then you've got Fragger from BotArmyEsports. Man's just tucked in a corner towards this rock. Or the players of BotArmyEsports with just a two-man squad, yeah, they cannot be the alphas anymore. They need to play like the betas.
Really?
Yeah, just a two-man squad. You cannot make a pounce anymore.
Well, fair enough. They have to play this very, very safely as well. But seeing how the circle is as well, it is going to be shifting onto Picado. OG, surprisingly enough, actually makes a clash in towards Picado and gets all zone control of the compounds inside Picado. Surprise enough, not enough teams inside Picado. Gives them free reign.
Los Hermanos, these shots, they're devastating. God's Omen, they start to fall prey. Unfortunate start to this game as Max is now going to be taken care of, and even the second man's taken down pretty low, but he still somehow survives barely on a sliver of HP. IG Los Hermanos, utilities tossed from them in the hopes of finding at least one connection, but those nades are too far away. Not close enough. The man's still looking safe and sound. Los Hermanos lost out on Evil a while ago. Yeah, they cannot be as aggressive, but still they can try and take those long-range fights. And hold on to that thought. FS Esports lost out on Roman. What just happened? Why are they so disconnected? Even Lovish falls down. And K9 Esports is taking advantage of that exact disconnection.
Oh boy. As you can see now on K9 playing on top and high grounds as well, they are the gatekeepers for FS Esports. They need to find a different entry point, but FS, they're stuck. They just cannot just disengage off these vehicles. K9 is going to shred them apart.
Look at Levi, he's so far away.
Yeah, nothing much they can do about this as well. K9, they know for a fact that GodX can't do anything about this. The only thing that Levi can do right now is pretty much hope for a Hail Mary of a nade.
Oh no.
Which in this case, BotArmyEsports has got him completely cornered here. Jumping down, Fragger gets the confirmation. And they will get a point themselves here. FS Esports getting slowly dismantled. Well, never mind that, because they are out of this game.
Well, for BotArmyEsports, they're going to be thankful for these replenishments. They needed the loot.
Yum yum.
And now it's over here. Restacking up on the ammunition and even those utilities. BotArmyEsports, it's going to help them play that survival gameplay much better. But they also need a few more smokes. Just having 2 smoke grenades on the hands of Fragger, it's not going to give you a lot of that cover in the future lights. Let's see what the game plan is. And so far for BotArmyEsports, the only threat is the team right on top, and that's K9 Esports.
Yeah, they have to play this very carefully on how they want to make this next approach as well. Even Los Hermanos themselves are in a little bit of trouble. They're on the outskirts of Picado, but Los Hermanos, they have clear vision on towards K9. One small little bean pops out. We are going to be seeing those zero recoil sprays from across the map, taking them out as well. It's Shadow going to get a couple jabs in, but it's going to be Shubei that gets the first knock true. Yeah. As, oh my goodness, Reckoning Esports also has an angle. K9, they're just getting completely pummeled there.
Yeah, but here's the point, right? Reckoning Esports does not have enough men. It's just one man taking those shots, and soon even he will be dealt with. EVOX now, they step inside of the battlefield as Fragger gets knocked out. BotArmyEsports, they wanted to be brave, but their braveness now has been punished. And Lion, the man's all by himself, pinned underneath this massive cliff. Can't even do anything.
You
If
know,
he moves out, even if he gives his position away, he's instantly going to be eliminated.
You know, normally high grounds are really, really good advantage points here, but from K9's perspective and how the zone is, it's hurt them so badly. Like, disengaging is so difficult just because there are so many angles from, I don't know, Timbuktu or something like that can actually spot them down. And right now, for them to even get down the zone is just a hassle right now for K9 in particular.
To be honest, this seems like an OG game, I'm not going to lie. OG is the only team that's looking extremely peaceful. They've got a massive chunk of Picado, and they're ruling that southern side. Look at the Esports, though, under heavy fire. Oof. And now Viscott's going to be able to thread that needle.
Damn.
Smoker's knocked out. Look at the Esports not looking too good. They need to get the revival on towards the fallen comrade. Smokes are tossed out, so Likitha Esports can easily sneak in that revival. It's all good in the hood for Likitha. But looking at the players of IG Los Hermanos, they've been around the same spot for the longest. There's a few teams nearby them, and one of them is also going to be Likitha Esports themselves. And IG Los Hermanos, they're probably just waiting for the right moment.
Oh boy. Now, speaking of the zone as well, I kind of see where you're going at as well on OG, but there's a huge cluster of teams coming from the west side as well. And K9, also the next team to actually be eliminated from this game, could not make it into the next phase of zone. Just too many angles here.
Look at the camera. Omega, he's furious.
Oh boy.
Not happy with how that game went.
Yeah, you're right. Like, even before the rehost, things just not looking good for K9 at all.
Yeah, 2 games back-to-back. K9 Esports bombing them. But if you look at the overall standings, K9 Esports isn't doing too bad. I mean, yeah, they've only got 7 points in 2 games, I do understand, but it's better than nothing, right? We've seen a lot worse in the lower brackets.
And speaking of which right now, Likitha Esports, this is a banner that I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they, you know,
Oh my God,
do their
that
own
made-
thing again. But now Los Hermanos, also one of the biggest threats in this game, got Omen in a little bit of a surefire here. Shadow going to be getting a couple nades in, but they want to try and clear this out. But seeing how Los Hermanos is playing so far, they're very, very... Okay, what a shot from Shadow through the smoke.
That was disgusting. Finds the skull, finds the dome, and mind you, Los Hermanos as well. Now under heavy fire from the backlines. That's going to be Smoker, who finds the knock and gets the confirmation too. Zyrix done and dusted. Mind you, Los Hermanos, they should have realized that the backlines are compromised. The moment they pushed up, they wanted to shut down the players of God's Omen, but from the back, it was also the players of Likitha Esports constantly punishing them. And mind you, Los Hermanos, now with nowhere left to go, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like for them. Even EVOX taking those shots against BotArmyEsports, and even BotArmyEsports, they've been eliminated from this game.
Seems like the circle is going to force everybody down the mountain as well. Smoker, he's going to...
What was he
Oh
thinking?
no, he thought he got a way down. They need to find a way down as well. The circle is going to force them down. And Smoker, oh, that is just unfortunate there.
No way.
No. Are they going to try?
That's why you need to have a Weekle.
Yeah. I don't think... Well, he technically can't cushion his fall with the second ball. I think he could, maybe.
No, he can't.
Yeah, I
He'll
don't
be
think
knocked.
he can. He's going to be knocked as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so unfortunate here for Likitha Esports. But now Starboy going to be confirmed here by Artenki. Orangutan knows exactly where everybody else is. They are on top of the mountain and nobody is in Picado. And Picado has got so many angles to work with. Everyone is afraid. And the moment they try to get a hard crash down, they are going to get shot by OG right now.
OG's on the verge of getting 2 solid back-to-back games. Look at the Esports right underneath the ridge. They're starting to feel that heat. IG Los Hermanos, 2 players patching themselves up. They've got decent bit of loot as well with them, but look at the Esports. The moment they go for the peak, it's going to be Dragon OP from NINZA who finds that knock. And even constantly, it's the players of OG taking those shots. Look at the Esports. Their life is a living hell. It's an absolute nightmare for God's Omen. Now they need to deal with the players of IG Los Hermanos, and that's another problem God's Omen needs to find a cure to. A few more teams now starting to get attracted towards this chaos as IG Los Hermanos, they find themselves on the advantage as they wipe out the entirety of God's Omen. Second game, God's Omen in a decent bit of spot.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate here for God's Omen. But Los Hermanos, you know, picking a massive game here with 7 finishes in the bag. But let's talk a little bit more on the circle here. NINZA now needs to force out of this cover here. But Haru gets a very, very awkward angle. How did he climb on top of the roof of the stadium? That is disgusting.
You can do it. Just vault the top of the door and get on top of the roof. That's one way to do it. But Haru, the way he's constantly peppering those shots is making the life for Meta NINZA an absolute hell. And even Inferno is spotted in the backlines now. The man just can't go anywhere. Inferno is taking those shots and even those utility dumps against the players of Meta NINZA. But he's not able to find a proper connection. He's just chipping away damage. OG, they push up close and personal. OG, they've got a lot of confidence in the game now. And look at this nade from Artenki. It's disgusting. Already finds the first knockout. The second one's pretty close as well. Meta NINZA, no fighting chance inside of this entire fight as WizGod's already pushed up close and personal. One knock is found. Meta NINZA, they're trying their best to fight back, but OG, they've got the man advantage now. These utilities, they're looking too deadly. A tandem nade's gonna find those 2 pieces quickly. Meta NINZA on the verge of being completely eliminated from the game, and another nade follows up. That's it from NINZA in this game.
What is this pick-off? Wizgod finding another as well. Orangutan, the utility dumps has been spot on. What am I watching? A masterclass performance of a cleanup here. Orangutan just cleaning up everybody in this game. And now it comes down to the final two teams, 3 versus 2 situation. Shadow, Kalan against Aru. Aru, he was picked off outside the stadium. And now it comes down to 2 versus 2. Wizgod gets spotted out by Shadow, but no connection so far.
Mind you, Los Hermanos, these two players, they've managed to do a lot. A decent bit of elimination points and also the second spot inside of the game. I'm not even asking for a win, but even if they do manage to get 2 finishes from OG, that's going to be a solid spot to end things on. They've already found the first knock. They just want to get the confirmation, thread the needle. The man's taken away to his death by the play zone, and Aru will be eliminated from the game. But OG, now with the 2-man squad as well, it's a proper 2v2 fight. OG almost choked things up. And imagine if my Los Hermanos ends up winning this game. It was supposed to be an OG win, but that pounce against NINZA, yes, they got those elimination points, but it was also quite heavy. And it was also quite hefty. And now Wizgod with the shotgun is going to make that pounce. Still, he wants to find at least some sort of chip damage before he actually pushes on. This nade, everything is booked with it. It does find a bit of that chip damage.
What?
And Wizgod up close and personal. He already fights the first strike. Maybe he gets instantly traded out, but still Colin, things under control. I think he's way too far back, and now Colin's gonna have a chance to reset.
Oh no, he's pinging as well. I think he needs to get close up the gap. He cannot allow that reset as well. The nades a little bit short as well. Atenki continues with the push. He doesn't have nades. He's got Molotov. He's got the flashbangs. But as of yet, now Los Hermanos, they will get the reset. Kalad will have to go in for the first gate. Both of them are pretty low. I think he needs to clean them all up now. Shadow's health is full. And here comes the push. He made the mistake. And Los Hermanos will claim the chicken.
Mind you, Los Hermanos, the presence of mind was absolutely insane, but it was OG's game to lose. OG had all the right to win that game. They had all the advantage they could have asked for, but they messed up in the end. That pounce against NINZA did give them the power, but at the cost of their teammates. And that was quite a hefty price that OG was not able to overcome in the future stages. As Mighty Los Hermanos, they secure a clinical game.
Oh my goodness, everything OG has done has been calculated to the dot, except for that one final moment where Wizgod, that was just a little bit of misplay there, but still overall consistent performance coming from OG. Same can be said for Los Hermanos as well. A well-deserved win coming from both these teams here. And it seems like the tables are starting to shift here in these 2 games. Every single team is trying to fight for the top spot now.
True that. And generally speaking for K9 Esports, the previous game was decent, right? Getting 7 points out of that game, it's not a bad one. But knowing the fact that the first game was an absolute abomination for K9 Esports, that's why Omega wasn't really happy. We saw it inside of the face cams as well. Omega was furious. He was not happy the way his team got eliminated.
Now, that was just very awkward to see how things actually happened for K9 as well, because if you think about the current situations of how things have been going here for today itself, right? Yes, 2 games is done and dusted, but think about this, we had 1 rehost, so technically it was 3 games in general. If you take in consideration that 3 games has passed, 1 unofficially, K9 in all 3 games wasn't having a good start at all.
True
so
that.
Things might be a little bit heated now. Hopefully they do calm things down here, but I want to pay attention to, is K9 actually in Group B? No, they're not.
They're in Group A.
They're Group A. So in this next game, if they do pretty okay, they have to reset for tomorrow.
But here's the thing, right? Now the concerns, they start to rise for a few names like NoNx. It's already been 2 games, and we're not really seeing those proper performances from banners like NoNx. And even God's Reign, that's another massive name that's not able to bring up the performance.
Yeah, even God's Reign as well. I was very, very surprised to see God's Reign actually fumbling on their rotations as well. This is something that I wasn't expecting here. But the scale of the competition has definitely stepped up really, really big time here. Especially when it comes to the gameplay here in the upper brackets. But let's take a look at the final blows on the final moments here between OG as well as Los Hermanos. Yeah, Los Hermanos, definitely the moment they got the 2 double resets here, and then just push back. They just won the fight.
It was just the end, pretty much. Los Hermanos knew that the last man from the side of OG is way too far back, and that instantaneous call that was made from IG Los Hermanos to go for that revival was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
They instantly went in, got that rest back up on the player.
Got the
and now
first
they
aid
have
in
the
as
man
well.
advantage as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, they pretty much got the first aid in too. But you know what? Speaking of bad rotations, we also need to talk about 4TR and how that rotation really came through, right? The massive disconnect between the players. INF got all the way back towards Picado while his teammate Pin His Life was all the way towards San Martin, and Pin His Life got picked off as well. Luckily enough for 4TR, they still have one more game to go, so maybe they can try and get things a little bit well for this particular group. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the upcoming map of Sanhok.
देखिए दो मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं और दोनों के दोनों मैचेस में एक टीम सेकंड तो आई, बट अब एक्सपेक्टेशंस ये है कि नंबर 1 पे ये बैठे होंगे बिकॉज़ दे हैव बीन द मोस्ट कंसिस्टेंट सो फार एट द स्टार्ट ऑफ अपर ब्रैकेट मैचेस। लेकिन अब बारी आ चुकी है हमारे एमवीपी के साथ बात करने की। विज़गॉड, congratulations on the epic performance in the first 2 games। ये स्टार्ट के बारे में क्या कहना है अपनी अपर ब्रैकेट मैचेस के?
मतलब स्टार्ट तो बहुत बढ़िया हुई, बट हम दोनों मैचेस में #2 हुआ है, बट चिकन निकाल सकते थे, थोड़ा थ्रो हो गया, बट यस नेक्स्ट मैचेस में ध्यान रखेंगे।
कि कमेंटेटर्स का बोलना था कि #2 थोड़ा आपके ज़्यादा करीब रहता है, बट ये गेम और पहली मैच जो थी वो भी आपकी बहुत ही बेटर गई। इस गेम का एक मोमेंट था, एक इंसान को आपने जिंदा पैन किया, वो कहानी ज़रा आप बताओगे?
मतलब हम लोग पुश कर रहे थे, हम लोग को पता था एक बंदा बचा हुआ है, तो एके ने उसको हेडशॉट दिया, तो उसने बोला कि पैन कर दो पैन कर दो, तो पैन लेके जा रहा था, लेकिन वो थ्रो पे था, बट वो लकीली उस पे लग गया। नो ऑफेंस, बस ऐसी मस्ती के लिए किया।
मस्ती के लिए किया। अब मस्ती मजाक तो चलते रहेगा, बट अपर ब्रैकेट में द मैचेस आर टफर। सीधा सेमीफाइनल्स का स्लॉट आपके पास है। पहले तो गेम्स अच्छे गए हैं काफ़ी, लेकिन ओवरऑल अगर बात करें अगले 4 दिन के लिए गेम प्लान क्या है?
गेम प्लान तो सिंपल है, बस अपने जो मैचेस हमने थ्रो किए वो थ्रो नहीं करना और कंसिस्टेंट रहने का ट्राई करना है। यस
आई मीन अभी तो चलिए थ्रो भी करेंगे तो चलेगा, एज लॉन्ग एज यू कीप सर्वाइविंग एट द टॉप। इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस आपका अच्छा चल रहा है? आर यू स्टिल कम्पीटिंग विद योर ओन टीममेट एकेओ, बिकॉज वो भी बढ़िया खेल रहा है भाई।
यस ऑब्वियसली, वो तो हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से कम्पीट करते आ रहे हैं एक दूसरे से, तो हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिशन है, मजा आता है।
अच्छा, ये दिस वाज माय लास्ट क्वेश्चन, लेकिन आप लोगों की टीम की एक बहुत यूनिक चैंट है जो मेरे को बहुत पसंद है, एंड सिंस यू गाइस हैव डन वेरी वेल इन द फर्स्ट 2 गेम्स, मैं ज्वाइन कर सकता हूं अभी आपको? आर यू रेडी?
3 2 1 हु
जी। Well, thank you so much for that, Wizgod. Good luck for your matches. And ladies and gentlemen, ये तो 2 मैचेस की कहानी थी, एक गेम और बचा है, इसका भी द मैप ऑफ सैनॉक। और उससे पहले हम लोग चलेंगे हमारे एनालिस्ट के पास, जानेंगे कि क्या चाहते हैं वो इन टीम से।
देखिए, हम तो यही चाहते हैं कि जो टीम्स है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा उम्दा खेल करके जाए और सारी टीम्स क्वालिफाई हो जाए। हालांकि वो पॉसिबल है नहीं, 12 ही टीम्स होंगी जो आगे बढ़ेंगी, बट अभी मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं नेक्रो। पिछला मुकाबला बहुत ही ज्यादा अहम था। क्या थॉट्स है आपके वो लास्ट में जो हुआ जाकर के? आपको लगता है कि वो कन्वर्टेबल चिकन डिनर था ओरंगुटन के लिए?
It was their game to lose, straight up. OG was supposed to win that game in the first place. The only reason why they messed that game up is because they made the pounds against Meta NINZA. But if you really look at it on paper, they did not even have a second option either. They made that push, but the prize was too hefty. OG lost out on too many players in that process, and in the final few moments, it was a proper 2v2. Now, the only mistake OG really made is that they should have pushed together against Los Hermanos, but making that little bit of a split did not work out.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन जो बेहतरीन सी चीज़ है वो भी हमारी स्क्रीन पे आप लोग देख सकते हैं। ये एक सूट, अगर आप चाहते हैं कि ये आपका हो तो आपको बस जाना है और सिर्फ 10 यूसी में आप जो अपना स्पिन है वो कर सकते हैं। और अगर आप लकी नफ रहे तो ये जो खूबसूरत सा चमचमाता हुआ सा एक सूट है उसको आप अपना बना सकते हैं। तो जाइए ज़रूर अपना जो लक है वो आजमाइए। बट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट गॉड्स रेन एज वेल। पहला मुकाबला वहाँ पे 0 अंक वो लेके गए, दूसरा मुकाबला सिर्फ 2 पॉइंट। और ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी गॉड्स रेन का हमें ये रन देखने को मिल रहा है। इट हैज़ बीन क्वाइट अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ टाइम जब हमने देखा नहीं है गॉड्स रेन को अपने प्राइम फॉर्म में।
Here's the thing, Ryder. If you've also noticed one pattern inside of the lower brackets, look, I'm not taking any sort of shots against any of the big IGLs, but if you've noticed one thing, all the OG IGLs, they have one thing in common, and they like to play it passive. They would not want to go aggressive in the early game stages, but looking at the way the entire ecosystem is now forming around inside of the circuit, everyone likes to play it aggressive, and if you're the only one that's playing it passive, you will automatically choke for the points.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, दिक्कतें वहाँ पे चल रही है एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि जल्दी ही वो उन प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करे। बट अगर आप बात करें लॉस हर्मानोस की, चिकन डिनर वो लेके गए, 5 फिनिशेस वहाँ पे कालन ने निकाले। ज़ारिक्स की बात करें उनके पास 2 जाएगा, साथ ही साथ शैडो 4 के साथ ईविल वो काफी अर्ली ऑन एलिमिनेट हो गए थे। और ये भी एक काफी अहम बात है कि इतनी अर्ली ऑन एक प्लेयर को गंवाने के बाद भी वो टीम चिकन डिनर लेकर के गई। बट विजगॉड 6 फिनिशेस उनके पास, MVP का रोल वो अदा करते हुए नजर आए। 700 का टोटल डैमेज उन्होंने इन्फ्लिक्ट किया और इस पावर उनके भी स्प्रेज हमें काफी ज्यादा प्रिसाइज देखने को मिले। 4 फिनिशेस 620 के डैमेज। बीस्ट उनके पास भी जाएंगे 3 फिनिशेस 809 का जो टोटल डैमेज है वो इन्फ्लिक्ट किया उन्होंने। बट चलते आगे एक बंदर डालते पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर, जहां पर ओरंगुटान वो काफी ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट अभी के लिए तो देखने में मिल रहा है।
Yeah, for OG, the first 2 games, and they have been the most consistent team. Even for EVOX, right? We've got players like BMWIGL Omen, who used to be part of glorified lineups like Rising Inferno in the past. Then you've also got Likitha Esports getting 7 points. It's not a good performance, but it's decent. K9 Esports, we saw their camps as well, and Omega was quite furious. He was not happy with the way K9 Esports was eliminated in that game. But now we've got the latter half on the board, and this is where the concerning names do begin. Now let's start talking about NoNx. In the recent third-party tournament, NoNx was doing pretty much better, right? But then later on, we saw NoNx once again fumble things up, and now inside of this tournament, we're not seeing that same NoNx anymore.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, चलते अभी लेखा जोखा देखते हैं, ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पे एक बार नजर डालते हैं और वहां पे हम देखेंगे लॉस हर्मानोस को सबसे ऊपर। मुझे लग रहा था शायद ओरंगुटान सबसे ऊपर देखने को मिल जाए, बट जी नहीं, लॉस हर्मानोस वो आपको ऊपर देखने को मिलेंगे। 32 पॉइंट्स उनके पास मौजूद है। ओजी हालांकि सेम नंबर ऑफ पॉइंट्स हमें वहां पर भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं 32, लेकिन वो चिकन डिनर वो डिफरेंस बना करके यहाँ पे जा रहे हैं। गॉड्स ओमन वो आपको तीसरे पोजीशन पे देखने को मिल जाएगी, 27 पॉइंट्स उनके पास भी मौजूद है। लेकिन ये ज्यादा कंसर्निंग नहीं है, ज्यादा कंसर्निंग अब यहाँ पर जो टीम्स है ना वो बन जाती है। जेनेसिस ई स्पोर्ट्स, इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग फायर पावर नेक्रो हमें वहां पर देखने को मिल रहा है, मात्र 2 अंक निकाल पाए 2 मुकाबलों में।
Yeah, for Genesis Esports, for some reason, we're not seeing that firepower being implemented. Now, that's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. Genesis Esports, even though they do have so much firepower, but still we're not seeing them go that proper aggressive way. And that's why maybe Genesis Esports is struggling. The same thing can also be said for God's Reign. On paper, this team does pack a lot of punch, but we're not seeing that proper aggression yet. And let's start talking about another name, and that's going to be 4TR around the block. 4TR, for some reason in that previous game, there was such a massive separation. If you saw that rotation come through, INF God was all the way towards Picado, and Painter's Live was towards San Martin. I don't know what they were doing there.
काफी बड़ा वो स्प्लिट हमें वहां पर देखने को मिला और कोई भी कवर फायर, कोई भी कम्युनिकेशन वहां पे पॉसिबल उतना ज्यादा था नहीं। बट चलिए, ये तो 2 मुकाबलों की बात रही, अब कम बैक करना है तो मैप ऑफ कम बैक की तरफ भी चलेंगे। तो चलते सीधे सैनहॉक की तरफ, लेकिन उससे पहले चलते हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ।
Well, welcome back to the English desk here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Salty as we take you through the commentaries for today itself. And now, Group A and B, things are getting very, very spicy here. OG, very, very consistent run so far in 2 games, but now it comes down to Sanhok, where it's not going to be all about macro. It's not something that you can control within your hands here.
Yeah, I think since you mentioned spicy, I think Sanhok brings a lot of masala with it, and I love it, to be honest. This lobby has shown us what intensity feels like, and I think if it's a map of Sanhok, that intensity is going to be doubled.
Well, it might be doubled here as well, but all things considered here in the map of Sanhok here, are we going to be expecting some sort of drop clashes here? Because in the map Miramar, we saw early on just now, especially between, I think it was 8-bit as well as Bot Army as well was having a little bit of a scuffle there. It was just no, sorry, MG. Yeah, was having a little bit of a clash early on. Things weren't looking too good as well. Sorry, my apologies. It was K9 as well as MG that actually had that small early interactions here. Because of that, things hasn't been looking good for both of them.
It's completely fine. I think a lot of teams are, if not having a drop clash, they're trying to fight things, especially early on in the first circle itself. And I think that is an approach which can definitely work if you have your, just like IC loves to call it, your macros and micros set. But for that to happen, you guys need to prep well, ladies and gentlemen. The next map of Sanhok is ready to be deployed any moment. And we can already see the players and the intensity. Look at that, everyone is busy practicing. I was there at the venue, I was watching the match, I was watching the players up close and personal. And there the atmosphere is different, I see. The Tesseract Arena, it's filled with ambition, it's filled with dreams to actually represent the country at the international stage. And to be honest, right at the top of it all, you have the team Los Hermanos who are doing phenomenally well. The consistency that they are showing is impeccable, and so is Orangutan, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the game here is just very, very simple, right? Be as consistent as you can, and then once you reach the top 12, you're good, you know? Just get into semifinals as quickly as you can, just take a chill pill, have a little bit relax, and then figure out what to do next, because you need to prep yourself for the final event and the final stretch. You don't really want to play too many games to expose your strategies.
Yeah.
But you know what's exposed right now?
Drop
Somebody
locations.
clip that!
Yes!
Somebody clip
Drop
that!
locations!
I want to see what is up with that. I'm so sorry to whoever that is, but I would love to see what was on that.
Meta
homework.
NINZA and all of their tactics have been spoiled, ladies and gentlemen. They have to bring up something different. But I want to understand this. Like, look at this. God's Reign on our screen right now. What do you think is actually going wrong with him?
He might be feeling under the weather. So, considering that we have...
Hyderabad is not for beginners, huh?
I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, well, well. Talk about beginners. Then these boys, they definitely aren't one of them. I mean, FS Esports, they had an amazing run, and so did these boys. Max, trying to figure something out. His fan is not working. What is going on? Everyone in a different zone. Some more drops! Some more drops! So there's a very popular saying in India.
Yeah.
It's in Hindi, by the way, but it says, cameraman focus karo, which means cameraman, please focus there.
Yeah, true, but...
We can actually use that over here.
Yeah, but usually they would focus on something else, not the drop location, though. Well, I do see A and B. We do see OG going to be playing Far East. Los Hermanos going to be playing Southeast corner. Okay. Sorry.
Somrat seems to be calmer than usual.
I think they're doing pretty okay. Or do they feel lost?
I don't think they're feeling lost because it's just the start of the tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, they're only playing 3 matches today. So this might just be their last game of tonight.
I hope EVOX is doing okay here, considering that he had a little bit of a finger injury during the MPS.
He had his surgery as well, though.
Yeah, so is he able to play at performance? Is he at the prime position, do you think?
Should be so. I mean, I met him. He's a very close friend of mine. He did say that all of that jitters are gone. Now he feels much better. In fact, better than he was. And if that is the true case, then this man, we know him as a land demon. He needs to bring out the demon performance once again. But so far, these lads have been the real demons, the apes.
Yeah.
Talk about some luscious locks of awesomeness.
I don't know, is it you or me, but it feels like there is a white elephant that nobody is addressing here coming from EBIT.
Who is that? Who's that white elephant?
Basically, it feels like there's something wrong with 8-bit, but nobody is addressing it.
Oh.
That's just me having a feel.
I know, right? I mean, it doesn't really feel like 8-bit are playing at their peak performance, but then
They're not playing bad, but they're not playing great as well.
But that is also one of Somraj's tactics, to be honest. He always does that. Does not like to gather a lot of attention before he actually moves into the final few rounds of the tournament. Genesis, in spite of not really having the best of starts,
I'm really surprised by their vibes, though.
I love this vibe, man, to be honest. I love the fact that these players...
PMA.
Yeah.
Positive mental attitude, sorry.
Wow, you actually derived an abbreviation for it.
Yeah, it is BMA, you know.
Look at that. I want to know the joke, what's going on. Is it about Reckoning Esports?
Okay. We've got Z-God sending some love, guys. Hey.
Z-God has a lot of love to give.
Okay, for all things considered, the counters are ready. Lipo are going to be getting themselves stocked and ready to play some Sanhok. This is going to be the final game for Group A and B. So Group A will be playing their next games tomorrow, while Group B will continue their grind for the next 3 matches.
I'm so excited, man. This is going to be fun. The map of Sanhok, it's always interesting. Players locked and loaded. Sanhok, it is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the game number 3 of the upper bracket. Sanhok is on your screens just a wee while. And here it comes once again as the Big Bird goes back up in the skies and the maps get locked and loaded. The flight path, of course, not really bad, to be honest. Just cutting the map right through the center. Love it so far. Starts off from Han, ends towards Nakam and Sami. Just like I said, it kind of dissects the map in 2 different halves. But then we know, as a matter of fact, Sanhok being an extremely small map, you can glide to whichever part of the map you want to. But the question still remains, are we ready for some early game action?
Oh boy, speaking of early game action as well, seems like there is a huge congestion of teams flying across bootcamp, but I don't see anyone going crazy already as well. 4TR is looking to actually crash onto his OG, surprisingly, huh? No, actually MG is going to be potentially crash on as well, so we are going to be seeing a couple of interesting drop clashes here. 8-Bit is going to be playing onto his cave, nothing super crazy, but nope, actually MG and 4TR. Morty is going to be the first one to get taken out here in the triple intersection, looking for those vehicles. And unfortunately for Morty, he is going to be done for dusted.
There's no one to save him. There is Pain is live, who is watching it from the backlines, but I'm not sure if he will be able to save his comrade. He does have the DBS with him, can take those closer range engagements, but as of yet,
nah, he's got
Marcus
ace,
Gaming.
man. He's got long range.
Yeah, but then I don't think he's going to take that fight anyway.
Okay.
Marcus Gaming, they're going to pick up that finish point, and they know, as a matter of fact, that the other players are still lurking around. Do they take that fight? Do they take that risk, or do they disengage?
Oh boy, Pain is life. He's got the dirty angle here. Wizard, oh no. He knows he's at a disadvantage. Just doesn't want to give a freebie for absolutely nothing here. Arcos Gaming, they have a small little lead, but the biggest question here is just not enough helmets on top of them right now. And that's a big problem for him. The stalemate comes through. They have to play this a little bit passively, but let's take a look on towards FS Esports' vicinity. Now, they themselves are expecting company. NoNx is always going to be there as well. FS Esports going to be playing the southern approach to try and gatekeep the bridge on the southwest corner. Ruins going to be in play. And then, now, seeing how the circle is going to be shifting, I would say intersecting between all 3 circles, or 3 islands in particular. So it's still kind of unpredictable where the final end zone is going to be like. So staying in the middle is great and all, but I think you want to play the edge here for a little bit here. But Roman, oof, his shoulder was just slightly exposed here. And NoNx from across the river was able to get a couple of decent shots in.
Kana just taking a backseat in this fight, but not anymore, as it seems like he is looking to engage against Roman. Brilliant peek out over there. Now needs to switch on to the DBS for the close range action. Finishes him off. Lovely stuff, but he needs support. Where are the rest of his comrades will be my question. Where is the trade coming through from FS Esports as well? Nobody capitalized on the fact that Kana was so exposed so far. Low vision Godex in the backlines. That is going to have some treatment from Roman.
That is some pixel perfect shot there from Kana. What a shot coming from them. And now FS Esports, they have no choice but to back off. Respect this. Just completely concede this fight all and true out of this game. They reposition zones, pretty much pushing them off north as well. FS is pretty much on the borderline on the Cubs, on the sides, giving away control from the western bridge, letting them some sort of rotation pathway. NoNx is going to head towards that direction, but now let's take a look at the map as well. You can see a lot of massive movements has been made. Los Hermanos actually going to be wrapping around boot camp on the eastern side there, trying to get a better one as well. Reckoning is already on top of the mountains, on top or north of boot camp. But they do have 2 players on the northern bridge as well, so there's a 2-2 flank for Reckoning Esports here. Extremely greedy, but I guess they want to get dips on towards stage 2 zone.
I agree with you. I think they are looking for those initial picks. They're looking for those players who have their guards unchecked. Look at this. Talk about guards unchecked. This man does not even need a guard, just walking over the bridge on top of it all.
I'm surprised NoNx didn't see him at all.
I'm surprised nobody spotted him.
Yeah.
All of this, ladies and gentlemen, is happening in an extremely high traffic region. Over there, FS Esports just got completely caught up. Lavish gets finished off. Likitha Esports in a very good position. And with the first finish, they are off the mark.
Very quick rotations as well coming from Likitha Esports. They themselves are going to be trying to punish some teams who try to rotate early before the next phase of zone. Likitha Esports now going to be on the hunt. Knows that FS is in the vicinity. FS no choice but to take a full stop right now. Losing 2 players with absolutely no idea where they were getting shot from here is just so unfortunate. But it's all up to Levi and GodX to try and salvage the situation. Levi does see a member, but it's not going to be able to do too much. But Zgod now, he's going to get scouted out. Gyrogod goes for the confirmation. And Marcos Gaming finds themselves 3 finishes out of nowhere.
Marcos Gaming. Now, this has been a good start to their game so far. Starting near the regions of bootcamp is never easy, especially with the amount of teams who try and battle for this piece of real estate. Look at this on the other side. Then NINZA versus Likitha Esports seems to be like a battle that has begun already. Shots being fired from either ends, a little bit of damage inflicted on Likitha Esports, but majority of them are going to survive. It's a long-distance engagement, and knocks might just be inflicted, but still, neither of the sides do pose serious threat against each other. But what is God's Reign doing?
Okay, God's Reign. They're pulling up a lot of secret strategies here for the upper bracket. Seems like I do not dislike what they're doing. They're doing the right things, but they're playing position points. But this is a great spot to hold if the circle shifts down east. But if circle shifts them down to the west, well, I don't know, man. It's going to be a tricky situation here for God's Reign.
Statistically speaking, I've never seen the circle move in from the intersection to the mainland. I've always seen it move towards the Camp Alpha region. And I think this time as well, it is going to do that.
Maybe boot camp, yeah, sure.
Boot camp at max, but not Paradise Resort. Paradise Resort is too much of an overextension.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a big swing.
But we'll find out if GDR can actually make something happen. And usually, Sanhok is also the map where they've actually tasted success more often than not. So I'm not going to question Destro.
Okay. Let's see. The circle actually shifts up towards the north. Hey, looks like you kind of jinxed yourself right there, boy, little salty.
Talk about jinxing, there is another fight that's going on NoNx. They've actually caught a couple of these players off guard, and K9 once again, they are falling apart. Rotation did not really go according to their plans, interrupted by a lot of sprays coming through. All 4 players in tandem, every single one bagging a finish each.
Looks like now Ninja Boy K9, again, not a great run for them at all. All 3 games has been a complete flop so far. Even then, they're struggling here. Now Los Hermanos, a team that is looking to be extremely aggressive here, going head-to-head with the top contenders of OG. This time, right from the get-go, a rematch from the previous game in the final 2, but this time as the first 2 teams to have a major collision. Well, maybe not first team though, but 4TR down to 1 player. Hey, OG going up his Los Hermanos here. AKOP with the nades, the perfect nade from AKOP.
God, man, this team, somebody stop Orangutan and their nades. They've done such an amazing work with their throwables. It seems like the utility usage is nigh perfect. And for Los Hermanos, I think if anybody is reading the finish feed, they would know that they are trapped. They are trapped between Orangutan and Genesis, two absolute powerhouses on either side, which does not mean good news for Los Hermanos.
Yeah, but OG themselves, they've lost Aru as well. That's not a great sign for them. Genesis looking to try and a third party this. They've heard a couple of commotions, but do they want to go for the Grand Slam is going to be the question here. A tap here from Shadow actually clips on the members from Genesis. Actually enough to scare him off to say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to fight this. Hunters, his health just dropped so low. Meanwhile, on the other side of the horizon, Destro is still on top of that mountain. Destro is going to be the biggest threat for everybody here right now. And as long as Destro doesn't show himself until at least stage 3, stage 4, he is going to be the biggest nuisance for every single team if the circle shifts east side right now.
God's Reign. Currently, God's at the circle currently.
Yeah, God's Reign has got prime position actually. I actually like where God's Reign's position is right now.
They'll have to make use of it, but also find the exit strategy, I see. Because as soon as the circle does shift, and I think it's not going to be on top of them forever, they will have to figure a way out to come down that mountain as well, which is always a very risky
It's only
task.
Destro on top there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only Destro on top of there. It's just that how can they utilize this? They've set up a very interesting crossfire that anyone passes through in between them is going to get completely shot down. And Destro is going to be the ones that is going to be where people least expect to hit them from. So it's all about timings here for God's Reign. You have to be very, very careful when to reveal Destro's position.
Yeah. You've also got to be very efficient, I think, with your sprays, because as soon as you get spotted, there are going to be multiple crosshairs on your head.
Yeah.
You're going to be vulnerable from multiple directions, but then if you can make use of that opportunity, you are in for a finish frenzy, ladies and gentlemen. But have a look at this, the circle about to shift, and, well, another circle on top of Destro. We'll talk about that a little while later, but for now, it seems like INF God in a position where he can actually make use of it. Wanted to disguise his presence, ambiguous, but for sure could not actually make use of it. Molotov being applied to try and hold down the push. Does have the S12K to work with as well. Did not spot this player coming in from the back lines. Shots connected. This man finds the finish. The first one in the bag already. Meta NINZA falling apart. I like this from INF God, but can he patch himself up in time, I see?
How is INF God able to still survive this here? Casually just takes one out. NINZA just wasn't expecting one of them to lose their life just like that. And now INF God still roaming around freely. He needs to find himself a situation to reset his health. But he's getting shot from across the map. And it's going to be Likitha Esports that helps him. And INF God now finds some sort of solace here as NINZA needs to go in for the reset and rethink their strategy on how they wanted to take that fight. INF God, he's got to be tanking his lucky stars here.
I don't know if Meta NINZA are rethinking or overthinking at this point. To be honest, this should have actually been an easy finish, but they just overcomplicated the heck out of it.
I don't know, man. Likitha Esports, the timing was just impeccable. That was just unexpected coming from Meta NINZA at all in this situation here. Now INF God wants to go in for a little bit of a kablooey here. It's Meta NINZA be forced to use some of this deflates to try and flush him out without overexposing themselves to Likitha Esports. In this case, the circle is going to be favoring on towards bootcamp in this entirety so far. So they've got a lot of time to work with. So Meta NINZA now going for the push. Misses the angle, and INF God almost takes down another one in the back. But Meta NINZA finds that confirmation.
Dragon Obi on his knees, but none of the teams who were in the proximity, like the Esports as well as Marcus Gaming, could actually make use of the timing. On the other side, Los Hermanos, seems like Bot Army have actually caught themselves in the mix of things. One of their players on their knees already, while the other one just looking to hold on to his position. But it seems like Bot Army are completely unaware of that man. And look at this from the backlines. There is going to be Genesis as well. Hunters kind of coming in to aid him. Shrix, shots from the S12K, steals away the finish point. Takes it in the bag, runs away as well. Gets back to safety, but it seems like nades are going to come towards him. Genesis have spotted him, and it seems like they're not happy about the finish being stolen. They are going to take away his life, and Viper 4 finishes already for this lad. Still looking for more bot army right up front, I see.
Yeah, this is a very important game for Genesis Esports. They need to rack some serious points now or never here. The first 2 games was a complete flop. Game 3 cannot be the same. So this is a massive performance coming from Viper, but they do definitely need to step up even more here. At least the chicken dinner here gives them a good contention here for the top 12, but let's take a look at a replay on how things happened as well here, I believe. Initially, BotArmyEsports, yeah, they just got completely shut down, just like that.
Yeah. But things are not over for Genesis Esports, to be honest, because shots are still coming in from the distance, and it seems like it's coming in from Orangutan right at the edge of the circle. Surprisingly, Destro is still having the circle, ladies and gentlemen. This man is a circle magnet.
Yeah, man. I'm curious, has Destro actually shot a single time? Has his position been reviewed yet?
Not yet.
Is going to be the right question here.
Not yet, because I think had he shot his first bullet, he would have tried to reposition, or at least asked the rest of his comrades to reposition. None of that has happened,
From what I see, I think OG is surrounding him, but I don't think he has eyes on OG at all. I don't think he can actually pick down because of it. So it's going to be very, very tricky here for how God's Reign is going to be playing that situation.
Talking about eyes for now, EVOX, they have eyes on NoNx. A couple of those players just moving around inside the compounds, bunkered in into just one small little shack, and the spray coming through, I guess, might cause a lot of damage. God's Omen does get eliminated. We do see the banner, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like still 12 teams and 38 players are alive. Look at those tap shots. Brilliant stuff. Archit. Lovely precision coming in from this lad. Beautiful stuff, but still not enough to inflict damage.
Giving away position for absolutely no reason here. Now EVOX, they have to back off. Zone is against them as well. They've pretty much drawn the attention of NoNx as well, looking to try and punish them. They might get a couple of shots in. KaliUG just barely seeing them as well. And here comes Spray, but does not find those connections. But EVOX, they are in a lot of trouble. 2 of them made it through, but the other 2 is pretty much stranded. And they are going to go for the slam. Anonymous gets scouted out. Archie is able to salvage the fight, but it's all by himself. He needs to get the reset now for EVOX.
EVOX, I think they're in a complete mix of troubles right now. There is going to be a huge migration coming in from the northwest part of the circle. There are multiple teams, but let's just talk about a battle here. FS Esports, Godlike just looking to hold on to his dear life, but Likitha Esports, too overwhelming for this lad. Outnumbered, outclassed in that duel over there. We talk about outclass. We do get to see the classiest ones in the lobby. 8-bit. The superpower comes in through. They've got to be chased down by the opposition. But who are you going to chase down? Who are you going to shut down? S-Power finds those connections irrespective. Still manages to survive. His teammate Aquanox is going to pick him up and is going to get him to safety.
Did he not try? Oh, he almost put it in a car. I think he missed. You hate to see moments like this now. That's going to be Neo that takes a shot through it. Just like that, 8-bit, they've lost 3 players. And now only Somraj remains. Oh no. And Destro is still on top. He's not made a single move. OG does... does OG... Okay. Yeah, he's not taken a single shot so far. Like, he's just been chilling and relaxing for the longest time. OG does not realize he's there. But... okay. He's still got a lot of ammunition. They're keeping tabs on how things are.
I think OG is going to be in a mix of feelings right now. If they do encounter God's Reign and the rest of their comrades, talk about Justin, Neo, the ones who are constantly taking in shots. But look at this, NINZA does spot the lads of Genesis. Couple of shots taken, not really in the best of HPs, but Viper does not really care. Comes in from the window, absolutely destroys the lads from Marcus Gaming, and this man is not stopping. Viper and his impact has been impeccable so far. 5 finishes in the bag already. 8 in total for Genesis Esports, and they are showing what that firepower does have in store. But NINZA coming, knocking on the doors. Beautiful stuff. 2v3 in my opinion. It's not going to be easy. Zap from the back.
Okay.
No, wait! Zap!
Okay, Zap. They did not see that at all. They did not see that at all. Zap was having free shots after free shots, and now Genesis with a massive performance. 11 finishes in the back. You blink it and you miss it. Complete annihilation.
No way Zap did that. In a matter of flash, the DBS strikes, and it strikes so hard that NINZA could not could not even react to it. They could not get their disembark from their vehicles. They got sent back to their lobby even for a fraction of a second, but nonetheless, this team Genesis, they're looking too strong right now. 11 finishes on board already. At the edge of the circle, still needs to move in further. Likitha Esports might be a little bit of a threat for them right now, but Orangutan, somebody has to give it for the consistency, I see.
Exactly, the circle is going to shift out as well. Oh, God's Reign in Prime, they haven't been playing very aggressively for quite some time, but Destro, he has been on top of that mountain for the longest time, but with the circle forcing him slightly out as well, he needs to make it work. He needs to make the element of surprise work so badly here. He needs to convert at least 2 to 3 finishes for it to pay off, just to be there for the longest of time.
Exactly. I don't think he really cares. God's Reign just playing it for the chicken dinner at this point. I think they just want to start things off on a good note.
It's such a risky gamble here. But you know what's the funniest thing? WizGod is doing exactly the same thing he is.
It's just a peak which is right next to Destro's. The
are-
buddies, the neighbors right now.
Are they side by side is the question
They
here.
are exactly side by side, which is so sweaty at this point, but I'm not sure what's going to be the outcome of that fight. But look at this, Likitha Esports. They've spotted the lines from Genesis, and it'll be insanely hard for them to actually overcome the difference. Look at that, the nades do come flying in. Viper creates a smoke path for himself. Back-to-back nades, but it's not going to help him.
Now, Likitha Esports has got them completely pinned. Genesis pretty much getting picked up like flies here out in the open. Viper, last man standing, about to bleed out his zone, and they will be the next to fall. We are down towards the final 3 teams. It is going to be Likitha Esports, God's Reign, and Orangutan. Tactical plays comes true. OG still somehow survives this, but Likitha Esports, they've won their fight, but seems like OG, they did hear a little bit of footstep here from Destro, so they are going to check their way through to make sure he gets shut down. But now, Destro, for all this patience, hopefully this is going to pay off because he's got perfect line of sight of where Likitha is. And he's got to make it count right here, right now. And Destro, as long as Destro is alive, OG cannot push out.
Yeah.
Now Destro going for those shots in. No connections on Starboy. Ooh, Likitha Esports finally catches a remnant on there. God's Reign, they need to reposition here.
They will have to, the rest of the players, they certainly are doing that. Destro will have to stay in the back lines, but can Orangutan escape from his clutches will be the question for Smoker with that headshot connection on towards another lad as well, but needs to go back, catch himself up. Likitha Esports very close towards a chicken dinner, which they desperately needed.
Oh boy.
Can be a good start for them if they do so on day 1 of the upper brackets. All 4 players still standing right up next. They've got 3 players of God's Reign, 1 player of Orangutan. They've pushed up. But can EXO with that nade close down this trio of God's Reign? Icy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here as well. Nades being set up from XOSO, but Likitha Esports, they picked the player from OG. God's Reign, they've lost Destro through the zone because of those mountains here. So this is going to be a 3-way showdown. Likitha Esports looking to try to gobble up all these points to try and keep them in stalemate. But Smoker, he misses his shot. Tenki finds the connection here, but the instant trade-off from Starboy will shut him out. But OG now, last player left, WizGod, last man standing. Now Starboy going to try and smoke things up to try and clean up, isolate the fight here. But WizGod, he finds the confirmation once more.
He certainly does, right? Always been delivering the last man from Orangutan, who's still keeping their hopes alive. And right up front, he's got Inferno. The shotguns do strike, wants to get another finish point for himself. Inside the smoke just gets cleaned up. Likitha Esports, the ones who are still standing tall. But God's Reign, this is their moment to shine. All 3 players, all 3 hungry assaulters, chasing down that one single lad through the smoke. They're going to clean up everyone. Still not that counter on that finish feed that they would have wanted to. Didn't really trouble the scorers all that much. Starboy in a moment where he certainly can become a star if he finishes off the entire army, but Delta finishes him off. GDR get their first chicken dinner on board, but did they do enough is the question.
Yeah, God's Reign, they were able to secure the chicken dinner, but only 4 finishes here. But you can see the frustrations on Destro as well. It's like, oh, that play on top of the mountain could have been big, but they just could not find any picks at all. The chicken is what they have to deal with it. I think a win is still a win. 14 points in the bag, it's better than 0 points.
I think overall, the entire day for GDR has been very sweaty, to be honest. because every single time they wanted to do something crazy, every single time they wanted to actually make a very tactical play, things did not really work out. So Destro did not want to take any risk in this one. The circle prediction though has been phenomenal.
Yeah, that was just really spot on here as well. Like him playing on the top of here was a huge gamble, but that gamble did not pay off when OG decided to check it. Ah, that was just so unfortunate as well. Godstrain, they may have won the chicken dinner. The whole setup was them to actually rack up those points and close up the chicken dinner, but they could not rack up those points because OG was keeping tabs on Destro, and Destro's only opportunity on punishing the guys on top, he missed all the shots. And you can't really blame him, right? Like a horse in that range, not exactly easy to hit.
Not exactly easy to hit, but I think GDR, they aren't really going to be that sad, to be honest. Overall, the performance has been okay-ish, I guess. They would be closing in on that 20-point mark, 7-point average out of the 3 games that they've played. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just move over to the final few moments of the game where we did get to see Orangutan once again in the top 3. Somebody give this team a beacon of consistency. They've been brilliant. They've been horrifically brilliant so far. And there's no stopping this team.
Yeah, they have been just very consistent every single game here. Even Wizgod is one of the reasons why Likitha Esports could not close out the game. Likitha Esports has a phenomenal performance here. They've got 9 finishes. They almost clutch out a chicken dinner. But because of Wizgod, they just got completely bamboozled. They got a little bit greedy to try and put in a stalemate between all 3 teams. But eventually, Godtrain was the one to snatch it away. So size of relief has been made here, but it's not too shabby. I think the biggest winner has got to be OG here so far.
Yeah, but there are few points of concern I see, and that has to be K9 Esports, because some way or the other, every single time this team wants to go on a rotate, they want to actually make a migration from one island to the other, they get shut down, not just on the map of Sanhok, on the map of Miramar, on the map of Erangel. What's going wrong?
You know, as of now, there's a lot of things that can be done for those scenarios as well, but I feel like K9, they do need to go for a mental reset here. They're going to be playing their next match tomorrow, but that's going to be tomorrow's problem for today. So tonight, just rest up, chill, discuss, and then figure out tomorrow. But for OG in particular, now, we've talked about them being very consistent here in Group A and B. Now, they're going to be playing again. Can they maintain the consistency against Group C as well? Quote unquote, this is going to be the group of destruction coming up.
Ooh.
We've got Soul, we've got Godlike in play. That's going to be a very sweaty lobby. We've got AAX in the play as well.
We've got TrueRippers as well. Jelly's going to come in through as well. So nobody is giving any sort of chance. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys have a chance to witness all of that action after this very short break.
तो दोस्तों ये मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं वाइल्ड फैंक्स के प्राइम असॉल्टर स्प्रे गॉड आप कुछ भी उनको बोल सकते हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल स्प्रे गॉड बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस आफ्टर ऑल द अप्स एंड डाउन्स. फाइनली आप वाइल्ड फैंक्स में जुड़े. मान्या के अंडर चीजें बहुत बढ़िया जा रही है. आप कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई करके?
मतलब बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करके. और टीम में मतलब अभी बहुत मतलब सारे मतलब सब बढ़िया प्लेयर है, एक्सपीरियंस है. बट हाँ, एक हमने नया एडिशन किया है. बट हाँ, वो भी मतलब एक नया एडिशन वो भी बहुत अच्छा है कि हाँ एक अंडर गॉड ही समझ लो उसे. और वो हमारी टीम में फिट बैठ रहा है, हम सबके रोल फिट बैठ रहे हैं. और मान्या आपको पता ही है मान्या कैसा आइडियल है.
पर आप जैसे मान्या के अंडर भी खेले हैं, एक बहुत अरसे तक आप शैडो की आइजलिंग के अंडर खेले हैं. कुछ डिफरेंसेस जो आपको लगते हैं दोनों के सोचने के तरीके में, दोनों की आइजलिंग के तरीके में?
हाँ, फ़र्क तो बहुत है कि मान्या हर चीज़ मतलब एक प्रोफेशन के साथ करता है. और शैडो मतलब इतना परफेक्ट नहीं था मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि मतलब वो कमांडिंग आइजल नहीं था एक हिसाब से. पर हाँ, मान्या पूरा कमांडिंग आइजल है. और हाँ, हमारी टीम के साथ मतलब बहुत बढ़िया बैठ रहा है.
स्प्रे गॉड, बहुत सारी बातें आपके लिए बोली गई पर्सनली, बहुत सारे चेंजेस जिसकी हमने ऑलरेडी बात कर दी है. आपके एक्स टीममेट्स वो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए, आपकी टीम क्वालिफाई करके गई है. वाज ए टूर्नामेंट और इज ए टूर्नामेंट एनीवेयर पर्सनल फॉर स्प्रे गॉड?
पर्सनल तो देखो, जब से मैं TX में नहीं तब से ही है कि मुझे प्रूव करना है अपना वर्थ कि हाँ मेरे को मतलब वहाँ से हटाया था उस चीज़ का. हाँ, मैं वो कर रहा हूँ प्रूव. BMSD में हमने क्वालिफाई किया, उन्होंने नहीं किया. हाँ ठीक है, मतलब मैं भी उनके लिए अच्छा ही जाता हूँ कि हाँ वो भी अच्छा करे, मैं भी अपनी जगह पे अच्छा करूँ. बट हाँ, चीज़ें ऊपर नीचे हो सकती है, तो वो उनके साथ हुई.
अच्छा स्प्रे गॉड, बहुत सारे आईजीएल से मेरी बात हुई ना, तो उन्होंने बोला कि लॉबी थोड़ी इजी थी, खासकर वो आईजीएल जो ऑलरेडी टॉप ऑफ द टेबल थे. आप बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करते हो, आपको ये लॉबी कैसी लगी? वॉज इट वेरी डिफिकल्ट, ओके या इजी? आपको कैसा लगा पर्सनली?
देखो यहाँ तक आए हैं तो ऐसा तो नहीं है कि कोई टीम इजी है, मतलब ये लॉबी इजी है। लॉबी बढ़िया थी, बट हाँ एक्सपीरियंस की कभी मतलब हर जगह लैक होता ही है। तो वहाँ अपर टीम जो भी है, जो एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है वो अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं। तो यही है, लॉबी इतनी मतलब ठीक ठाक बढ़िया थी लॉबी।
मतलब बहुत डिफिकल्ट भी नहीं थी लेकिन आसान भी
हाँ
नहीं थी।
मतलब
ठीक है।
बीच में।
पर अभी मूविंग अहेड जब आप क्वार्टर फाइनल में पहुंचोगे तो वहां तो लॉबी में एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स भी कंपैरेटिवली बहुत ज्यादा रहने वाले हैं। तो आर यू श्योर कि आपकी टीम उस पूरे चैलेंज के लिए तैयार है और आप कैसे फेस करने वाले हो चैलेंज?
वही है हमारी अभी इस स्टेज पे मतलब इंडिविजुअली थोड़ी बहुत मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी। अगर वो हमसे ना हो तो हमें पता है कि हम बहुत बेटर कर पाएंगे। तो अभी हम क्वालिफाई कर लिए, पर हम इन जो ब्रेक है अभी उसमें हम पूरा ट्राई करेंगे कि हम सारी अपनी गलतियां सुधारें और क्वार्टर फाइनल में जाके बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करें।
बिल्कुल, जैसे आपके लिए पर्सनली इवन आई वांट मेरे पूरे दिल से कि आप उतना ही बेहतर खेल के जाओ और आप खुद फिर से एक बार अपने आप को प्रूव करो। सो ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल।
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X-Suit. Get now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to Crofton India Esports presents Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown 2025. And of course, the first half of the day is done and dusted. But with that being said, we bring on Group B and C. And of course, joining alongside on the analyst panel, of course, with me, my all-time favorite Maisie and myself, Salty. What an amazing game of Sanhok did we witness. It was a fantastic attempt. God's reign, after a while, we saw them successful. But I want to know your thoughts, Maisie. क्या लगता है आपको? How do you rate God's Reign's performance in the first 3 games?
देखिए फर्स्ट 3 गेम्स बढ़िया रहा, ठीक ठाक। जिस तरीके से वो सोच कर आए थे उस तरीके से तो मैचेस नहीं गए, पर मैं अभी भी सोचता हूँ कि क्या जो टीम्स हैं वो प्रीवियस मैचेस कभी नहीं देखते या फिर कभी उन्हें याद नहीं रहता, क्योंकि अभी तक सैनॉक के जितने भी मैचेस हुए हैं, अगर जोन उस इलाके में रहा है तो डेस्ट्रो हमेशा आपको ऊपर चढ़े हुए दिखाई देते हैं। टीम्स को पता होना चाहिए अब कि अगर वहां कोई सर्कल बन रहा है तो सबसे पहले आपको ऊपर चेक करना है, सबसे पहले वहां आपको ग्रेनेड्स डालने हैं। अगर आपने डेस्ट्रो को एलिमिनेट कर दिया फिर आप बढ़िया खेल सकते हैं, क्योंकि डेस्ट्रो जहां पर चढ़े रहते हैं वहां से सबसे ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन आपको मिल सकती है। चारों दिशाओं में आप देख सकते हैं, उनको कोई नहीं देख सकता। मैं अभी भी इंतजार कर रहा हूं कि कब कोई नोटिस करेगा ये चीज।
किया तो था जरूर. I mean, Orangutan did lob a couple of nades, but you guys, you can actually lob a couple of spins. All you've got to do is just spend 10 UC, and with a spin, if you're lucky, you can actually get this brilliant Nixon Sinistra suit for yourself, which is brilliant. You can actually get inside the game. But coming back to the conversation, some very beautiful performances coming through. One of the teams who actually outclassed others was Genesis Esports, especially that 1v3 from Zap in a matter of flash against Meta Ninja. What do you have to say about that?
वो तो मेटा निंजा को देखिए पता नहीं था बिल्कुल भी, पर हाँ जैप की तारीफ बनती है कि कैसे उन्होंने एक भी शॉट मिस नहीं किया। अगर डीबीएस का हम हमेशा बात करते हैं ना कि शॉटगन का पहला शॉट मिस हुआ फिर सिचुएशन आपके लिए खराब होती है, पर यहाँ वैसा हुआ नहीं। पर विनर चिकन डिनर स्टार्ट्स की बात करी जाए तो हर एक खिलाड़ी के पास एक फिनिश मौजूद है। ज्यादा फिनिश लेकर नहीं जा पाए पर 14 पॉइंट्स गॉड थ्रेन के लिए काम करने वाला है। पर मैं ज्यादा प्रभावित हूं लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स के परफॉर्मेंस से, जैसा उन्होंने खेला है। सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गई है। और आप जेनेसिस की बात कर ही रहे थे, वाइपर उनकी एंट्री हो चुकी है ग्रेविटी आईजीएल के अंडर और इस मैच में 5 फिनिशेस, 849 का टोटल डैमेज।
I remember one line which was said by Spiro, which says Genesis actually looks more like Reckoning than Reckoning themselves. This team has always been the beacon of firepower, and look at that. This is one of the reasons why Viper at the top with 5 finishes, ladies and gentlemen. Starboy with 4, Zap with 4 eliminations, and of course, I mean, OG has to be there. Atanki finds himself on the top 5 players once again. 3 eliminations for him, and Archit was brilliant too. EVOX, आज के दिन पे, I did not really see that brilliance coming in from them, but at least it was a start.
जी हाँ, पर जैसे मैं कह रहा था ना, लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स वो ज्यादा बढ़िया यहाँ पर खेल कर गए, जहाँ पर 10 फिनिशेस निकाले, 6 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिला। चिकन डिनर मिला होता तो नो डाउट गॉड्स रेन के भी फिनिशेस मिलते, 10 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी मिलता। पर गॉड्स रेन चिकन डिनर निकालने के बाद 14 पॉइंट्स उनके पास हैं। जेनेसिस वो तो बहुत पहले एलिमिनेट हो गए थे, फिर भी वो टोटल 15 पॉइंट्स के साथ मौजूद हैं। अगर अगले पेज की बात करी जाए तो एलएचएस, जिनका 2 मैच बहुत बढ़िया रहा, पर इस मैच में उतना कुछ खास उनके लिए नहीं जा पाए। गॉड्स ओमेन पहला मैच नहीं सही था, ये मैच भी उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा। 4TR, K9, इन सारी टीम्स के लिए थोड़ा चिंता का विषय जरूर है। पर अब जरा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख लेते हैं और वहां जानते हैं कि कौन है टेबल टॉप पर।
Now this is going to be interesting. Of course, it has to be Orangutan, consistent in all 3 matches. Credit has to be given to WizGod, 43 points at the top of the leaderboard. Los Hermanos, 34 points, beautifully done. God's Omen as well. Did not really expect them to be on the 3rd place, 28. Likitha Esports, 26. FS Esports, 20. Genesis on 17. God's Reign on 16. And EVOX on 15. We move on to the next page, but before that, FS Esports, a little bit of a fall that we did witness on towards the next page. 8-bit on 13 and NoNx on 13 as well.
जी हाँ, पर मेटा निंजा वो जो सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले की हम बात कर रहे थे, 5 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है 3 मैचेस खेलने के बाद। K9 वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट का खाता खुला नहीं, पहला 0 और तीसरा 0, यानी दूसरे मैच में ही वो 7 पॉइंट जो लेकर गए थे वही उनके पास मौजूद है। 4TR 3 मैचेस खेलने के बाद बस 1 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिला है। NoNx की अगर आप बात करेंगे तो 13 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले, पर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनके पास एक भी नहीं आया। BotArmy रेकनिंग, उनके लिए भी सिचुएशन वही है कि फिनिशेस हैं उनके पास पर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट वो ज्यादा नहीं निकाल पाए। रेकनिंग का तो चलिए समझ में आता है, क्योंकि पहले ही मैच में उन्होंने थोड़ा अग्रेसिव जाने की कोशिश करी थी, 5 फिनिशेस निकाले थे, जोन के बाहर तक वो फाइट लेने के लिए चले गए। यही कारण कि उनके पास प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उतने ज्यादा नहीं है।
It has not been a very aggressive start for these teams in the upper bracket so far. But now, with the groups being shuffled, Group B playing 3 more matches and Group C coming to the mix of things, Group C has been touted as the group of death. Maisie, what do you anticipate?
देखिए है मुकाबला अभी भी बहुत सारा बचा हुआ है और मैचेस बहुत सारे बचे हैं। ग्रुप चेंज हो रहा है, मैचेस में बदलाव भी होंगे, ड्रॉप लोकेशन में थोड़े बदलाव होंगे, पर उम्मीद यही है कि सारी टीम बढ़िया खेलेगी। पर इसी के साथ हमारा जो मैच है वो शुरू हो गया है। चलिए चलते सीधा कास्टर्स की तरफ, आज के दिन का चौथा मुकाबला।
Welcome back after that short break, and now the panel, it's going to be me, Necro, and joining with me is also going to be iSuper Johnny. And Johnny, yeah, a few concerning names, once again, making that bounce back, right? Genesis Esports and even God's Reign getting that solid comeback in the game of Sanhok. But still, you've got another name like K9 Esports pretty much down in the slumbers, then that's not what you expect.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be hopeful about the next 3 games, and whenever K9 Esports is performing, hopefully they're consistent. But I want to talk about Group C. I like the fact that Maisie just took a pause before he was confronted about the fact that Group C is now considered the group of death. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty much.
There are so many big names over here, right? We've got Cincinnati Kids, we've also got Soul, Hero Xtreme, Godlike is also going to be part of it. And these names, of course, do wreak a bit of that chaos inside the lobby too. And how can we forget Metal Esports, another aggressive banner that's going to be inside of the race. These guys were known as the gangsters of BGMI.
Listen, man, I mean, we're talking about international qualification, and you failed to mention the only team that has played international competition right now. That is going to be Team AX in Group C. But we've been seeing these teams perform. OG, they've been consistent so far in the first 2 matches, doing really well. In fact, doing well in all 3 of the games played so far. Los Hermanos, they have had 1 chicken dinner to their name. Hopefully they can get another one, but this is where all eyes are set. BS, Soul, Godlike, AX, TrueRippers, Cincinnati Kids, First Curiosity, and Metal Esports in Group C.
And speaking of First Curiosity, right, we've got players like Unders2OP, Insidious Crypto, and even Gamla Boy inside of the mix. So even First Curiosity can be someone that can come through like the Dark Horse and surprise all of us. Yes, the names are quite the veterans. It's not even a question. They're supposed to play good. And speaking of Victorious Sumus now, this is another one of those lineups that likes to play it extremely passive. Victorious Sumus is not someone that's going to go aggressive off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, they like to have their own sweet time when they're starting the match off. It's the late stages that they try to secure the most number of finishes in. And I think with Owace, this playstyle sort of has been there for the longest time. He likes to have that breathing room in the early stages. The only problem is they get drop clashed, then amidst that chaos, anything can go wrong.
True that, and we've also got TrueRippers inside of the mix, and we know recently this banner has been in a red-hot form. For TrueRippers, things have been looking pretty good. And then you mentioned one team, which was Team Aryan. Speaking of them, they've been quite on and off, right? In a few tournaments, Team Aryan does pretty well. In a few tournaments, they were just not there, able to perform that well enough. But I do feel like inside of the Showdown, Aryan are prepared.
I mean, are they still called Team Aryan? It's Team AX now, right?
Yeah, I mean, still, it's Team Aryan. A stands for Aryan. I had a conversation with the players, and that's what they mentioned.
Alrighty, I mean, Team AX, we'll have to see after that international competition. The level of performance that we expected from them hasn't really been there. So hopefully this time around they can turn things around. On the other end, TrueRippers, Jelly did mention it. I mean, in the recent third party that happened, there was an interview. They were asked about the way they were able to close out matches, because this was one of the teams that was leading the charts in the number of chicken dinners secured. And at that time, Jelly straight up mentioned that we are trying our level best to win this tournament, but our goal is to make sure that when the officials come around again, we are prepared. And that is what I would want to see in action. All of that preparation, a month-long tournament before this one. How does that pay off now?
Things are definitely going to be extremely fun. OG has been the most consistent team so far, but now TrueRippers in the mix. I'm pretty sure OG is going to have a massive competition on the overall standing soon. We also did see the players of Soul, even Team AX was on the screen as well. And yes, one thing is for sure, the competition is going to be as intense as never before. We've also got a few teams from Group B itself who have been struggling since the start. I'm also speaking of NoNx, 4TR official, and these names as well, they need to start making that bounce back as soon as possible. But without wasting any time, we're going to head on towards the 4th game of the day as Sanhok will boot up on the screen right about now. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, and this time the plane flat path, it's going to be quite balanced. I mean, once again, it's the map of Sanhok, so the plane flat path, it's not going to be the main difference maker. What's going to be the main difference maker are going to be those drop clashes that we'll see off the rip.
Yeah, that is what we're waiting to see. Which teams are going to be put down in a ditch right off the bat, especially the teams from Group C. This is going to be their first game of the day. And they were watching the matches in the arena right now, watching the teams from Group B in particular to see who is doing well, who is struggling, who do we go after if we want those points early. But look at that Camp Alpha Island. Right off the rip, we have 3 teams, NON, God's Omen, and 4TR. And it seems like God's Omen and NON, they have the idea of going for that Temple Hill. Although Kalyug seems a bit off. He's going for that vehicle, but his teammates are going to be a man down if a fight breaks out at the top of that mountain.
True that. TrueRippers heading towards Kampong, and in general, even towards Docks, you will see that one player from TrueRippers. It's quite a massive spread. For BotArmyEsports, they've dropped on around the Camp Charlie vicinity. For NoNx, they've got a few stragglers around them as well, and that's going to be an interesting fight that's brewing up. But hold on to that thought. Towards Picado, we've got interesting contenders on the screen. For Seoul, they've been challenged, and this time around, it's going to be a tough fight to be converted. Cincinnati kids, they're not someone who you can take down just like that, but Seoul is also someone, they're quite the powerful bunch. Legit. We know this man recently has been in a red-hot form, and if he finds that proper strike, advantage will instantly swing back in the hands of Seoul, and that's what Seoul's looking for desperately too, and that's going to be perfect knockdown as well. That explosive bow! It's devastating as Shoker, he finds a quick 3-piece and eliminates the remnants of CK.
Man, oh man, I mean, ideally Joker's preferred weapon is going to be a stick, according to the comics, but this one uses the explosive bows. And of course, a 3-man takedown coming in right off the bat. Also, the position of Painan secured. That's a lot of loot that they can secure for themselves. But first, Curiosity, they also kick things off. And Knock secured, looking to convert into a finish. As Gamla Boy, it seems like, is going to be in some trouble. Godlike not off to the great start that they would want. Also, by the way, BS, they were kind of put under pressure by the players of Team AX, and, well, it was AX who ended up securing a finish over there. NON also losing a player at the hands of 4TR.
True that. Looking at the circle too, once again having that anonymous factor. So that's quite interesting. Oh, the man was pinned. The crosshairs, they were trained. And Knuckle, he already finds that strike. BotArmyEsports losing out on that loose straggler is quite unfortunate. He wanted to get his hands on a vehicle. He was so peaceful. But Knuckle, he's here to break the silence.
Daylight robbery, man. What else can I say? Man wanted a car. Someone else wanted his life.
Oh. It did connect, by the way. That was a good throw.
Just a few taps to make sure that he's not getting up anymore. But a brilliant start to the day for Team Seoul. 5 finishes on the board already, and it's not even been 5 minutes in the game.
And that's what you like to see. And you know, some things never change. CK's the first one to get taken out. On land.
Why do you have to say it like that, man? I mean, but to be fair,
it's a different
not
bunch.
Been a good start for CK.
It's a different bunch, I do understand. But I guess the banner's the same, right? And CK on land, that's a love story, we all know. They like to stay at the bottom. And if you want to see CK on top, just flip your phones.
But look at the radar. I mean, God's Omen right now quite close to the players of NON, and Beast from the top of this hill can actually spot out a few individuals who are hiding in that shack. And I believe information has been relayed to his teammates because he's constantly keeping a check on the door where Viper went in. Now he backs off.
God's Omen, the first game was immaculate. Able to secure a massive chicken dinner, but after that, we haven't seen that same God's Omen strike. Yeah, they're still in the top 3, so that's a good thing. But in my opinion, since they've got 3 more games to play, God's Omen right now is going to be the best possible time to get anything done. They need another massive game, and that's going to bring that stability in the overall standings. Well, look at OG. They do not even have a single chicken dinner, but still sitting on top with a lot of points. And the elimination feed once again popping off. Jonathan, he finds that opener. The confirmation, though, is it going to be found? That's my question. Unfortunately, the IGL of God's Reign, this time in a lot of agony. And even AX, they decide to strike. Unfortunately for BotArmyEsports, it feels like there's just a free meal on the map of Sanhok.
Well, God's Reign. Not having a fun time today, man. I mean, it's been so much pressure game after game. First of all, the start of the day wasn't great. I was doing an interview on stage, and that is when I actually saw Destro warming up.
Maybe hands are cold.
Could be, I mean.
Yeah, just wants to get the warm-up done.
Still didn't work out in game 2, though.
Unfortunately for God's Reign, they're playing all the 6 games today.
Yeah.
So they have to buckle up. No excuses. But luckily enough, the previous game was a chicken dinner, so you can't say maybe the momentum is now with them.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, they have 6 matches. They bombed 2 games. Third game, all right, that was good match. Fourth match again, you're losing players early? What is going on?
That's got to sting, honestly.
Yeah.
And that too, they've lost the IGL, so that's going to be a lot of that confidence down the drain. And you speak of bombing the games, even K9 Esports in the span of 3 games just getting 7 points. And K9 Esports, the recent champions in a third-party tournament. You do not expect that from that banner. But look at the Esports, here we go. This has been an interesting prospect so far. They like to play around the centric part of the zone, and once again, that's what they're doing. And look at the Esports, I'm going to say one thing. The communication between the lads, it's not too good. But still, somehow they make it.
So the thing is, these are fresh faces on the block. This is their first time, or not the first time actually, the first year where they have made it big, kind of. And in the recent third party, again, going back to those interviews, Smoko did mention as to how frustrated he was that no one was respecting his team. They have done quite well, but let's be honest, until they lift the trophy, they are not going to be the big threats inside of this lobby, or like the other teams aren't going to see them that way.
Okay, hold on though. For 4TR, Smoker is definitely a massive threat though. He's already found the knock, and even the confirmation is going to be quite easy to be found. So for Likitha Esports, things looking good and dandy. But now Smoker's stuck. How does he make it away from this spot? 4TR, they've got him surrounded. And yeah, back towards that conversation, right? I still remember in one of those interviews, Smoker also mentioned that he was actually muting his teammate and playing the game, and they still somehow ended up winning that game, which was honestly quite hilarious.
Well, I mean, it is the upper bracket. We need to be prepared for such shenanigans, I guess.
I know, right? Imagine muting your teammates and still getting a chicken dinner. Now, that's kind of insane.
In a competitive game.
Yeah.
In an actual competitive game, I mean.
I remember the clear words he mentioned. He said, the calls were so chaotic that I was unhappy and frustrated with my teammates, so I just muted the comms and I was focusing on my game.
Hey, if it works, right? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, but what do these teams have to do now, man? This circle is still very confusing to everyone. You see the clusters forming towards those shorelines. FC First Curiosity, they take control of the shoreline close to Ruins. Behind them is Team AX. Then we have the players of OG, just a little bit south of Boot Camp. And Los Hermanos is there with them as well. By the way, I just noticed Gamla Boy is in Boot Camp for some reason, while the entirety of his team is on the other side of the river.
Yeah, true. We have been seeing some of these awkward splits, though. And even the map in Miramar is a prime example of that, right? For OG, that split was a little bit awkward. And if that split wasn't there, for OG, the chicken dinner would have been theirs. But because of that one split, OG missed out on that shot of getting the chicken dinner. Could have been 10 extra placement points, by the way. But it's fine. Metal Esports on the screen. We expect a lot of aggression from this banner. Aimbot, Termi, all the guys. They pack a lot of punch. All two. I want to see them on the aggressive phase. Maybe it's just the game one for them. Just want to get the lay of the land, know exactly how the lobby is going to be functioning. And then once they're used to it, we will see that good old Metal Esports back in form. But what is this Buggy doing on top of that rock? Hold on, watch. Buggy on top of this. Okay, he does get it. So luckily enough, the Buggy's retrieved.
Yeah, but the front right is gone. There's no tire there. It's just rim.
But luckily enough for the Buggy, as long as the rear's not gone, it's all good.
Yeah. Don't lose too much momentum while moving around.
Yeah.
Although, talk about losing momentum. This game needs to pick up the momentum. There's not a lot happening, even though you are kind of still split between the 3 islands. Godlike on our screens again. By the way, it was brilliant that they somehow did manage to avoid that early loss on Admin. That rescue mission coming to fruition was something that was desperately needed. Otherwise, Godlike would have been under pressure. And you wouldn't want that for the fan-favorite team in game number 1 itself. Well,
True
their
that.
game 1.
OG. Foes locked in the sights. And OG's game plan has been simple. Once they're at the tabletop, they just want to get the consistent points. That's it. They just want to get their hands on the average points, which is 78 points per game. And as long as they're getting the 7 or 8 points per game, it's all good. OG's not going to try to play it aggressive anymore. Yeah, they still do not have a chicken dinner, but as long as you're on top, that's all that matters. Mind you, Los Hermanos tailing them pretty closely in the overall standings. That's the only team That can maybe stand a chance to dethrone OG, but OG just has a massive cushion. But hold on to that thought. Soul in a big world of trouble, legit on the verge of being knocked. The man is still surviving on any sort of HP. But look at the utilities now, tossed against the Blessed Soul, and legit, the man wants to patch himself up. Victor Sumus in the back line, Sam and Shab right next to each other. But the utilities in tandem, it's gonna find a knock against Joker. Soul in a big wall of trouble, final two men standing. Legit and Knuckle, now they need to play in tandem and try and save the day off this sinking ship. Legit, he makes the bounce of blows, and eventually he will fight that man for Victor Sumus as they've been eliminated from this game. Blunders after blunders from both the sides, but Soul Days just make less errors.
Less errors, plus I think it's a lot of individual talent in this team, but they still can't celebrate. Here come the TrueRippers. Legit, he wanted to go for a revive, but it's going to be forced back inside the shack. And now the nade exchange about to happen, but we all know how this turns out. It is a massive, massive disadvantage for Soul right now. And TrueRippers, they really, really want this point. Here comes the push, no HP on Legit. And well, slowly and steadily, either he goes down to the zone or TrueRippers get him. But no!
Oh my
Necro,
god.
they miss out on the point! He goes down to the blue!
If I was Jelly, I would throw my phone away.
I mean, you can see Joker laughing right there on the screen.
It's like, we got so close, but still so far. That 1 point can be a game changer.
Yeah.
Ask the teams in the lower brackets. For Team Tumulus, that 1 point could have been a day saver. They could have qualified. But you know what? OG over here. With how things are. At this point in time, they just want to make it inside the circle in a peaceful spot, but the spray is disgusting. How does Delta find that knock? Tap it away, gets the confirmation. OG is well handicapped in this game. But as I mentioned, they just need 7 or 8 points in this game as well, and OG will be good and dandy.
They have done super well for themselves, and now it's just about keeping a decent average. I think the benchmark for day one performance was set by Reverend Xbox, 50+ points. And OG is quite close with still matches in hand. They can surpass that quite easily, but Devotee, he sees two, takes down one. The second man as well falls to the DBS. God's Rain aren't really able to rain anything. They can't rain the map, they can't rain Hellfire on their opponents, and AX, they're going to be quite grateful for those 2 points.
I know, right? Free 2 points acquired by Devotee.
What was that push?
Devotion paid off, I guess, Johnny. But hey, even you guys can be paid off pretty well with just 1 spin, which will be starting at just 10 UC. Maybe you can be lucky enough and get your hands on this beautiful suit that's there on the screen. So yes, do make sure to download BGMI and check it out. But back towards the game once again. Yeah.
I was just about to ask you, which one do you prefer, this one or the Nixon Sinistra?
That's not even a question. Like,
Nixon,
come on,
right?
Straight up.
Yeah, me too,
Nixon
man.
Sinistra.
That's the best.
Yeah, literally the best. I like the design.
Me too.
Of the skin. Beautiful. But anyways, OG in a bit of a trouble. Unfortunately, the man falls down, AKOP. And at this point for OG, they're just getting dismantled. Even Aru follows up that same spectrum. Just one last man, Athanki. And I highly doubt this man will be able to rain any sort of terror and fear on the lobby now.
Just one last man remaining, and this is the position where Athanki actually becomes dangerous when his teammates aren't there anymore. But look at how awkward this is. They can't fall back. Revive on Aru, not really a possibility anymore, but Athanki spotted out. And well, in fact, he's gonna get baited out. Shots fired from every single direction, and Devotee finds yet another frag for his team. But Aryan, he can be knocked out over here. A lot of shots coming in from the other side of the hill.
Yeah, AX just backing away from that spot, so it's a good thing for Metal Esports. They find themselves in the middle of a scuffle, but the teammate's not there to provide any sort of cover, and that's why maybe Pain is Life can actually inflict a lot of pain and hurt, and that's what he does. He finds those 2 quick strikes. Metal Esports on the verge being eliminated, but Pain is Life, he gets third-partied. Opponents are so lucky to be alive. Metal Esports, they gotta thank their stars.
Yeah, for sure, man. This gives them breathing room to go for those revives. And Likitha Esports, Smoker, it seems like he is still upset about that previous third party. Going after everyone, 3 finishes secured by Likitha Esports, and they actually have a brilliant position to work with, holding a strong hold of that Camp Alpha shoreline. My apologies, not Camp Alpha, Hill Shoreline, and now they're going after Metal. EXO close in the distance. Termi still knocked out. Altu, the revive gets denied for Metal.
Impossible for Termi to be back upon his feet.
Yeah.
So yeah, for Metal Esports, this game's already spoiled. EXO flanks up all the way, and he does get the confirmation too. Likitha Esports, 3 players still around the block. Smoker somehow getting confirmed. He messed up.
Yeah.
Ended up giving his frag away just like that. But
they got third-partied by Godlike.
Look at that little cheeky angle created by EXO. That little pixel could have been deadly. Even Aimbot's taken down, barely any sort of HP, and now even the zone's on the move. Aimbot, he needs to make it quick. All the foes out in the open, and Aimbot, this man is cornered inside of the house. The flames, they spread, and Aimbot, no possible way. The man's not going to be able to make a comeback anymore.
That Molotov was the final nade in the coffin, man. I mean, it was perfectly timed, plus the damage from the blue was enough to make sure that Aimbot isn't going to be there to aim at anyone anymore. But look at this, Likitha Esports, they've lost Smoker, they've lost their IGL, and God's Omen in the perfect position to shut down any movement from the side of Likitha Esports. Godlike as well, playing from the shoreline, half spotted out Starboy and Inferno. They're going to be pinned behind that rock, but here comes the pressure of the blue, Jonathan. He finds the knock, the finish conversion. Oh no, it gets stolen by God's Omen.
That's going to be free elimination point.
Yeah.
For Hero Xtreme Godlike though, just look at the amount of damage they're also taking from the blue. And it's not a good spot to be in at all. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, soon there's also going to be a few teams moving in from the sidelines, and there's also God's Omen in the front. For God's Omen to actually make that pounce against Hero Xtreme Godlike, it's a little bit tough, and it's also extreme. So they cannot really make the pounce just yet. But for Godlike, this one's going to be tough as well. From the back, there's another team that's constantly taking those pop shots. It's First Curiosity. And right next to First Curiosity, there's also AX.
AX has a brilliant position to work with. It's just that TR can cause a lot of havoc for them. And Godlike, as you mentioned, they're going to be paranoid about their backlines. First Curiosity, at any given moment, can strike the deadly blow. But Admino, dealing with the threat before it has a chance to strike Crypto, is going to be the first man knocked out. Admino now trying to avoid damage from the blue, moves up. But Dreams finds the knock onto Jonathan. Godlike losing players. They're down 2 players. Gods and Admino still alive to fight.
This is what I was mentioning. Godlike, they are definitely going to face a lot of the brunt. Admino falls down once again, and Gods will be eliminated too. Within the blink of an eye, the entirety of Godlike, they've been eliminated from this game with just 1 finish point acquired. And this is what happens when you play a defensive game. If you're not able to close out the game, that's barely any sort of points that you get in your hands. Now for God's Omen, all they can do is just unleash their wrath against the players of Likitha Esports, and that's what they're exactly doing. Still that one man behind the rock, he was doing a lot of damage, and Shogun, he peeks out eventually, and that's going to be the confirmation. God's Omen, Shogun's out in the open, he can't go anywhere, and he will be caught off guard.
Oh man, that's the end of God's Omen and the journey. We're down to the top 5 teams, 12 players still alive in this match. Necro, I have a feeling what you said about NON, maybe they just heard it, man, and now they're upset. It looks like this could be their chicken. They have the high ground. Everyone is down below. TrueRippers, they're going to have to deal with the players of Team AX. BotArmyEsports, not enough players to actually close out the match. And everything is just laid out for the success of NON Esports.
If that's the case, I would love for them to make the comeback.
Yeah. This is a good team with young players and a lot of potential in all of them.
Yeah. And it does feel like they are bringing in a bit of that switch in the playstyle. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why NoNx is not able to get the lay of the land properly, not able to get the hands free that well.
But seems like I want to talk to you about this. I mean, this is the perfect time, according to me, to try out new things. As you mentioned, NON trying out new things, getting the lay of the land, trying to understand the teams as well. They have 6 matches today. They messed up the first 3. If they can still bounce back and make things work in the next 3 and figure out what they have to do on the other 3 days, hey man, it seems like they're going to finish round 1 on the first position, or at least in the podium.
The way I look at it, it's a little bit different, right? If in the upcoming 2 games, even if they manage to get 10 points, and in the last game, if they manage to get around 7 or 8 points, that's still a decent performance in 6 games. That's what I believe. Because you've still got a few more days to go in the future, and you do have an ample amount of games too. And even the groups are shuffling constantly, so you can keep on pairing yourself up with better opponents or maybe weaker opponents.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I think right now we just forgot about the fact that TrueRippers was still in the mix, man. We just spoke about them very early on in the game and how Jelly, his entire focus for the last month was trying to figure out how to secure the most number of chicken dinners, and they get to work right here, right now. One player knocked out. Hydro is going to be brought back into the game. The revive should come through. They have some cover to work with, but no. Team AX from the back lines, they are still there. The threat lurks along the shore, but Devotee gets distracted by BotArmyEsports. He takes a knock onto Prateek. The nade is going to be too close for comfort. On the other side of the rock, they go to avoid the damage, and they do succeed. So now it's a three-man roster from the side of TrueRippers, still alive. Viper, impressive trade coming through. 2v2, NON versus TrueRippers.
TrueRippers does not really have a lot of breathing space inside of the fight, but they still somehow bounce back. NON, how did you mess that fight up like that? You had every single advantage. You had the players of TrueRippers cornered, but still they somehow bounce back in the fight. And now for BotArmyEsports, this one-man fragger. He needs to be the saving grace. Utility tossed out against the two players of TrueRippers. But Fragger, he's got too much on the plate, and soon he might just be devoured by the entirety of TrueRippers. Here comes the first peek. Fragger, he finds an instant shutdown. He was not able to get the conversion onto the second player, though, so TrueRippers still ripping things apart in the game.
But Harsh, with the way he has positioned himself, it seems like he's not really aware about the players of Team X and where they are. He knows where Aryan is, but Devotee on the flank, completely invisible to this man. It's a 1v2 situation, two teams left, TrueRippers and Team AX, both Titans looking to secure their chicken dinner for this day, their first win of this day, and, well, this was their first game as well. So the dream started, they wanted the nade, oh, just a bit short, but maybe the next one will connect as the blue zone is closing in from the rear. And Devotee, he has done a lot for his team in this particular game. The start that Team AX wanted is going to be there because of this man, Harsh. He finds the opener. Aaron now knows where the last man is, and there's the trade, there's the chicken dinner. A brilliant start for Team AX, the only team on this stage right now with that international exposure, and they are putting it on display. 22 points from their first game.
12 finishes on the board from Team AX in the first game itself, and proving why they were the winners of the previous official tournament too. AX, it was not a fluke. They know they're here to dominate, and once again, they continue the same run of form. This is what you like to see, and as you mentioned, the only team on the stage with the recent experience off the global stage.
I like the fact that it was a chicken dinner and Devotee was still like, might as well look at my stats. You did well. You did well, buddy. Could be the MVP of the match as well.
And honestly speaking, Devotee is always one of those players that falls down first for Team AX, if you remember, right?
Yeah.
But in this game, Devotee had a lot of beautiful stats.
But let's not forget, you were there with me. I think it was a game of Erangel 2 years ago. We saw the same man pull off a 1v7 or a 1v8 chicken dinner out of nowhere. He was the last man surviving for his team and just completely destroyed anyone who came his way for the win. So he is a miracle worker for sure. As you mentioned, the devotion has been paying off since then.
And I also remember back in the day, he used to be under the banner of BotArmyEsports.
Yes.
And they also used to collide against the players of God's Reign in a drop clash. And yeah, it's a different thing that God's Reign as well were fumbling a little bit over there. But at the end of the day, for Team AX, the way they shaped out the first game itself, it's going to be such a great start for them towards this upper bracket. And Team AX now with these 22 points, they're already going to be around the top dogs.
You know what? I was worried about AX at a certain point in the game, especially during the late stages when they were holding the shoreline of Ruins. There was first curiosity towards their right, and TrueRippers was just across the river on the slope. At that time, there was a possibility that Team AX could have been sandwiched and finished off, but they just kept their heads down, waited for the right opportunity, and as soon as NON came knocking on the door of TrueRippers, that is when Team AX just first finished off Bot Army and then finished off TrueRippers for that chicken dinner. So the timing of it all, the planning of it all was perfect, it was good, and it was played out to perfection, and then there's this team. That TrueRippers, I mean, they are going to be like, it's a bunch of smiling faces, but they're scary.
I know, right? And at the end of the day, for Devotee to pop off in such a well, I do feel like Devotee might have just gotten his long-lost form once again back in the game, so that's quite a good thing. And let's not forget, Aryan himself, he's quite a great player. As an IGL, he's fantastic. As an assaulter, he's also pretty good. He's an IGL that knows how to frag out too. So as a whole package, Team AX is probably one of the best teams out there. But now the conversation heading towards another name, that was TrueRippers. In the end moments, man, even they were dominating. For a moment, we thought TrueRippers is done for. They're cornered, but no, they still somehow bounce back in that given scenario. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we head on towards the upcoming game.
A dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
क्या ही बेहतरीन गेम प्ले यहाँ पर टीम आर्यन दिखाती हुई नजर आई। ब्रेक के बाद आपका एक और बार स्वागत है और मेरे साथ यहाँ पर जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे जॉनी। पिछले मैच में टीम आर्यन ने एक बढ़िया चिकन निकाला जी, बट हाँ थोड़ा सा पैसिव देखने को मिला।
आई मीन पैसिव देखने को तो मिले, बट ये भी कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा ना कि पहला ही गेम था उनके दिन का। पहले मैच में जब आप आते हैं और आपको पता है कि लॉबी आधी जो लॉबी है वो ऑलरेडी वार्म्ड अप है, उसमें से कई टीम्स जो है वो अच्छा भी खेल रही है, कंसिस्टेंट भी है, तो आप कोशिश करेंगे कि आप पहले जाएं, समझे कि चल क्या रहा है मांजरा, और फिर जो भी क्वेश्चन है, जो भी सामने वाली टीम की स्ट्रैटेजी है, उसके लिए अपने काउंटर्स प्रिपेयर करने की कोशिश करें।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एक अच्छा गेम प्ले दिखाने का प्रयास था और उसमें कामयाबी जरूर टीम आर्यन ने पाई। बट अगर आप भी कामयाबी पाना चाहते हैं तो आपके पास भी मौका है। केवल मात्र 10 यूसी खर्च करके आप एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन सूट अपने नाम कर सकते हैं।
आई मीन काफी बेहतरीन तो है। मैंने नेक्रो से ये सवाल पूछा था, मैं आपसे भी पूछना चाहूंगा, आपको ये सूट ज्यादा पसंद है या निक्सन सिनेस्ट्रा सूट जो है वो ज्यादा पसंद है?
देखिए कोई सा भी दिला जी।
जी ये भी सही है कि जो मिल जाए वो उसी से काम चला लेंगे। वेल आई मीन अभी जैसा हम लोग अपने बढ़िया दोनों हैं और फ्लेक्स करने में मजा भी आता है। बट अभी गेम की भी बात कर लेते हैं, बिकॉज जिस तरह से हमारी जो टीम्स थी, हमारे जो प्लेयर्स थे, उन्होंने एक दूसरे के ऊपर अपनी स्किल्स फ्लेक्स करी। देखना यह है कि जो ग्रुप सी की टीम्स हैं इन पर्टिकुलर, हमारे हैवी हीटर्स हमको नजर आए थे। टॉप की टीम्स की बात करें तो देखिए विनोवेट चिकन डिनर स्ट्रैट्स फॉर टीम AX जो है वो हमारे सामने आए। और डिवोटी के ऊपर मैं आपके थॉट्स जानना चाहूंगा। द मैन हैज बीन इन अ ब्रिलियंट फॉर्म, और सिर्फ इस टूर्नामेंट में नहीं, अभी तक हाल फिलहाल में जितना इनको इस टीम के साथ देखा, अच्छा खेल रहे हैं काफी।
देखिए बेहतर प्लेयर हैं और हाल फिलहाल में तो आप ये भी कह सकते हैं कि इंटरनेशनल एक्सपीरियंस आपके पास है। मतलब वो कुछ दिन जो आप वहां पर रहे और वो एक तजुर्बा बहुत मैटर करता है। और जब आपने आज के दिन की शुरुआत की है तो वो बेहतर रही है। तो मैं तो समझता हूँ कि अभी के लिए तो टीम आर्यन बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट में रहेगी। और ऑफ कोर्स डिवोटी वो प्लेयर हैं जो अभी के लिए टॉप ऑफ द बोर्ड हैं, 4 बढ़िया फिनिशेस उनके पास। उनके साथ साथ वहां पर साइरेक्स भी हमें देखने को मिलते हैं और ओवरऑल 22 ये गेम देखने को मिलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
जी 22 अंक टीम में एक्स ने इस गेम से अपने निकाले, 12 फिनिशेस रही थी। ट्रू रिपर्स की बात करें, उनका भी एक अच्छा स्टार्ट, मैं बोलूंगा डबल डिजिट्स अगर आप पहले गेम में निकालते हैं, इट्स ऑलवेज गुड। 11 पॉइंट्स फॉर देम। BotArmy Esports, काफी देर तक मेरे को लग रहा था कि BotArmy Esports, NON, इनकी पोजीशन काफी अच्छी है, बट आउट ऑफ नोवेयर BotArmy ने अपने प्लेयर्स लूज कर दिया। और NON का जो वो पुश था ट्रू रिपर्स की तरफ, प्लानिंग अच्छी थी, एग्जीक्यूशन हॉरिबल।
और वहीं पर आप सेकंड पेज पे भी चर्चाएं कर सकते हैं जहां पर हमें गॉडलाइक देखने को मिल रही है। 3 अंक उनके पास, 4 TR। आज का दिन इस टीम के लिए तो कुछ खास देखने को नहीं मिला। आप सोचिए कि 4 मैचेस खेले हैं जहां पर एक मैच में 3, 2 मैचेस में 1-1 पॉइंट, और ये गेम तो यहाँ पर केवल 2 अंक बटोर पाए।
आई मीन आज का दिन अच्छा नहीं जा रहा, नहीं ना, नटशेल यही बोल सकते हैं हम उनके लिए। बट दूसरी तरफ आई थिंक OG का एक रीसेट देखने को मिला इस गेम में। सबसे पहले एग्जिट लेने वाली में से टीम्स में से एक ओरंगुटान के जो 43 पॉइंट्स हैं वही हमको नजर आते हैं इस मैच में। गॉड्स ओमन ये हमको 36 पॉइंट्स के साथ सेकंड पर नजर आएंगे। लॉस हरमानोस उनका थोड़ा सा ड्रॉप। टीम AX ये देखिए, अब ये होती है एक अच्छी स्टार्ट गेम नंबर 1 अपना खेला, आज के दिन का अपना पहला मैच खेला 22 अंकों के साथ सीधा 5th पोजीशन पर।
देखिए माफी चाहूंगा, मैंने पैसिव जरूर वहां पर एक शब्द इस्तेमाल किया था, बट एग्रेसिव देखने को मिले थे वो। थोड़ा सा जरूर वहां पर गलत विपरीत बोल गया था मैं, बट हाँ काबिले तारीफ खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं। टीम आर्यन की तरफ से वो गेम प्ले देखने को मिला। वहीं पर जब हम बॉट आर्मी की बात करते हैं तो आप सोचिए कि चौथा गेम इन्होंने यहाँ पर खेला है
जी।
चौथे गेम में सेंटर इनके पास था, बट स्टिल वो गेम नहीं बना पाए और मात्र 4 गेम में आप देख सकते हैं 18 अंक उनके पास।
ओए अभी जो मोमेंटम हम देखना चाहते हैं, खासतौर से जब 6 मैचेस आपके पास होते हैं, आप कोशिश तो करेंगे कि भाई 6 में से 2 गेम्स तो आपके हाथ में रहे। वशिष्ठ स्पोर्ट्स ने भी यही किया था बाय द वे, और उसी की वजह से एक अच्छी पोजीशन पे उन्होंने अपनी लोअर ब्रैकेट की जो जर्नी थी उसको खत्म किया। अभी भी मौका है बॉट आर्मी के पास, लेकिन अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 2 ही गेम बची है, तो ये 2 गेम्स के अंदर कुछ भी करके पॉइंट निकालना है। और इस शख्स की और इनके आसपास जो प्लेयर बैठे हैं उनकी मैं बात करना चाहूंगा। आपको पता है ये किसकी दुनिया है?
जेली की दुनिया।
एग्जैक्टली, जेली की दुनिया है। हम सब उसके बस साइड कैरेक्टर्स हैं और कियोलमा उनके बाजू में मौजूद। द मैन हैज हैड अ लॉट ऑफ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस, ही वांट्स टू विन फाइनली।
जी हाँ, और देखिए यहाँ पर ओजी भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं, ये भी बहुत
ये कह रहे हैं इसके बाद।
देखिए ओजी भी बहुत बेहतर टीम है। आज का दिन तो इस टीम के लिए लाजवाब रहा है। शुरुआती 3 मैचेस में क्या बेहतर गेम प्ले रहा। लास्ट गेम जरूर हम कह सकते हैं कि कोई पॉइंट नहीं बटोर पाए, बट हाँ मैं दोबारा से ट्रू रिपर्स के ऊपर आना चाहूंगा। देखिए मेरी बातें चल रही थी हाइड्रो से, तो मैं जरूर समझना चाह रहा था उनसे कि किस तरीके से गेम वो खेलते हुए नजर आते हैं पूरी टीम। तो उन्होंने एक सिंपल सी बात बोली कि आईजीएल हमारे ऊपर बहुत भरोसा करते हैं, अगर हम कोई कॉल आउट्स देते हैं तो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आईजीएल हम पर बिलीव करते हैं। बट फिलहाल के लिए हम थोड़ी सी देर में बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे अपने अगले गेम की तरफ।
प्रेडिक्शन बता दो उससे पहले एक बारी।
चलिए मैं तो उगते सूरज को ही सलाम करता हूं, तो मैं टीम आर्यन के साथ दोबारा जाना चाहता हूं।
ठीक है, फिर मैं चाहूंगा कि हमारी ट्रू रिपर्स जो है कियो एक चिकन डिनर निकाल के दिखाए हमें अगले गेम में। अब देखते हैं मैच जीतेगा कौन और क्या होगा इन सारी टीम्स का, और उसके लिए चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स के पास।
It seems like the analyst desk is going with the new fresh group that has just joined in. But honestly speaking, I want to support someone that's not doing too hot inside of the game. So maybe I'm going to go with NoNx Esports. But what about you?
I think NoNx is actually a very favorable pick, but I want to go with Aryan, man. I really love this team. I love the way they've played, and they've recently come in from an international tournament. They have the experience, they've got the caliber as well, they've got the chicken in the first game. Why not get another one?
Maybe you're just being a little too greedy. Have you thought about that? They've already got a fantastic start. And I'm pretty sure if Aryan is thinking the same way that OG is, Aryan will now just try to get a bit of that consistent point flow with the average points on the overall table. And maybe things will be all good and dandy for them. But we still got a few more names like Likitha Esports. We're also looking to have that one good game. Without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the 5th game of the day. The plane's going to be in the skies, this time once again in the deserty lands of Miramar. The previous Miramar was quite passive with the previous groups, but now as we've got Group C inside of the action, it is supposed to be the group of death. Are we going to see the aggression rise up and the heat rise up in the map of Miramar? Well, only time can tell, as the plane's now going to be in the skies, starting all the way from La Trulera towards the opposite side, which is Puerto Paraíso. This plane platform is heavily tilted down south.
It certainly is, and that just means one thing. If you want to go up north, you will have to take those collisions. You will have to battle for those vehicles. And I don't think that's going to be easy. But look at that, the energy in the fans. I just visited the venue. It's electrifying. Everybody is ready. That poster is upside down. Please turn it around. We do get the message, ladies and gentlemen. I love the support that there is for all our teams out here. Majority of them coming in to support Godlike. They did not really fare wonderfully in that map of Sanhok, but it's fine. I think that was just the start. We hope they do much better on this map of Miramar. But right off the get-go, Necro, looking at the flight path, looking at the teams where they are dropping around, it seems like TR and Team Soul might actually have an early skirmish. What are your thoughts on that?
There's definitely a chance. We do see a massive cluster of teams taking an exit towards Los Leones. Maybe there's going to be a lot of those teams around the Los Leones vicinity. We also do see First Curiosity taking an exit down south and slowly and steadily heading towards Partona, maybe. Not exactly sure what the sort of game plan that's going to be. Likitha Esports 2 around the southern side of Los Leones. Then you've also got Godlike taking an exit towards Puerto Paraíso. That's a little bit off the track for Hero Xtreme Godlike. You would not see that team drop around that vicinity. Victoria Sumus as well taking an exit towards Impala. Then you've also got God's Reign heading towards that same side. A few collisions that we spoke of are also happening at the same time. The pit stop clashes are something that we all expected, and that's what is exactly happening.
Want to find out if Goblin can actually get the first pick, can get the early entry in this fight. Look at that from the backline, Sikul. Good positioning from this man. I love the split coming into the soul. But can they make advantage of it? Shots being taken, damage being inflicted, but Team TrueRippers, they managed to escape, and that was a close call, Necro.
It indeed was. The vehicle's on the verge of being completely blown up. But somehow TrueRippers, they do make it out alive, so that's a good thing. Backing away from this spot, things looking quite good and dandy. TrueRippers now just going to be looking for a bit of that stability in the game. Jelly and Hydro, they know they got out of Death's grip. They're still alive, so that's good news. For Seoul, those could have been a free few points, but they still missed out on the shot. But it's fine. As long as all the 4 players are still looking healthy and good, for Seoul, the future lines can be better.
It certainly can be. And I'm waiting for their substitute Thunder to actually come in and impact the team. He's been their latest addition. He's also pretty hyped up as well.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be like the plan B.
Yeah.
If things don't really work out over here within this playing 4, then the plan B, then the substitution come into play.
So do you remember Legit and Thunder used to be ex-teammates? They do have a little bit of a bonding together as frontline assaulters, so I guess that coordination might come into the picture, but not in this game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk about that a wee while later. God's Reign on the other side. It's been a topsy-turvy day, to be honest, for them. They did get that one chicken dinner, but apart from that, I don't think they've troubled the score as much, Necro.
True that. Things are being a little bit slow. God's Reign, they're one of those teams that likes to play it passive. And speaking of the previous game, even from the side of Victorious Sumus, we did not really see a lot. Things were passive. Victorious Sumus once again trying to stay outside of any sort of chaos, which is quite characteristic of them. That's how they like to play it. Absolutely passive. Metal Esports on the screen. It's one of those teams that likes to take it up close and personal, that likes to play it aggressive. But so far, the opportunity hasn't really presented itself. The previous game, they definitely choked up a massive fight.
Yeah. Aimbot does have a lot of potential in him. We've heard a lot of coaches talk about him, how his raw mechanical brilliance can actually change the course of a match at any given point in time, but he's yet to showcase his potential and turn it into real match performance. But look at this, 4TR official, get an opening, shot being fired, but the Scarrel at that range, of course, it's never really going to pay you dividends. He manages to escape unscathed. A little bit of damage was there, but that is not really going to do much. Likitha Esports, they survive yet another scare.
Yeah, 4TR is another one of those teams that's not doing too hot. Generally speaking, 4TR, they need to wake up right now. At least have good final 2 games. At least get around 30 points. That's all they need. 4TR's only got 7 points in the span of 4 games. And that's honestly miserable. It's not a good performance. They need to put up numbers on the board. And speaking of numbers, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, the previous game, they only got 1 point. Actually make that 3 since a few placement points were also added, but I'm speaking of the elimination.
Yeah.
And because of that, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, I'm pretty sure the start wasn't good, and that might just affect the mentality.
It's so surprising that they still choose to actually play Codex in the playing 4 instead of Simp.
He has been giving them a lot of value recently. I'm not sure if you're watching the recent third-party tournament. Simp was there for the first half of the tournament, and Simp was not able to give the same results as GodZ was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, GodZ was popping off on a different level, while Simp, he was not able to bring in that result. Simp had double-digit games, and he had less than 5 finishes, something like that. It was not looking good.
Well, we'll find out if this Godlike can actually make things work on the map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, currently we're looking at God's Omen, who are rotating. The last game was pretty nice, I would say. They did try to make it theirs, but that did not really happen. Team Aryan has had a beautiful start, and I really want to find out if on the map of Miramar, where rotations do come into the picture, where you always have to be aware of your surroundings for third parties, can they still stand the test of time?
Good question. But as of now, for Los Hermanos, they've got a decent spot to play with around the Los Leones side. In the smack center of the zone as well, Los Leones, they're looking pretty good. Los Hermanos, all the 4 players intact. 2 of the players actually scouting out the surrounding lines. Just getting the information, knowing exactly where the players are positioned. We've also got God's Omen now making that entrance inside of the circle. That can be another fight that might just brew up. First Curiosity on the screen. We've got Dreams, Kamala Boy, Insidious over here, and including Crypto. And I do feel like FC as well can be one of those teams that can bring in a lot of surprises.
The Dark Horses, huh?
Yeah.
Even they played in that recently concluded third-party tournament that you just mentioned. Now, I need you to enlighten me on their performance, but a little while later, because it seems like Jonathan has actually found a couple of players off guard. Morty has been brought down. First finish for Hero Xtreme Godlike as they go off the mark. Beautiful stuff from them. But they need to be prepared for the rest of the comrades to join the party as well.
This is exactly how the last game started too. Jonathan picking off that one finish point, and that's the only finish point they had till the end. Now let's just hope that Hero Xtreme Godlike does actually show some good progress in this game. But honestly speaking, I might just be too harsh. It's just a game 2 for them. They're probably still trying to understand how exactly the lobby is going to be functioning. Yeah, a few teams are naturally built different. AX, it did not even take a lot of time for that team to understand what they exactly need to do inside of the game, and they adapted so quickly. But Los Hermanos, the position they've got, they can definitely be someone who can disrupt a lot of flows.
Look at that cluster, my word. Everybody anticipates that circle to be around that Lost Innes region, but one team being the outlier amongst all of them will be Team Soul. Look at that, they're deep inside of the blue. Every one of those teams have anticipated circle beautifully. Majority of them inside the circle, but for Team Soul, there's a lot of distance, a lot of ground to cover.
The way the circle's formed out, it definitely does seem like we're going to see an urban warfare. Los Leones completely in contention. And there's also going to be few teams taking the high grounds of Los Leones. The hills around it. And whoever gets their hands onto it, one thing is for sure, they can rack up a lot of elimination points the moment teams try to rotate in. We do see Likitha Esports around that same marker. And Likitha Esports, that's what they exactly want to do. But what are these shots? Disgusting from Colin. Finds the knock as well. XOXO dismantled. And this is going to be the showstopper. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they collide against the players of BotArmyEsports. And this is going to be a bit of a problematic fight. BotArmyEsports, they've got the 4 players around the block as Hero Xtreme Godlike. They might just be on the receiving end. They are man down. Man disadvantage in the hands of Hero Xtreme Godlike, but now they need to take the fight no matter what. Return utilities from BotArmyEsports. They're definitely putting in a lot of pressure against Godlike.
Oh, for sure. It's too late for them to disengage. At this point, I think NINZA will be the only one that can stop this ambush coming in against Punk, trying to hold on to that fight, but he gets knocked out. It's all down to Jonathan, but he gets picked up as well. BotArmyEsports showcasing their class, showcasing their talent as well. Godlike dismantling.
Oh, no. Godlike now pushed outside of the comfort zone. Where can they go? The Molotov, it's creating that separation, and it might just pay dividends. And Mino, he pulls out the shotgun once again. The players in the front, they're taken down low, but Mino, he's not able to find a lot of value. Gods! He could have found the second knock as well, but gets wrapped up. And Hero Xtreme Godlike once again. Jonathan, the only elimination found at the start of the game.
Well, your prediction just coming true. I'm not really sure if the fans are going to be happy, but look at that, Team Aryan onto another fight, and this time the victims are going to be Metal Esports. A couple of their players will fall. Alto on his knees as well. Even he will get picked off. 3 eliminations on the board already for Team Aryan. This has been a solid start coming in from this international team already. I call them an international team because they've got the experience, but they are showcasing that experience here as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? In the recent third-party tournament, AX's performance wasn't too good.
Yeah.
They were like a switch on and off constantly. So I just hope AX is going to be consistent in this one. This is where it matters the most, and if AX is not consistent, we know they're done for. Metal Esports, what just happened to them? Termi's now the only man alive out of nowhere. A while ago, they had all the 4 players up and running. But now it's just Termi. And yeah, speaking of Hero Xtreme Godlike, once again, we're not even seeing any sort of change in that pattern. The same pattern was replicated over here too from the previous game. And Hero Xtreme Godlike choking up that fight. The positioning is always bad from Hero Xtreme Godlike in these fights. In the previous game too, they were playing around the edges. There were just too many line of sights against him. In this game, they were in a dip. What do you expect? Of course, you're already starting things off with a man disadvantage.
Absolutely. I think the start of their fight, their formation is decent, but then as soon as the fight initiates, I think they completely lose control of it. The communications does not seem to be working. Admino is in some other direction. Punk is the one who is initiating the fights. That is not how you actually get things done, and especially against BotArmy, who has been struggling for a while now.
True.
I did not expect Godlike to lose out on that fight without getting a single knock.
There's no way you just said that.
I did not expect, that's my opinion, but, well, moving ahead. Wait,
so Salty basically wants to say that Godlike lost to a team that's already doing bad, so just imagine.
I did not say that.
Simplified, that's what it meant. Come on, you know it.
Necro is framing me, guys. I'm getting framed. You know how the fans are. I do not want to be targeted yet again. I'm done. I'm done with that life, guys. I want to steer away from controversies. They have made my life...
That does not sound like you.
I'll come back. I'll come back after a while.
Oh, man. It's going to be fun. But when will you actually come back? That's my question.
We'll find out.
So is it in this tournament or next tournament?
God knows, man. Speaking of God, Z-God in front of us does have the high ground advantage. 4TR official, another one of those teams who has been struggling. Look at that, 7 points in total in all the games that they've played. Definitely not very brilliant. But this time, it seems like one of their players, God's Reigns Delta, is going to fall. Goblin will come up to actually scour out those finishes, but from the distance, it's been tap shots coming their way. Neo, beautiful connection. Joker finds Destro. It seems like God's Reign, they are being systematically dismantled, Necro.
That was a disgusting knock. And it's always God's Reign losing these players in a long-range engagement.
Exactly, right?
Even in the map of Sanhok, Destro got knocked out of nowhere, completely from a different point of the map. And right now, too, Soul's able to find the openers. And look at Joker. This man is disgusting. People call him my brother, but I'm pretty sure he's not, because I do not play that way. Look at Joker just dismantling squads.
He's always been brilliant. I don't know why teams underestimate his potential, always keep him as a fifth or sub him out majority of the times, but this man has been always the clutch meister. This time, of course, initiating things. Nades do pop up, but not on the money. We'll fall back and regroup with his teammates for sure, but GDR, they will have to fear for their lives. Look at the way Team Soul have them wrapped around Necro.
Why does it feel like God's Reign are not the alpha anymore inside of the fights?
Absolutely.
Every single fight they've taken today, it feels like God's Reign is always playing on the back foot, and because of that, they're also facing the brunt over and over again. They're always on the receiving side of the spectrum. We've never seen God's Reign actually inflict that pain and hurt against the lobby. Yeah, we did see that one chicken dinner, but once again, it was on the map of Sanhok, and we all know once the zone is with you, even God cannot take the chicken dinner away from you.
And the fact was that chicken came with 4 eliminations. That's actually not a lot, but look at this. Justin, it seems like he's actually brought back a little bit of fighting hope. Just to one finish point on this lad. Right next to him is going to be Joker yet again, and he finds 3 eliminations. 4 eliminations for Team Soul, beautifully destroyed. God's Reign in a matter of flash, and now I think they are going to be looking for their next targets. Brilliantly done, Team Soul. But who will be their next targets is the question, because they've gotten themselves a lovely part of the circle, and there's nobody who's there to challenge them.
They did lose out on one of the players, but it's okay. Things can still be recovered. AX, unfortunately, a casualty on the way, but Termi from the backlines, one loose straggler. He's there to save the day for AX. Unknowingly, he's just saved them and helped them. And eventually, the playzone's going to devour Termi, so Metal Esports, that's it from the game. Metal Esports, it's quite another bad game for them. They need to find that recovery pathway as soon as possible, and if they're not going to do so, we all know Metal Esports, a bad start means a bad day.
Yeah, for sure. For now, though, you talk about a bad day, well, somebody has been having a good day so far. Orangutan once again in the midst of battle. Lovely split coming in from them, a 2-2 split. It seems like Atanki quite close to the players of 4TR, Z-God having that height advantage, but haven't really been able to make advantage out of it, but gives away his position for absolutely nothing.
It's fine, though. I'm pretty sure everyone knows there's someone on top of this hill. So it's okay. And Z-God, he knows no one can even do anything to him. The position he's got, it's quite sacred.
Sacred?
Yeah.
What do you mean sacred? Is that God's position itself?
His name is literally Z-God.
Oh, wow.
You don't get that?
Well, that was not a reference, Necro. That is a very poor joke. Please try and rework on that.
Hold on to that thought, though. Looking at Cincinnati Kids, the amount of shots he took, that should have been a knock. And eventually he does find the knock, too. Ganha knocked out. Confirmation not there yet. Juicy fumbling up a little bit, but eventually he does get the confirmation. Juicy, he follows up the spray on the second guy as well. He is missing quite a bit of those shots, but he's not able to find those proper connections either. He does find the first knock into confirmation. Skip's able to follow it up as well, as he gets another knock in confirmation on towards Kalyuk. But Anonymous, the man's still alive.
This is an extremely chaotic cluster, to be honest. Everyone at the edge of the blue, everyone at the edge of the circle. Only a few are going to make it alive. Look at that, the nade beautifully cooked coming in from Anonymous. Almost takes out the life of Skips as well. But that man still clings onto it. The smoke's not really going to protect him. Needs to reposition as quickly as he possibly can. But I'm looking at those green dots, Necro. They are the ones who can actually cause a lot of troubles, and I guess that is going to be Team Ari. And on the other side, of course, Team Soul. On to another one. This time it is going to be victorious Sumus, and Shine has been brought down. This has been an ambush and a half, and Team Soul, of course, just being successful all the time. 7 finishes on board already.
Even without Goblins, Soul's dominating, and that's what you like to see. Goblins eliminated from the game already, but Soul's domination, it does not stop. Having a look at the map once again, the zone once again favors the players of IG Los Hermanos in quite a decent spot. 4TR right underneath the players of IG Los Hermanos. There's also OG stacking up. God's Omen around the left side. And Soul, there's a big chance they might just clash against the entirety of TrueRippers. But TrueRippers, there's a man right next to him, and that's going to be Gamla Boy.
Does Los Hermanos have the only compound inside of the circle? Seems like they have. TrueRippers on the other side, they are in for a fight. It seems like one of their guys will be absolutely destroyed. This is vintage Gamla Boy, ladies and gentlemen. Up front, of course, 2 of the players from TrueRippers try to put up a retaliation. They do come into slam, but it seems like there is also a split working through. Chelly with the Molotovs wants to initiate the fight, wants to shake Gamla Boy and his stability. It's not going to be that easy.
Oh my god, that Molotov, it's disgusting. It should be able to find the re-knock once again, and that's what he does, Gamla Boy! You disgusting lad! How does he find those 3 strikes instantly? And now switches his target on the other guy. Gamla Boy, just 2 foes in the front, but eventually will be eliminated because he does not have a lot of HP. But that was insane.
That was close. For sure, that was close with TrueRippers. It seems like the fight is not over because from the back lines, they are being peppered. Harsh barely managed to survive, had to disembark from the vehicle. Also need to smoke off to protect that piece of mobility for themselves. It is none other than the bot army. And they've been brilliant bot army, surprisingly. It seems like their 4v4 fights have just improved out of nowhere.
They indeed have. I mean, this banner in general, they just have a really good scouting program. BotArmyEsports, whoever you see in this banner, they're quite the young bloods, know exactly what they need to do to sustain in such a circuit. And they always do end up doing a decent job. And right now as well, they're doing pretty good. OG, the only team that's extremely consistent in the overall standings. Yeah, the previous game was a fumble up, but it's fine. One mess up, it is forgivable. And looking at OG's spot in the overall standings, they're still untouched.
They're untouched, but they're about to touch a couple of these lads who are going to be Los Hermanos right underneath their compound. Look at the nade coming through. Beautifully done from Zeref. Knocks down Anonymous. Cincinnati Kids, they are looking to capitalize on this opportunity to have the man advantage. Zeref wants to push up, but there is a considerable advantage that he has. But it seems like from the up top, it is going to be Skips who finds Viper. Lucifer from the distance as well will clean things up. Cincinnati Kids, they get one of their players knocked out, but 4 finishes on board already. I told you this is going to be an extremely sweaty corner of the circle. Look at the minimap, how many teams there are. And up top, there's still God's Omen who are looking to feast on these finishes.
It indeed is quite a sweaty game. And look at CK, Zeref. He's the only man that's looking healthy. Maybe he's going to be able to get the reset on towards Skips, but I still do believe that's going to take a lot of his time. God's Omen, all the 4 players standing, looking quite good in a decent spot too. But the zone moves away from them, and this is where the real problems now will start to knock the door. God's Omen needs to make it inside of the circle without taking a lot of damage upon themselves. There's also 4TR in the close proximity. There's also OG and IG Los Hermanos holding down the center. It's going to be a tough game. BotArmyEsports under heavy fire. Pratik, he goes prone. He's looking safe as of now, but he still needs to patch himself up.
But where is he getting shot from is my question, because Team Soul, I don't think they have a line of sight on him. Team Soul, they themselves are busy taking some time off so they can reset. Once again, Legit has been knocked down, and it seems like Bot Army, they're looking to ambush this, use this time to actually push up the distance and close on up. Pratik with the nade loading up. I guess if it hits right on the money, can cause a lot of damage for Team Soul, but it seems like he decides to disengage, gives the time to Team Soul to reset, and begins the fight once again.
BotArmyEsports, 3 players next to each other. And these 3 players, for them to convert this fight is going to be extremely difficult. They do want to make that pounce against the players of Soul, and both these teams have been doing pretty good in this game. Soul's got 10 finish points acquired so far, so it's not going to be an easy pill to be swallowed just like that. For BotArmyEsports, it feels like they just want to have a peaceful rotation. They want to let go of the tracks of Soul, but no, instead Pratik, he takes an exit, and he starts taking those shots. Eventually, Pratik will be knocked out as well. Where was the man looking? That's my question. BotArmyEsports, trades starting to happen back and forth. BotArmyEsports, they're still man down. And this is where Soul, they just can't fight back. They're in a big pin situation, and Soul will be eliminated from the game with 10 finishes.
They're done and dusted. But not to BotArmyEsports. A lovely rotation coming in from them. A little bit of third-party action happening as well. Team Aryan from the backlines has always threatened this team with their positioning. And now look at this. Up front is going to be Los Hermanos. And we know this team can pack a lot of punch. Shadow on a massive maneuver. It seems like he wants to wrap Bot Army from the backlines. This can be a crazy tactic if it works out. Needs to lob the nades right on the money, but it seems like Atiki from the distance will find Lion.
Oh no. Los Hermanos, they had all the advantage in the game. But now, since so many teams have already started to stack up around them, Los Hermanos, they need to push outside of the comfort zone and start claiming a few elimination points for themselves. You cannot just sit in a compound and hope for the best and get the chicken dinner. That's not how it's played. You need to be out there, contribute a little bit to the chaos, get the elimination points so you can have a decent game in your hands. And that's what Los Hermanos have realized.
Talk about contributing to the chaos. It seems like the chaotic bunches here. It is going to be none other than Team Orangutan. Up front, of course, 2 players from Los Hermanos. AKOP closes in. Strix being the first one to actually stop them. The S12P, of course, the most deadly weapon inside of the game, strikes first. The Molotov comes in from the backlines as well. And here he goes in. Team Orangutan almost at the verge of being eliminated. And he gets it. Strix. What a fantastic land and what a move it was.
Zyrex, what did I just witness? He just single-handedly mowed down OG. A top-notch team just getting devoured by the rookies. This one is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the big dogs. They just got manhandled by Zyrex. He took down 3 players. There was also a few shots from the side of 4TR in the backlines. So one of the men was lost out by 4TR. But still, Zyrex taking down 3 players of OG. That is disgusting. That too in a close proximity like that. I don't understand. Why did OG not push up? They had more men. They should have realized there's just 1 man in the front.
They absolutely panicked as soon as the first man fell. They panicked, and the timing on Zyrex was brilliant. There was absolutely nothing that this team could have actually done, but now look at this, God's Omen. They've got an opportunity, all 4 men standing, 4TR looking to challenge them for that high ground. Shogun in the backlines cooking up that nade. Can he land it on the money? Z-God and Iron have got in close proximity, can be inflicted with damage, but they both fail.
And have got constantly cooking up those nades. Shogun right next. But Shogun's utility as well is not able to find the connection. But look at God's Omen. They eventually do find Z-God. And that's going to be big man down. And have got those still there in the close proximity. And even he's trying to fight back constantly. None of those utilities found any sort of connections. But now God's Omen, they're going to look to make that pounce. But 4TR, even they're taking those shots as Max falls down. Problems all across the board. That 1 man of 4TR on the back lines, he's making the life hell for Shogun. And Shogun gets knocked out and confirmed by an F-God.
It's so surprising that nobody has been able to neutralize the lad paying his life from the backlines. But Lucifer finally finds that connection on towards Aryan.
One of their players has been brought down, the rest of the two completely ambiguous at this point. And it's an extremely dicey circle right now. Nobody knows of anyone's surroundings. Player caught in the open, paid his life, he's gonna get knocked out and finished off as well. No mercy being delivered. Lucifer just being the demon that he always is.
It's quite unfortunate. Pin his life the way he got taken down. Out in the open, he was trying his best to give that support fire to his teammates. But God's Omen just a step ahead. Lucifer, at the end of the day, this man is the devil. Now just playing it quiet. Waiting for the opponents to get complacent and push up. As Team AX now, they're also getting pounced on by the entirety of Mighty Los Hermanos. Henry, all by himself. He was able to find the first, but that's all he got. Team AX, and it's quite a consistent finish yet again. But now look at the place of God's Omen. What did I just watch? Demon devouring the foes with ease. This was disgusting from Lucifer.
5 finishes already on this lap. This man is looking unstoppable at this point. Not just giving them the finish points, but also carrying on the mantle for God's Omen, and now it's 2v4 for them to secure. Los Hermanos have been brilliant so far, but can they neutralize the threat is the question. They've got themselves a high ground, they've got themselves the information as well. All that they've got to do is to win their 2v2 fights.
Lucifer from God's Omen. This guy is insane. Those devilish plays that we saw. Insane stuff. And God's Omen now at the pinnacle. They know they've got the advantage, but still the man messes up. Lucifer, when he needed to stay alive, he gets knocked out. This is going to put the players of God's Omen in quite an uncomfortable spot. And now Beast, he cannot even go for the revival yet because Mighty Los Hermanos, they're making the pounce instantly. One man right underneath, and this might just be the mistake for Mighty Los Hermanos. What a great shot that was from Beast. Stops the player from making it up close and personal, but now just needs to get the confirmation, and he will too. Beautifully played. He also finds the second knock in return, and that's going to buy enough time to go for the reset. That's beautifully played from Beast.
It's a 2v2 right now. If Los Hermanos do find that revive, I think it will turn into a 2v3, but then God's Omen have an unprecedented advantage in this fight. All that they've got to do is to try and maneuver their way to isolate these fights, and Beast is looking to drop down. He does have the shotgun as well, spots and land, but misses the shots. It's close call, Necro. Nobody knows who's going to win this.
The duo of Devil and Beast. In tandem, they seem undefeatable. But Mighty Los Hermanos, they've got the force of God with them. And the first strike, it stops God's Omen from getting any sort of control in the game. Still, Lucifer is constantly patching himself up, but now he needs to face the world in the name of Mighty Los Hermanos. And Lucifer, he wants to execute a few parkour moves. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like for Lucifer, but these utilities, they're definitely doing a lot of damage. And look at Lucifer, the position he's got, it's disgusting. He finds the first. Is he able to find the second one? That's my question. Now soon he will need to drop down completely. He's doing that slowly and steadily, but he does find the second strike as well, but in the end, gets taken down by the fall damage. Unfortunate. Mighty Los Hermanos, they do get the chicken dinner, but God's Omen, man, this team, and especially Lucifer, this guy was wreaking a lot of havoc.
They've shown us what they're made up of. They've shown us what they're capable of as well. What a wonderful game of Miramar did we just witness, ladies and gentlemen, but credit where credit is due. We were talking about how Los Hermanos were not contributing to the chaos. Well, they bring in the chaos at the end.
Mighty Los Hermanos got incredibly lucky, even with the circle, if you remember.
Oh,
the
yeah.
circle was constantly popping up on top of them, and that's why Mighty Los Hermanos, in the final few moments, they had the most amount of men alive. They also took down the entirety of AX. In the end, they knew God's Omen does not really have a lot of players standing, so they took the advantage of that, made that pounce. But Beast played that incredibly well, found those 2 instant knockouts, got the confirmation as well, and that's why maybe he was able to buy that time off.
Absolutely, but then you're forgetting how good Lucifer was in this game.
Yeah, of course.
I think first, of course, was that 1v2 against 4TR. I did not expect that coming in from Lucifer. Second, the way he held on to that position where he was patching himself up, but also holding to the threat of Los Hermanos. It was absolutely brilliant. God's Omen, they've got a lot of potential, man.
That 3-piece from Zyrex, how can you forget that either? Shutting down the entirety of OGs, that was definitely disgusting from Zyrex too. And having a look at the final blows too, this play from Lucifer was deadly, shutting down both the players of 4TR and of course keeping the players of God's Omen in check. Then later on, we also did see the players of Mighty Los Hermanos wanting to make that pounce the moment they knew they found the first knockout against Lucifer.
You know what? I feel like this was a really good tactical game. LH, they knew as a matter of fact that this was always going to be difficult for them, especially an uphill battle. But then the use of utility and the way the circle kind of favored, forced Lucifer to actually come down. Look at that. He also find that knock while jumping down.
He
But
got
that
fall damaged.
the fall damage as well as the numbers advantage was just too overwhelming for this lad.
Unfortunate.
Nonetheless, look at that reaction. Look at the burst of emotions. Well tried. Kudos to God's Omen.
But hey, to be honest, considering all the facts, it's been a good day for God's Omen, right?
True
First
that.
came off the rip, they started things off with a massive chicken dinner with, what, 22 points?
Yeah.
And now over here as well, they've got a lot of elimination points and even the decent bit of placement points. So for God's Omen, today's day has been quite decent. Maybe you can't say a stable day.
Not decent. I think it would be a little above average as well. This was a performance which does set you up for success in the next 3 days, and if they can continue the momentum, they for sure are qualifying to the next or potentially qualifying to semi-finals.
Maybe next 3 days is a bit too much since they've been playing all the 6 games today. So for God's Omen, I still do believe they should be around the same marker as OG. If they're not, then of course there will be a few concerns, and there's still one more game to go. So I do believe if God's Omen do get double digits, things can be better. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
अपर ब्रैकेट में अभी तक जैसा चल रहा है ना, इससे बेटर हम एक्सपेक्ट कर भी नहीं सकते थे। क्या बढ़िया मुकाबला हमें देखने को मिला और इस मैच की बहुत सारी हाइलाइट्स थी, पर ज़ायरेक्स का वो जो क्लच था नेक्रो, वो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा उम्दा लगा।
Absolutely, taking down 3 players of OG, and one of the players from OG got taken down by 4TR from the backlines. But to be honest, Zyrex, these are one of those moments that you expect from a player like that, and he was isolated inside of that compound, all by himself. Now here is the main question: why did OG not make that pounce instantly? They could have pushed up, they could have won that battle. The only reason why OG lost that battle was because of the hesitancy.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल वो हेजिटेंसी हमें देखने को मिली, लेकिन जो जनता है हमारी, उनको बिल्कुल भी हेजिटेट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। आपको बस एक स्पिन करना है और आप ज़रूर जीत सकते हैं। ये जो बेहतरीन सा निक्सन सिनिस्ट्रा सूट है, तो आप भी जाइए और ज़रूर से चेकआउट कीजिए, और अगर आप लकी इनफ रहे तो ये आपका भी हो सकता है। पर आज के दिन पे वो जो चिकन डिनर है ना, वो हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ेदार देखने को मिला लॉस हरमानोस के द्वारा, और ऐसा भी नहीं कि पहला दूसरा निकाला उन्होंने आज।
I know, right? For my Los Hermanos, they've got a solid momentum right now. Even for God's Omen, right? They started the day off with a massive chicken dinner. Now as well, God's Omen, they've got a decent bit of points on the board. I do believe all the teams in the top 5, they've got a decent, solid start for them. And if they keep on moving up the same way, I'm pretty sure they will be untouched.
जी हाँ, बट अभी के लिए अगर आप चिकन डिनर स्टैट्स की बात करें तो कालन आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। 2 फिनिशेस निकाले और डैमेज आप देखिए 550 का टोटल डैमेज उन्होंने इन्फ्लिक्ट किया। 4 असिस्ट है ईवल के पास और शैडो उनके पास वो 2 फिनिशेस। ज़ायरेक्स की बात करें वो बा कमाल जो 1v4 था, 1v3 इनफैक्ट उन्होंने वो करके दिखाया। बट लूसिफर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप नेक्रो इनके एफर्ट्स के बारे में?
To be honest, Lucifer, the high ground the man had, he was an absolute disgusting lad. Shutting down 4TR that was trying to make the pounce, and even Beast, to be honest. It was a deadly duo on top of the rock that was constantly hammering down teams around them. And Lucifer, of course, he was the one who was shining out over and over again. For Joker, these 4 finishes, I'm pretty sure majority of the finishes also came through against the players of God's Reign, as God's Reign is also getting dismantled over and over again.
जी हाँ, चलते आगे एक बार नजर डालते पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर, जहां अभी के लिए लॉस हरमनॉस वो लेके गए इस चिकन डिनर को और 20 टोटल अंक अब और जुड़ने वाले हैं उनके खाते में। गॉड्स ओमन की बात करें, उनके पास जाएंगे 12। बॉट आर्मी स्पोर्ट्स, उनकी जो रोटेशन है वो काफी ज्यादा कमाल की हमें देखने को मिली। 18 जो टोटल पॉइंट्स है वो उनके पास गए। टीम सोल एक बार फिर से अग्रेशन वो टॉप नॉच देखने को मिला। 11 टोटल अंक उनके पास देखने को मिल जाएंगे। और टीम आर्यन कंसिस्टेंसी उन्होंने अपनी पूरी तरीके से बरकरार रखी है।
Yeah, the previous game was a chicken dinner. This game getting 10 points. But this is where the real concerns now start to rise. For victorious Sumus, 2 games done and dusted. Still the performance is not there on the board. For Metal Esports, this is supposed to be one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. But even for Metal Esports, the performance is lacking. TrueRippers, the same thing can also be said for them. NoNx, yeah, it's a whole different story. They're playing 6 games and so far they're still deactivated. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, the previous game was pretty much the same pattern. Jonathan getting 1 finish, after that Hero Xtreme Godlike getting eliminated. This game as well, Jonathan got 1 finished, Hero Xtreme Godlike once again got eliminated.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, वो देजा वो मूवमेंट्स हमें देखने को मिले। डबई के लिए चलते हैं हम सीधे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ और वहां पे हम देखेंगे लॉस हरमनॉस को सबसे ऊपर 54 टोटल पॉइंट्स वो निकाल चुके हैं। 2 चिकन डिनर्स उनके खाते में। पर यहाँ पर भी आप देखिए टीम आर्यन सिर्फ 2 मुकाबले खेले और वो आपको अभी भी टॉप 5 के अंदर देखने को मिल जाएंगे 32 के साथ। ओरंगुटन ठीक है, उतना ज्यादा अब कंसिस्टेंट आपको देखने को नहीं मिल रहे, बट फिर भी उन्होंने जो शुरुआती 3 मुकाबलों में किया वो भी उनके लिए मेरे ख्याल से काफी रहने वाला है। पर उसके आगे चलेंगे, वहां पे आपको गॉड्स रेन देखने को मिल जाएंगे। 1 चिकन डिनर निकालने के बावजूद आप देखिए 5 मुकाबले वो अपने खेल चुके हैं और मात्र 19 अंक वहां पे देखने को मिल जाएंगे। चीजें कुछ ना कुछ खराब जरूर जा रही है गॉड्स रेन के लिए।
That's the whole point, right? God's Reign has been playing it passive. We had a conversation about this a while ago too, and this has been the pattern with all the IGLs that are quite the OGs in the community. Every IGL that has been here inside of the circuit for the longest, they want to drive their team in a passive way, but it's not paying off that well. And look at the latter half of the board. This is also another board that is quite concerning. Luckily enough, on the last page, we're not seeing any team with 5 games over here.
विक्टोरियस सुमस, उनसे भी एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत ज्यादा थी। अभी हाल फिलहाल में ओवेस ने अपनी टीम के अंदर चेंजेस भी काफी सारे किए, बट उसके बाद भी वो उतना ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हमें ओवरऑल देखने को मिल नहीं पाए। बट अगर आप ओवरऑल इस पिछले मुकाबले को देखें, मल्टीपल ऐसे ग्रैंड मूवमेंट्स हमें वहां पर देखने को मिल गए। और लूसिफर के बारे में मैं स्पेशली चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। जिस प्रकार से वो सुपरमैन जंप उन्होंने ली, वहां पर भी उन्होंने एक नॉक निकाला और वो जब जंप करना तो गिर के वो फिनिश ऑफ हो गए, वरना एक चांस था उनके पास कि वो सच में 1v3 करके उस चिकन डिनर को अपने पास लेके जाते।
To be honest, there were just too many players too, right? And Lucifer, he knew he's done for. The blue was on the move. Lucifer, somewhere down line, he accepted his fate too. He did not have a proper way of getting down from that ridge as well. Imagine if he did not get taken down to the fall damage. Eventually, he still had 2 players to take down, which was impossible in that given circumstance.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, आई थिंक एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने ऊपर से डाउन किया था, एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी फिनिश ऑफ हो चुके थे। एक मौका वहां पे बन सकता था उस 1v1 में, बट अगेन अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें हाईलाइट की तो एक बार उसकी तरफ भी हम चलेंगे और वहां पर हम देखेंगे कि किस प्रकार से ये जो पूरे मैचेस हैं वो हमें आगे बढ़ते हुए नजर आए, किस प्रकार से वो सारी जो फाइट्स थी वो हमें देखने को मिली और कुछ इस प्रकार से बॉट आर्मी ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस गॉडलाइक उनकी वो फाइट हुई और जैसा आपने बोला वो पैटर्न एक बार फिर से रिपीट हुआ।
Yeah, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, for some reason they just always end up positioning themselves in worst possible spots. In this fight as well, Godlike was in a massive dip, and for some reason one of the players got instantly knocked out the moment they breached inside of that fight. That is probably one of the worst ways to get taken down, and that too by a team that was not really doing good before this game. BotArmyEsports, they've been on the struggling side of the spectrum, but getting taken down to them, it's definitely going to be something that's going to hamper your mentality. Then later on, we also did see this one play from Gamla Boy. This could have been a game changer of a play from Gamla Boy, but unfortunately, not a lot of HP in the end, and he got taken down as well.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, पर साथ ही साथ मुझे लगता है कि जोकर के बारे में भी थोड़ी चर्चा करनी बनती है। जिस प्रकार से वो अपने कॉन्फिडेंस को दिखा रहे हैं, जाहिर इसके बारे में भी हमने देखा जिस प्रकार से वो एक 1v3 यहाँ पे करके गए और फियरलेस अप्रोच वहां पे देखने को मिला, रिफ्लेक्सेस वो आपको टॉप नॉच देखने को मिले और ओरंगुटन के खेमे में भी वो जो बातचीत है वो चलती हुई। उनको ही पता है कि अभी बस शुरुआत है और अभी भी उनको बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स की आवश्यकता है। बट हम बात कर रहे थे अभी कुछ देर पहले जिस खिलाड़ी के बारे में जोकर, वो भी काफी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट नजर आए। नकुल की एजलिंग के बारे में भी मैं कुछ शब्द जरूर जानना चाहूंगा आपसे।
Look, at this point in time for Seoul, I do believe the fact that they're doing pretty okay with the given circumstances, and it's just been 2 games, so we cannot really give a direct statement about their IGLing or a direct statement about the playstyle. Seoul's doing fantastic. That's all I'm going to say.
जी हाँ, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस देखने को मिल रहा है, जो अग्रेशन जिस चीज की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो भी हमें देखने को मिल रही है। और ये वो रिएक्शन लूसिफर का, उनको ही पता था कि वो कितने ज्यादा करीब थे उस पर्टिकुलर क्लच के। पर अब एक आखिरी मुकाबला आज के दिन के बचा हुआ है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस रहने वाली आपकी?
I just want to see teams play aggressive. That's it. If you're going to be someone that's going to play it passive, things are not going to work out for you. And I'm pretty sure that's what Knuckle has realized as well. If you remember that transition from Manya to Knuckle, the only difference I see in the IGLing is that Knuckle is much more aggressive. And that's the only thing that's paying off for Soul, even in these couple of circumstances that you saw in the previous games. Soul is aggressive, getting those elimination points, quite proactive, and that's helping them.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और अब आपने जैसा बोला भी कि एक मैच में आप चाहते हैं कि जो टीम से वो थोड़ा ज्यादा अग्रेसिवली खेले, देखना ये कि क्या सच में वैसा कुछ होने वाला है। क्या आज के दिन के अंजाम पे, जहाँ पे ग्रुप बी के 6 मुकाबले खत्म हो जाएंगे, वो थोड़ा और ज्यादा अग्रेशन अपना दिखाने वाले, ये सब जानने के लिए चलना पड़ेगा अगले मुकाबले की तरफ। लेकिन अगले मुकाबले की कहानी बताने के लिए हमारे कास्टर्स तैयार है, तो ओवर टू द कास्टर्स।
Well, what a game, what a day, and what a setup for the upper brackets. One final game remains. Johnny, welcome back to the panel.
Thank
because
you.
we were seeing you on the big stage with the players for a while now.
Yeah.
But it's been a while. We've both casted together. What are your thoughts so far on a couple of these new names who've come up? Group C, I'm talking about. What do you think of God's Omen as well as these new entrances?
I mean, Group C in particular, rightfully so, has been called the Group of Death. Because you look at what has happened since Game 4 onwards. It's the teams from Group C that have been doing well.
Yeah.
TrueRippers, they are from Group C, they did well. The only teams, or the only two teams from Group B that have kind of kept up, OG and Los Hermanos, and that's because they've had more number of matches. But apart from that, Seoul consistently getting finishes in the matches that they've played. They got, I think, 8 or 9 eliminations on Sanhok, and even in this game, a decent number of eliminations. But placement points is where they are struggling.
Aryan.
Hopefully, they're going to pick up. Team AX, yeah, kicking things off with the chicken dinner as well. So, even in this game, by the way, double digits. They got 10 points from this particular match. So, Group B, I think it is going to be extremely sweaty for anyone who goes up against this particular group. And it's going to be even worse for the teams that are put in this group, because it turns out they are in the 7th circle of hell right now.
Well, they possibly are. But one sort of improvement that we did get to see from the map of Miramar was, of course, BotArmyEsports, because they did manage to extinguish the likes of Godlike. They were almost about to extinguish the likes of Team Soul as well. It seems like they are prepared for what's about to come. But the one final game of Erangel, predictions, who you think is winning?
Oh, I am hoping for TrueRippers to finally take away the win. Because, I mean, as I said earlier, even before the match, I mean, we saw the players of TrueRippers on our screens. I was like, all right, maybe now we are going to see them finish at the top. Want to see one chicken dinner at the end of their first play day. Because TrueRippers, again, as me and I think me and Necro were talking about it as well, recent third party, this was the team that kind of broke records for the number of chicken dinners they were able to secure in the league stages, and of course thereafter as well. They're very consistent in the end game. They know when to play slow, which is at the start of the match, and the end game they are very clean. If they have all 4 players alive, though, that's the only condition. All 4 players need to be there. Sanhok, Jelly got taken out. Last game, kind of unlucky, but Hope is going to be there for this Erangel.
Well, talk about hope. Talk about all of these players
Why is he hiding
and
his
their
face?
dreams. He's not hiding his face, he's just practicing. That is how intense he wants things to be, right next to the screen.
Look at Some on the other end. He's just chilling. His teammates warming up. Some is just sitting there looking at the crowd.
I like the bandana on Juicy. I want one.
I mean, Juicy has amazing hair, by the way. He's a very good-looking chap. I asked him why he put on a bandana, and he just said that it didn't do his hair well today.
That sounds like a ye problem, but understandably so. But this is one of the teams, 4TR officials. Well, not the best of days so far, yet to touch double digits, or they might just have touched double digits, but can they actually make an impact today will be my question. Of course, a lot of fans in the venue for this one. The lineup of Godlike. Godzy has been brilliant. Punk has been sort of topsy-turvy so far. Jonathan has been getting those early eliminations. What are your thoughts? Do you think in a 4v4 they will perform when it matters?
Let's see. I mean, I don't want to have any expectations with the way the first 2 matches have turned out. Hopefully this Erangel is where they turn things around. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, last match of day number 1 upper bracket. It is time for Group B and C to collide yet again. All the players, They are zoned in, locked in, and of course we are as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the plane on our screens, and this time the flight path starting all the way from Zarki, and it seems like it's going to end between Milta Power and Milta City. A flight path, well, that is going to be preferred according to the map of Erangel. This allows you to go anywhere you please, even if you are looking to head towards that southeastern quadrant. Vehicle spawns are going to be available. But then again, Salty, for the first 2 games, we've been seeing a lot of big names struggle due to those early drop clashes, and there are a few I'm expecting on this map as well.
They still always have the tendency of taking those segregated drops where teammates just fly to different territories in search of those intermediate vehicles, and that has been the result, and that has been the fall of majority of their comrades. So just try and figure out a way you can scour out those vehicles together, not really get isolated in a fight, in a team battle, but then we'll find out if that happens on the map of Erangel as well. Like you said, the flight path will prevent majority of the teams to go towards that southeastern quadrant. Anybody who looks to actually move towards Quarry, Primorsk, Quarry Pier, or even on towards the eastern part of military base, I think will have to traverse a lot. Gliding, not my favorite thing to do, but spotting drop clashes, one of my hobbies. Do we spot one?
Yeah, it's like bird watching. You just have to be patient and wait to see where the drop clash is going to pop up. And it seems like I do. I mean, close to Pachinki, look there. AX, they've taken control of the city, but you have CK towards the west, Victoria Sumus towards the south, and God's Omen just east of Victoria Sumus towards the farm area. They have a nice little spread going for themselves. And look at what OG is doing. They drop wide around Rozok, 2 players in the city. The other 2 have gone after, it seems like, the players of Godlike. And, well, they did go for that vehicle, but Admino just a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Even Team Soul, as a matter of fact, I think right around those school buildings will find Team OG 1 point or the other. Medley Esports as well on towards Yasnaya Poliana might actually come across BotArmyEsports if they do decide to engage, but the circle is a pretty trivial circle. Johnny will not force these teams into battle right at the get-go, so there will be some breathing time, I guess.
I mean, I'm worried about Likitha Esports. It seems like they haven't really found anything for themselves. You see the 2 lads on their horse, and, well, they dropped in the middle of nowhere. It's a big question, where does this team go to loot in the early stage? Severny is taken over by Godlike, Yasnaya by Medal. There's going to be these small compounds in the hills south of shooting range, and that is where Likitha Esports can survive. The one luxury they have is that they are inside the circle in a very comfortable position, so stage 2, stage 3, they won't really feel the pressure until then.
I think they are coming close to Godlike Esports right now. Punk on the move. Look at that vehicle coming in from the minimap. I think he will be able to spot those lads if he just overextends a little bit. But on towards Severny, I think apart from that, no threats for Godlike Esports any longer. They need to kind of settle in, I guess. Every time they are getting eliminated in the search for those early finishes. But then this time, once again, it will be Punk. Target Starboy. Couple of those shots do connect, but the knock is yet to be found, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, damage just out, but Punk needs to be careful. Starboy isn't going to be the only player from the side of Likitha Esports isn't in this position. And, well, luckily for Likitha Esports, there is a rescue mission underway. Smoker shows up, picks up Starboy, and the team looks to regroup. Look at that. No real loot on this man as well. 1 nade, 1 shotgun, and AR, but not a lot of ammunition. Level 1 helmet, even that is shot up. No heals available. This is just going to get extremely tricky. If anyone spots out or gets into a 4v4 with Likitha Esports, they are done. Unless they just hit some nasty headshots and take down their opponents before they take any bit of damage. That team has absolutely nothing to survive right now.
I feel bad for them, to be honest. They're looking poor, but it's fine. Apart from that, the entirety of the lobby seems to be extremely peaceful. Team Soul, they've had a decent journey so far inside of this first day itself. Couple of those matches going their way, 10 eliminations in the last game as well. But it's about the final third of the game where I feel like their positioning is not where it is exactly supposed to be like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this is a very serene start, to be honest, to a map of Erangel. We didn't get to see any drop flashes. Everyone's just comfortable in their own position. Likitha Esports, we were talking about them. They also find a safe haven towards the northern shoreline. On our screens, we have Los Hermanos, 2 chicken dinners secured today. An impressive run on their opening day of the upper bracket matches.
Yeah.
Miltup City, all theirs for the taking. The circle isn't too far away, about I think 500, 600 meters or so, and there is not a single body between them and the southeastern edge of the circle. So it should be an easy breach for them. But then traversing from that open farm spaces, moving up north, if they try to move towards Rozhok or even towards school, that can be a bit of a challenge. But I think Los Hermanos right now, they don't really care. They are comfortable, they have the momentum, they have the wind in their sail.
Majority of the teams are comfortable right now. One of the reasons is because potentially for the first time, the entirety of Erangel is up for play. The zone has facilitated for that. Usually we do get to see those northern zones or those extreme southern circles, which makes things extremely difficult for teams to loot up and consistently wait for their timing of rotation. This time they don't have to rush, they don't have to hurry. They can take their sweet time, and thus results in a very serene atmosphere. But we'll have to find out for how long, because still around the regions of Rozhok and Water City, there might actually be a duel building up. Team Aryan quite close to Team Orangutan. And if Team Aryan were watching the first 3 games, they would understand how well adept Team Orangutan is with this game, with this location of the map.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that first game, OG, they just held on to the Rozhok City for ages, and it just benefited with the top 2 finish of theirs. Team AX, they're going to be prepared for this one, but you always have to be cautious about Team Soul as well, playing from that school apartments position. That Rozhok Hill comes under fire very quickly. This time around, it's going to be Team AX taking shots on a few loose stragglers they see in the distance. It's going to be the players of OG just spreading out, looking for a better position to be in, but Devotee, does Aru see him? Did he get spotted out? I don't think so as of now, and Devotee as well held on to the trigger. OG, they're itching to get closer to the squad.
But are they aiming to actually go in for the squad? Are they aiming for that compound is my question. I don't think Orangutan have information about Team Aryan as of yet. And if that is the case, then Aryan have done a beautiful job in holding their trigger discipline over there. But let's talk about this team for a sec. God's Omen, they've been brilliant so far, especially that game of Miramar where Lucifer absolutely went mad. He was wild, especially on top of that little hill. 5 eliminations or potentially even more than that. And just the way he held onto that position all by himself was brilliant.
Lucifer, impressive player and very nice human being as well. Usually likes to sing, but today he has chosen that his instrument of choice is going to be the device in his hands, and the music is going to be the screams of his opponent.
Wow. References that only Johnny can make.
Yeah.
You watch a lot of dark stuff, right?
No, I mean, I've watched Lucifer sing once. He's a good singer, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not even kidding about it. The man has an amazing voice.
Well, we'll find out, potentially bring him on broadcast someday. Analyst desk.
Hopefully, I mean, hey, if that is about to happen, I hope I'm going to be there and their team just keeps doing well so that at least he's going to be smiling while we make him sing.
Well, look at the circle on towards a hard shift towards Yasnaya Polyana. This time, Metal Esports really will be thanking their gods because they have the compound for themselves. Metal always treats Yasnaya Polyana to be its home ground, but now it's about defending its home ground. So many outliers looking to actually snatch it away from him. Likitha Esports, BotArmy arrive at the party, and Fragger, I guess, look at that Altu, already has its scoped in. Waits for the opportunity to strike, but here somebody has already done that. Henry is on his knees.
Yeah, every time you go up against OG, especially in their home ground, the city of Rozhok, you got to be careful. And OG, they're watching and keeping track of the players of AX. Henry knocked out, and now it seems like Aryan is going to be under pressure as well as the remaining Gapes show up in tandem. Aryan, he's going to be pushed all the way up to the rooftop. And here comes AKOP. Preemptive nades coming from Aryan to slow down the players of OG in their tracks. But he has to be patient. Where's the rest of the AX squad? We see them on the radar. They're spread towards the north and the south of this building. But still, Salty, there hasn't been enough cover fire to feel their presence.
plunging into battle will be a death sentence for them. They better actually walk away from this fight and try and keep themselves alive with being a two-man squad. Look at this, Atanki being quite brave over there. Gets shut down by Aryan himself. Can't really give away those individual battles against Aru. Also wants to find the timing to actually get the revive on towards Henry. It's not going to be easy, especially with so many pins being pulled off from the nade itself. iQOO becoming another one. Look at the way it goes. Explosions left, right and center, but Aryan still holds on to his presence and his position. But for how long?
The man in the back lines whiz. An impressive nade, and this is what I was talking about. Devotee, such a brilliant angle to work with, yet absolutely no input in the entire conflict.
He will have to escape from that fight. Team Aryan have no choice but to run away and disengage. Aryan and his comrade will have to be sacrifices, at least in this battle. But for Team Orangutan, this was a really good fight. Where do they go now will be the question. How do they breach past the fortress of Yesnaya? Will be a tough job, but on towards another things. Victorious Sumus in front of God's Omen. A 3v2 battle, but where are the rest of the lads for God's Omen?
I don't really see them. They did get finished off extremely early inside of this game. Just two men standing. But towards the southern edge, they gotta keep their heads down. On the other side of things, Cincinnati kids just around the players of Victorious Sumus. This is gonna be an awkward interaction. Look at the cluster that's there towards the south of the river. There's God's Reign, Cincinnati kids, Victorious Sumus is gonna be there, Los Hermanos, God's Omen. Just moving in and breaching that southeastern edge is gonna be TrueRippers as well, but Devotee, oh, did something happen? I think this is revenge. Something went off between the two sides, and now Orangutan, they just want to make sure that AX understands what is at stake.
Don't they look like absolute street fighters right now? Orangutan just picking up gangs and absolutely beating the hell out of them.
I mean, it's called the Ape Army for a reason, I guess.
Apes aren't this violent, John. You've got to understand. They're very intelligent beings.
I watched this documentary called Planet of the Apes.
All right.
They were quite violent in that one.
I'll have to watch it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
I was a part of the ape army at times.
You are an ape.
Well, talk about being an ape. I'm a primal, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wild.
Aren't you a fox now?
We are not foxes, we are wolves.
Wolves, my apologies.
What is a fox? That is such an understatement.
But what does the fox say, Salty?
I don't know.
We all know what the fox says. And I think someone needs to tag Salty in that. But anyways, shape-shifting aside, Godlike, they're looking to shift their focus on the aggressive front. First finish of the game secured by Gods. Now they spotted the players of 4TR, another team that hasn't been doing too well for themselves.
Morty once again being the first one to be knocked out. Why is he always the one to be first knocked out?
I have no idea. Maybe it's a good luck charm for the squad.
The luck is not working in their favor at all.
I mean, they're doing better than the team they're fighting right now. Z-God is going to be happy he's outperforming his old banner.
They have 16 total points.
Yeah, Godlike has 5.
Yeah, but they've played 6 matches.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll find out what actually happened. That Mino is he looking to wrap around? That is definitely a question. If they are, then is he aware of the other team in the back lines? There is one more, potentially Team Soul.
They have to be extremely cautious about it. Admino, I think Godlike has cleared the northern side entirely, because if you move with this much confidence, you have to be absolutely sure that you are not getting backstabbed. And if that's the case, I think this is just perfect. Although 4TR, they recover Godlike with the pounce. They want this gas station. It's slightly inside of the circle towards the northwestern edge, but there's so much open space. This is one of the best cover spaces you could want right now.
Yeah.
And hence, the amount of pressure that's building up on the players of 4TR. Godlike, it seems like 2 players were out of util, so how do you make that breach is the question.
that is one of the reasons why I think they've sent Adminu in the backlines. In fact, one of the other players is also trying to do that as well. But the only point is Team Soul is extremely nearby, and I don't want these players to be individually picked off. A couple of those nades do come in, and it seems like right now Godlike are completely uninterested in taking this fight. But that brings us to a better engagement that can be a Soul Godlike extravaganza.
I mean, hey, it would have been amazing had that happened in the previous game, because over on the Hindi desk you had Maisie and Anki on the casting panel, and it would have been amazing to witness that fight back then. But anyways, this time as well, it's
I
you
don't
and
know
me.
how that dynamic works out, to be honest. How do you cut?
Imagine if both the teams just completely get knocked out in the early stage. That would have been fun. But anyways, God's Reign kicking things off. They do spot out one of the players from the side of OG. The knock is going to be secured by Delta. And we saw that clip of Delta with a few choice words being said to Justin after not really doing well in the previous few games. And God's Reign also one of those teams that has already played 6 matches today.
Yeah.
Today has not been kind to them, but OG, WizGod and Atanki with that bounce. It's a 2v2 inside of the building, and Delta, he falls, Neo follows up. It seems like even with the numbers advantage, Gods are not reigning supreme anymore. Apes versus Gods, and it is the Apes that come out on top. Man, I would love to see this myth.
The party is yet to be over, because there is somebody else who's come in knocking. That will be Godlike. Adminu, of course, in the periphery, looking to actually pounce when the opportunity arrives. But elsewhere, we do have a triple threat in front of us. That will be Team Cincinnati Kids against Aryan. Cyrax will be exploded out of the lobby. That leaves us with 2 teams in this skirmish. Likitha Esports with an amazing numbers advantage. Surprisingly, has been keeping themselves in one little corner, and now Skips punishes them for it.
Man, the timing of it all. I think they heard the first aid being popped and they were like, yeah, we should be able to push him, but it just clicks in at the right time, and his unholster animation also got completed at the right second. So Skips, he kind of got lucky over there, and Likitha Esports, well, Lady Luck does not favor them today, but Starboy with an aid. Good dodge coming from Skip as he drops down to the ground floor. The wall of smokes deny vision, but another nade being lobbed just for precaution. The knock secured, the finish converted, the last man finished off from Cincinnati Kids, but look at the Esports. Oh no, one man out of the way. Starboy, last surviving player for his team, and he has no HP, no first aid. That armor is pretty much gone. His helmet is the only thing that can protect him, but yeah, I think they're done for.
But what happened to OG? They were surviving with 3 men with no threat lingering around. They just got eliminated. We did not get to see that fight, but nonetheless, we move on to another one where it is going to be Team TrueRippers holding on to this ground and completely open land. Baron, of course, will allow the hovercraft to move comfortably. Cullen still surviving, but of course knocked down. Not really the best of positions, to be honest. The rest of his teammates will actually escape. This is good distraction.
Was Harsh trying to run him over?
Yeah.
With a hovercraft like that, and Colin just messing with him, just juking him around the tree. TrueRippers, I have a lot of hope for TrueRippers. I really like these players, really like the team, and how they've sort of figured out their own style of play. While we keep saying and talking about early aggression, the points, the rotation strategies, TrueRippers is just, they're just completely unique. You're not going to see them be a part of a lot of the action, but towards the end game, somehow they're just always there.
I like Los Hermanos for some reason. They're pretty cheeky.
Yeah.
They've got the alpha look, but they play with a hint of smartness or a bit of fun in their game style. I'm not sure if that would be the right way to actually put it, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 big rivals in one frame. You've got Godlike in the distance, Team Soul holding on to their compound. 4TR, old foes, new friends. Will they be engaging in a third party? Definitely a question. BotArmyEsports, what's happening? What's going on with them? Many esports have been stopped dead in their tracks. A little bit of revival being pulled off, potentially wanted. can try and charge in, but it seems like there is no dividends waiting on the other side of that fence. But now look at this, Admino out in the open. He's been doing this for a while now, and I'm not sure why.
I mean, so what they did was the players from Godlike, they tried to breach the gas station against 4TR. They couldn't find a way. Then they overshot and they were waiting for 4TR to come out once the circle moved away, and 4TR just fell into the trap. But now they charge upon the players of Seoul, and even though a lot of them are gone, Z-God still manages to find the IGL Knuckle, but eventually falls at the hands of Goblin. Oh boy.
Team Seoul, they are going to be thanking their stars, to be honest, because before Godlike could strike, it was 4TR, so they did not really have to go through that pain of surviving a third party. But now, after this fight being done, they're still 3 men strong. Quite formidable, to be honest, even without Knuckle. But all that remains to be seen is, will Godlike charge in? Because now they do know, if they have been reading the finish feed, they know there's a man disadvantage for Team Seoul, and this is where they can capitalize. And also Team Seoul, they've got one of the best compounds inside of the circle.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's one of the only clusters that will be there in the next zone as well. But other than that, VS and NoNx, they're towards the sideline, towards the western edge, and they're going to be kicked out of the next zone pretty soon. But Team Seoul taking on their arch nemesis in the form of Godlike. It's not going to be an easy fight for them. And Godlike, oh no, the circle right on the players of Seoul. Everyone else is going to be exposed. It's not an easy endgame for anyone except the lads from Seoul.
All right, we'll find that out. But look at this, BotArmy. Close proximity for them as well. Pretty risky, to be honest, for Wanted. But from the distance, I think it is Godlike who's taking those peppering shots. Need from Legit. Will find the connection. Wanted being knocked down.
Yeah, Wanted hasn't been doing too well today, and this time it's his points that are wanted by the players of Seoul. They have 6 finishes on the board already. Is that going to be enough? Look at the radar. Here comes the bounce from the backlines. Godlike moving in. They warned these houses. They warned the compound. And Admino is going to be the first man to charge forward. The nade goes in. Gods as well. Jonathan following up. It's going to be Joker hitting the floor first. Admino confirms the finish. 4 versus 2. Godlike, they have the numbers, but do they have the will to go after Legit? And Goblin in the backlines. It's this 1-1 split that will make this play a questionable one. Godlike needs to be on point with this play.
To be honest, Legit can be the only person to hold back down. The nade connects against Godsey, which does give them a little bit of time to actually reset. But will Goblin come back to actually join this party? That is definitely a big question.
I don't think he should. I think it's the spread that's keeping them safe. It's the spread that's forcing the players of Godlike to hold back. That nade on Gods could have been an opening, but Legit, he closes the distance. What is going on with just 2 players? Team Seoul, they do not want to back off. But on the finish feed, by the way, Victorious Sumus, they have been forced out of the lobby by the hands of NoNx as well. Another big team taking an exit. But 2 versus 4. This is the prize fight. This is the heavyweights of the lobby colliding against each other. And Legit, he just lies in wait in that corner room. Goblin, the Molotov, oh, an off position for him as well now.
It's going to force him to actually disengage from this fight, but Legit in close quarters, we know how devastating this man can actually be.
Yeah.
Needs to find the timing, of course, does have the S12 key, but from the back lines, the shots coming in. Still not connecting, but somehow somebody knows about his positioning. I like the patience play coming in from this lad.
I'm not even kidding, Salty. I would have panicked in a situation like that. There's a man on the other side of the wall. He's just moving around, opening up a nade. You think he's going to lob it in or not. And then there's shots fired from the other side through the window. Actually, it was his own teammates, all right, now that I notice. I think it was just preemptive fire to stop anyone who was going to try to push the window. Oh, no. A misplay from Godlike. It's a wrong call, I believe. They do not know that Legit is still there. Now, finally, he reveals himself, and he's looking for those knocks, but surrounded from every single direction. Godlike, the players are falling, but Legit, he gets taken out. All hopes in the hands of Goblin as he chips away at the HP bar of Admino, but still falls to Jonathan. And Godlike, they have done it. 7 eliminations in this game. They lose Punk, they lose Gods, but they are still in the top 6. But the question is, Salty, are we happy with just a single fight win?
Well, we'll find out. Because this duo can actually change the course of this match if they do stick together. They've got the potential. Admino, he was the MVP of the finals at BGIS. Jonathan also was the MVP over there. So these two, they've actually done a phenomenal job together. It's just about sticking together and bringing back those old memories. And I think they've also gotten themselves a lovely little compound, a lovely little corner for themselves. So this is favorites of the circle with them as well.
I think the only team that will cause a lot of trouble for them is going to be the side of NoNx. Actually, two teams. First Curiosity as well has a lot of numbers to work with. But here we have it, the leaders of the leaderboard, Los Hermanos, TrueRippers. I am praying to God that TrueRippers gets this win. All four players intact. The only challenge for them is that open field up front and the nade. Oh, it was very close. Zyrex almost securing that knock. But now no more utility left. Well, one or two pieces of utility left, a Molotov and a smoke.
Yeah. iQOO did manage to survive by the skin of his teeth, to be honest. But now I think the wiser decision would be to actually fall back. How do you do so? Create those smoke pathways. It's extremely surprising that Los Hermanos, they actually don't fear anything at all. They're moving around in this open field like absolute madmen. But will they be able to find connections once again will be the question. On towards other things, BotArmy, they keep managed to survive. One man in the line just holding on to that mantle. Meanwhile, Jonathan, I'm not sure if he's aware of the threat coming in from the back lines.
I think it was. And that's what he's waiting for. He sees Anonymous. But Anonymous doesn't know where Jonathan is. This is very cheeky, man. He's just hiding, crouched behind that pillar. And Anonymous is just... he's wondering where that man went. Admino on the other side. Look at him and his shenanigans. Just climbs up all the way towards the rooftop. Anonymous hears him move. And still just waiting for the players of Godlike to charge forward. NoNx, I think they had a brilliant position when they were playing that western edge, but as soon as the circle moved away, hopes of a chicken just faded away as the players fell. On the other side of things, TrueRippers losing players. First Curiosity put under pressure by Admino again as they just charge the open fields. This is what the pressure on the players of Team Soul was for. This is why that fight was so important. This compound still the only stronghold in the play zone, and it is stage 8 now. Godlike is going to be forced out of their safe haven as we're down to the top 3 teams. 10 players surviving. TrueRippers with 4, First Curiosity with 4, and Godlike, just the dynamic duo still alive.
I don't think First Curiosity, they're going to get back all their 4 players alive because 2 of them are on their knees currently. And with the way they've been pincered around and just continuously peppering them with those shots, it's now impossible they're going to make it out of that position alive. Jonathan, of course, will try to extend inside of the circle. Meanwhile, Admino providing him enough cover fire from the backlines. Of course, First Curiosity is to spot him out. Shots connected. Jonathan barely managed to survive. Nate in front of him. Shots in front of him. Will he make it out of this place alive?
Anyone who charges in the circle is basically dead at this point. There's so many eyes just watching those open fields. It is too difficult to survive. Jonathan, he has been lucky so far that all that pressure that was created on him by Dreams kind of got relieved, all thanks to TrueRippers. Now Admino looking to follow up his teammate. Gets shot at, loses more than half his HP. But TrueRippers, look at that army up front. They're charging forward in these open fields. They pick off Admino. They pick off Insidious. Admino's finish gets confirmed. Jonathan looking for one more point before he gets taken out. Shuts down Dreams and kind of swings the game in the favor of TrueRippers. But Salty, one nade, one Molotov. Fate can still be changed. That Lady Luck can still switch sides, and this nade goes out. Jelly's finish confirmed. The players of TrueRippers huddled up close to that hovercraft, and this counter nade, it's gonna fall a bit short.
More short for sure, but Jonathan almost about to secure that finish coming in from First Curiosity as well. Explosions. I don't know how this man is managing to survive so much, but this little piece of haystack will be a little boon. Another one, good toss. I guess he will be able to... well, he survives another one.
But for how long will he stay alive? Now only 2 teams remain. This nade is going to be very close, but on the other side of that haystack yet again. And Jonathan is out of util. He still has bandages. He sees the players of TrueRippers up front. Hydro very exposed. Is it going to be a knock? No! Hydro finishes what his teammates started. And it is TrueRippers ripping everyone apart, securing an impressive winner chicken dinner. They were consistent for 3 matches. I wanted it to happen. Glad I was here to witness it.
Well, Johnny, your prayers have been answered. BGMI gods were actually favoring the lads of TrueRippers, and they've given them that big chicken dinner to actually end the day.
You know what's the next big statement of BGMI, right?
What is it?
It's Jelly's world and we're all just side characters.
You just use that line in the analyst segment. You come back here, you use it once again. How many times are you going to spam it, Johnny?
I think I'm going to do it in like 6-7 different languages.
I love it. I honestly love it. But credit has to be given where credit was due. I feel like this was a monumental game from Godlike, to be honest, to come back into form, to announce their comeback. And I feel like the way Admino and Jonathan worked their way together to gain 8 eliminations when both of their teammates were taken down, I think that was brilliant.
Yeah, it was needed as well. As you mentioned, it was a comeback because the first 2 games didn't really go too well for them. And had they messed this one as well, then we all know if you have the biggest fan base, you also have a lot of criticizers. And well, then the team would have been under pressure, and we all know even the biggest names sometimes crumble under the pressure. But it was at least a decent start to their overall journey of the upper bracket rounds. And as long as I believe they finish up with 30 points in 3 matches, keep that 10 point per match average going, they're going to be good to go for the next round as well.
30 points in 3 matches will be a tough task, to be honest, but we move on.
Well, it's okay, man. Teams choke the game, we choke on the desk. Happens to the best of us. I mean, TrueRippers, for crying out loud, almost choked this match as well. Imagine. So there's one hypothetical inside of this game where Jonathan could have actually secured the win, because the players' formation around that hovercraft was such that a molly spread would have actually chipped away HP of 3 players, and the nade would have taken out Jelly for sure, just like it did. So it was just that Molotov falling a bit short, and well, then not having any extra utility, because of which the opening that Jonathan needed wasn't there, and also the whiff onto Hydro towards the end as well. The idea was right, but Hydro just a little bit quicker on the trigger, I guess.
I think these things definitely will happen, but TrueRippers, they were also pretty brilliant, to be honest, in order to actually hold on to such an open terrain for such long. They did not even use a hovercraft as a shield.
Hey, they wanted to.
They wanted to, but they actually used it for mobility, which was very surprising, to be honest. You don't use hovercraft in a rice field for mobility.
Yeah, never. I think towards the end, though, we did see, was it iQOO who was charging in the hovercraft? And the idea was to use the hovercraft to just pressure Jonathan into getting flushed out, because I think even they were out of utility. Their main pressure for TrueRippers was from First Curiosity, and actually they gotta thank God like that they get this chicken dinner, because Admino and Jonathan were the ones who took down Dreams, forced First Curiosity to stop in their tracks, and allowed TrueRippers, with all of that distraction, all of that attention from First Curiosity being dragged towards Godlike, allowed TrueRippers to actually get those finishes for themselves. So I think both the teams in tandem kind of ended up helping each other out. One finishes second, gets 8 or 9 eliminations in this game. The other gets the chicken dinner. Fair enough. It's a fair trade.
You know, old relationships coming together, lovely little brotherly bond. This is something which we all love. But is this all about Showdown? No way, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting heated up because there were a lot of teams who are actually making their announcement. Of course, they are making the announcement to showcase that they are here. BotArmy, one of them. Team Soul as well, one of them. We are going to be moving on to the next one, of course, where our analysts are waiting with the stats and a lot of more breakdown. What do you think? Who is going to be the one on the desk right now?
Oh, I think it's again going to be Yankee and Necro.
I hate to see Necro, man. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel sorry for you guys, but you guys will actually continue around. It was a lovely day, to be honest. But from the English desk, this is me, Salty, and Johnny. We're both going to be signing off. It was a wonderful day of the upper brackets, but the journey is going to continue tomorrow as well. Till then, stay tuned.
एक बात तो तय है कि लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचेस में जो हमने कंपटीशन देखा और अब जो हम अपर ब्रैकेट के बीच में कंपटीशन देख रहे हैं उसमें फासला तो है, फर्क तो है और नेक्रो ये मानना पड़ेगा कि कंपटीशन एनहांस हुआ है जिस प्रकार के इतने क्लोज ये मुकाबले जा रहे हैं. क्या कहना है आपका?
Honestly speaking, look, as you mentioned, yes, there's a big difference, and we can already see the difference between the rotations that the teams are taking, even the physical awareness that is there, the surrounding awareness from the teams much better. But I would like to speak a little bit more on what exactly happened in that previous game, right? In the final few moments, once again, it was TrueRippers and this pretty much just blocking the way for Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and getting that chicken dinner. But generally speaking, for Hero Xtreme, Godlike, it was a massive game that they got.
आई मीन जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने शुरुआत की थी, पहला मुकाबला अच्छा नहीं गया, दूसरा मुकाबला उनका बेहतर नहीं गया, लेकिन उसके बाद आप कह सकते हैं कि एक डिसेंट कमबैक उन्होंने करके दिखाया, फिनिशेस आए और साथ में वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट लेकर के गए। आई थिंक ऐसे ही मैचेस होते हैं जो आपको कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज्यादा दे करके जाते हैं। लेकिन अगर आपको भी चाहिए ये उम्दा सा एक सूट तो आप भी जा सकते हैं और स्पिन कर सकते हैं मात्र 10 रुपए से, 10 यूसी से, सॉरी, आप ये जो स्पिन है वो कर सकते हैं। और क्या पता अगर आप लकी नफ रहे तो ये जो एक सूट है ये आपका भी हो सकता है। तो जाइए अपनी जो किस्मत है वो आजमाइए। बट जैसे कि आप ओवरऑल कंपटीशन के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, ऐसा लग रहा है कि 4TR भी धीरे धीरे ऊपर आ रही है, क्योंकि पिछला मुकाबला वहां पे भी सर्वाइवल पॉइंट्स अच्छे गए, यहां पर भी सर्वाइवल पॉइंट्स वो लेके गए।
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? For 4TR, they were playing all the 6 games today, and just being slow and steady in those 6 games is not enough. Now you need a lot of points. In the upcoming 2 days, 4TR, if they're not going to buckle up, we might just see them being moving on towards the quarterfinals, which might not be a good news for them. But a while ago, as the casters mentioned, no one's getting eliminated from the upper bracket, so that's sort of like a bit of a lay that they can have over the entirety of the lower bracket.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और MVP की अगर हम बात करें इस मुकाबले की तो वो आपको जॉनसन देखने को मिल जाएंगे। 5 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले। डैमेज की बात करें वो 853 का रहेगा, 3 नॉक्स भी दिए, एक हेडशॉट भी दिया। सर्वाइवल टाइम वो आपको काफी उम्दा यहाँ पे देखने को मिल जाएगा। चलते आगे एक बार देखते हैं टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स के ऊपर, और वहां पे आपको जेली देखने को मिल रहे हैं। 4 फिनिशेस निकाले, IGL है वो, और यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन उनका काफी ज्यादा उम्दा। आतंकी, एडमिनो और हाइड्रो आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे इस पूरी फहरिस्त के अंदर। चलिए एक बंदर डालते पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर, जहां पे TrueRippers सबसे ऊपर 21 अंक के साथ, गॉडलाइक 16 के साथ।
Generally speaking, for Seoul as well, they have been quite consistent, right? Seoul getting so many points in the 3 games that they've played so far, which is quite a good thing. Looking at NoNx, yeah, they finally decided to wake up, getting 10 points. It's not a lot in the overall standings, to be honest. Even NoNx was one of those teams that was playing all the 6 games, and now just popping off in the last game, it's not going to do the deed. They need a lot more points in the upcoming days. For FC, this is, you can say, a bit of a decent start. 8 points in this game. It can help them out a little bit in the overall standings.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। बट टीम आर्यन जिनको हम काफी ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट बोल रहे थे, 2 मुकाबले उनके काफी बढ़िया गए, इस मुकाबले में 0 के साथ किया है समझौता।
It's completely fine for Team Aryan. As you mentioned at the start of the day, or maybe the start of the game as well, Team Aryan was able to secure a massive chicken dinner, and now getting 0 points, it's okay. They can at least have that 1-game cushion, and Team Aryan, they've already used it. But now, to be honest, as we head on towards the overall standings, this is where the main curtains will be revealed. The overall standings are the most important at the end of the day, and we need to find out which of those teams currently in the top 12. On the first spot, it's MyG Los Hermanos.
जी हाँ, और आप देखिए 57 पॉइंट्स है, यानी कि जो टॉप ऑफ द टेबल टीम बैठी है उनका भी 10 का एवरेज भी हमें देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। एंड दिस कंक्लूड्स कि यहाँ पे कंपटीशन कितना ज्यादा फियर्स, कितना ज्यादा इंटेंस हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। और अटकलें तो स्टार्टिंग से लगाई जा रही थी ना कि जो लोअर ब्रैकेट का कट ऑफ था, इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि उससे कम हमें यहाँ पे अपर ब्रैकेट का कट ऑफ देखने को मिले, और वो रीजन हमें साफ साफ यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है। ओरंगुटन 53 पॉइंट्स के साथ आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं। TrueRippers सिर्फ 3 मुकाबले खेले हैं और टॉप 8 में मौजूद है।
Exactly, we've got the second page popping up on the screen now. Seoul with 26 points. As I mentioned, in the span of 3 games, getting 26 points, Seoul has been the most consistent team in the upcoming group that we saw play in the latter 3 games. They've also got God's Reign. They've played 6 games and only getting 20 points. I think now this is a main concern for God's Reign, and they need to recover in the upcoming games.
And especially with the kind of एक्सपीरियंस दैट देव गॉट, उनसे एक्सपेक्टेशन हमेशा बहुत ज्यादा रहती है। 4TR की बात करें टुवर्ड्स द एंड, ठीक है थोड़ा बहुत बेहतर वो खेल के गए, पर फिर भी मात्र 17 अंक ही वो इस ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में अपने नाम के आगे बना पाए हैं। पर दिक्कतें ज्यादा यहाँ पे मेडल के लिए रही। 3 मुकाबले खेले, मात्र 4 अंक वो लेके गए। विक्टोरिया सुमस की बात करें, मात्र 5 अंक उनके पास रहने वाले हैं। सिंसिनाटी किड्स, ऐसी कहानी तो हमने बिल्कुल भी एक्सपेक्ट की नहीं थी। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट का खाता भी नहीं खुला और मात्र 6 अंक है उनके पास।
Well, to be honest, are you really surprised? Cincinnati kids on the land, they're always on the latter half of the board, so it's not even a surprise for me. They're over there on the last page once again. Victoria Sumus with on the 23rd spot, getting 5 points. And Metal Esports, for me personally, Metal Esports is a major surprise. I expected a lot more from Metal Esports, and I guess the only reason why Metal Esports is not able to play that well, it's because they're playing it passive. I don't understand this change in the play style at the end of the moment.
जी हाँ, मैं भी ये सेम चीज ही अग्री करूंगा। मुझे लगता है वो अच्छा इसलिए नहीं खेल पाए क्योंकि ड्रॉप क्लैशेस नहीं लिए आज के दिन पे। बट देन हाँ, जो हम उनका प्ले स्टाइल देते हैं, जो हम हमेशा बोलते हैं उनको गुंडेज ऑफ द लॉबी, आज के दिन पे वैसा कुछ भी हमें देखने को नहीं मिला, और ऐसा लगा कि शायद कुछ डिफरेंट वो ट्राई करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बट डू यू थिंक दैट दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू एक्सपेरिमेंट? डे 1 मे बी उन्होंने ऐसे ही सोचा कि शुरू के 3 मैच रहे, एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखते, इफ चीजें वर्कआउट करती है तो ऐसा ही गेम स्टाइल कंटिन्यू करेंगे, वरना बैक टू स्क्वायर वन।
If you think about it, this is probably the best time to experiment, because we know no one's getting eliminated from the upper brackets. Even if you do perform the worst, you are still going towards the quarterfinals. Yeah, it's a bit of a longer route towards the semifinals, but you're not eliminated. So maybe right now is the best time to experiment. But Metal Esports, you expect a lot more, right? Even when you're experimenting, at least get a few points, at least keep yourself in the mediocre pack.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, अभी के लिए मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स लंबी रेस के जो घोड़े होते हैं ना वो दूर का सोच करके चलते हैं और शायद वो कुछ वैसा सोच के चल रहे हो. बट अगेन टॉकिंग अबाउट द टीम्स जो आज के दिन पे बहुत बढ़िया खेल के गए. लॉस हरमानोस बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतर प्रदर्शन. ओरंगुटन भले तीसरे मैच के बाद एक हल्का सा डिप आया बट ठीक है, आज का दिन 7 पॉइंट्स के साथ उन्होंने एंड किया और ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पे अभी वो काफी ज्यादा ऊपर रहने वाले हैं.
That's the whole point, right? For OG, it's looking pretty good in the overall standings. I don't think they need to worry about anything. Yeah, it's a whole different story that they've played 6 games so far. Another team that played all the 6 games is also NoNx, and to be honest, with how things really went for NoNx, I expected a lot more. These young bloods, they are supposed to perform, but still for some reason the performance is lacking.
जी हाँ, वो चीज़ हमें साफ साफ देखने को मिली. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कल के दिन पे जब ये टीम्स आएंगी तो जो भी आज के दिन पे गलतियां उसको वो सुधार करने की कोशिश करेंगी. बट इसके साथ आज का दिन ऑलमोस्ट खत्म होने वाला है. हमने सारे जो 6 मुकाबले वो देख लिए और ये कंपटीशन देखने में सच में बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आया. लेकिन अब आज के दिन को अंजाम तक पहुंचाने के लिए रावण जो है वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार हमें नजर आएंगे. तो आइए फिर देर किस बात की, चलते हैं सीधे हमारे होस्ट रावण की तरफ.
देखिए, अपर ब्रैकेट का आज पहला दिन था. मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगा कंपटीशन को देखे. मुझे लगा उस आखिरी दिन पे चल रहे उस क्वालिफिकेशन के रेस में सारी टीम मानो ट्राई हार्ड कर रहे. बट एक टीम रही जो कि ज्यादा ट्राई हार्ड नहीं किए, बड़े आराम से टेबल टॉपर बन गए. जी हाँ, मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए LHS के कालान. सबसे पहले ये बताइए, एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या थी और जो रिजल्ट आया, खुश हो?
खुश तो हूँ. हम लोग जैसे खेलते हैं ना ऐसे ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. सेंटर वगैरह खेल रहा हूँ और एक्सपेक्टेशंस उतना नहीं था, बट जैसे हम लोग खेलते हैं ना ऐसे ट्राई कर रहा हूँ बस.
देखिए, आपने लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचेस देखे होंगे. आज आप अपर ब्रैकेट का पहला दिन समाप्त हुआ. कितना अलग कंपटीशन लगा आपको डे 1 के बाद?
कंपटीशन तो यार दोनों जगह पे तो होगा ऑफ कोर्स यार, बट ये अपर ब्रैकेट में सब अर्ली फाइट्स ले रहे ज़्यादा, ये नोटिस किया मैंने.
अब देखिए, डे 1 समाप्त हो चुका है. आप टॉपर हो. बाकी जितनी भी टीम्स हैं ना, स्पेशली जो बॉटम में, आपके प्ले स्टाइल को रीड करने वाले और आपको टारगेट भी किया जा सकता है. तो उनके लिए कुछ कहना चाहोगे आप?
कुछ भी नहीं यार.
कुछ भी नहीं मतलब अगर वो करेंगे तो आप एक्सेप्ट करोगे, एलिमिनेट करोगे, ऐसा कुछ?
करने दे यार, जो होगा वो होगा.
बट कलान के बारे में बताइए. आज के दिन पे जो इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस था कलान का, वो हमेशा सरप्राइज करते हैं. कुछ अलग से वो ग्राइंड करते हैं क्या जो आप लोग से छुपा के रखे हुए अभी तक?
भाई कलान तो भाई बहुत काम है यार. ही इज नेचुरल टैलेंट.
क्या बात है. चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. कल का दिन भी बचा है और होपफुली आगे वाले मैचेस आपके और बेहतर जाए. थैंक यू सो मच. बट फिलहाल जो डे 1 था अपर ब्रैकेट का वो समाप्त हो चुका है. लेकिन अभी सिर्फ डे 1 हुआ है. आने वाले 3 दिनों में कौन कमबैक करेंगे, कौन स्ट्रगल करेंगे, ये जानने के लिए हमारे साथ कल के दिन पे जुड़ेगा. डे ऑफ कमबैक हम कहते हैं डे 2 को. लेट्स सी कौन कमबैक करके जाएंगे. बट आज के लिए इतना ही. मिलते हैं आपको कल. तब तक लिए स्टे होम, स्टे सेफ. थैंक यू सो मच. पीस आउट.
knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
out. Front back, roll out. Porch colors got pink skin, roll out. drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Both got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on Fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, flowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Beat tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Both got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on Fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, flowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Drop back, roll out. Force collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Sports colors got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse colors got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse colors got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse colors got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse colors got pink skin. Roll out. I've been left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fist off. Built too many lines, like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing this time. Ahead of my time, by the way I bowl. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. I'm feeling like just off. Roll out. Roll out. Front deck. Roll out. Porch colors got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Blow too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many Bryans. Got the sick flow, man's blowing this time. Ahead of my time, by the way I bowl. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want the goal. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Blow too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many Bryans. Got the sick flow, man's blowing this time. Ahead of my time, by the way I bowl. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want the goal. My flow goes silly like Jester. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force colors got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. investor. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch them on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the 6 flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy. I want the gold. My flow don't silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm milk cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch them on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the 6 flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy. I want the gold. My flow got silly like Jester. Drop back, roll out. Forged colors got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin. Out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out. key, I've been left ain't nobody rest off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no solo, rude boy, I want the goal. My flow goes silly like Jester. Beat tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma dip all of my name in the S-Star. Key, I've been left ain't nobody rest off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, rude boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester.